Everyone. Just a little heads up, we have a hilliard set up with the smudge in the corner. So if anyone would like to go and have a smudge, then he's going to be set up there all day. And if I'm not speaking loud enough, please let me know. And I'll turn it up. Oh, thank you. Is that much better? Not even? I got to go louder? Okay. I will try my best to speak as loud as I can so you can hear me. We are going to start off with the opening prayer. Elders Pius and Mary will do the opening prayer, and then we will move into the honor song.
Welcome the chief and council and all the people that came for everything to be good today. We pray to the grandfather, Mr. Wallaby, asking for everything to turn out right and everything to go good. And no other. Okay. Welcome everybody. See what heaven do. One more boy easier. I'm $15. I'm almost going to snap at me. You know what we doing tonight? Woman, is knees in the west, four directions. You know what we doing tonight? I'm $15 to no more than wait till you go to Jesus. You never know what to do tonight. They're going in my life, I think. The three you know, and there's no one. There's nobody else praying. Everybody, regardless of where they come from, that very comfortable, and always coming to know. Everybody. Have a good heart. Look at each other. Love each other. That's the only way we'll ever get along. No bypasses for it. You live with it. If you don't like it, you see you know it. If you know it's here for going on, you know. I welcome them. Jimmy West, right back down this way. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Beautifully done. Thank you, Smoky Island Juniors. Um, For those that didn't hear me earlier, we have a smudge going on the side here with Hilliard. So if you would like to smudge, just go and see him and he'd be happy to share his smudge with you. And he will be walking around throughout the day. We also have our coffee and tea getting set up, so that will be available shortly. Yeah, coffee and tea will be here shortly. And am I not on?
Check. Check. Is it turning off and on? Can you hear something? But you're still squinting though. That one's louder.
We also have two mics that will be floating around the room if you want to speak. Cynthia McKay, where are you? And Nancy Chokin. Okay. Cynthia McKay and Nancy Chokin, where are you? Can you stand up, please? Nancy Chokin is here, our Dominguez EV Services Navigator. She's going to have a microphone along with Cynthia McKay. Okay, we are going to jump into our agenda. First item on the list is opening remarks from Chief and Council. Chief Nipanak? You go last? Okay. Cindy was trying to.
Okay, I'm supposed to speak closer to the microphone. Can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2025 Annual General Assembly. We wish for the tobacco offering, the prayer and drum songs. I too welcome our special guests who will be arriving shortly, Grand Chief Kyra Wilson. It's always nice to see leadership support our work, advocate on our needs, and celebrate our achievements with us. My name is Cindy McKay, counselor from Negozibing Anishinaabe. My portfolio areas are focused on education and training, Anishinaabe language, CFS, Abinojek Nigan, and social development. I also sit on the boards of First Peoples Development, West Region CFS, and the Women's Council of ANC. It continues to be a great honor to work with all of you, whether you're living on reserve or in urban settings. We have done our very best to help as many people as possible with the funding challenges that we face every day. In education alone, we manage an average of $1 to $1 million a year, which all goes to funding students and programs. Our base funding each year is approximately $653,000, with additional top-ups of funding ranging from $400,000 to $600,000 a year. In K-12, our funding has increased comparable to what would be funded provincially. On the average, we fund 40 to 60 students per year to attend post-secondary education in urban settings. Since 2022, we have funded approximately 70 to 90 more students to attend community-based training. Our goal is to train members to meet the demands of the workforce right here at home, provincially, and across Turtle Island, which is known as Canada. And sometimes one has to move away from home to access employment. With the help of our many funding and educational partners, we are able to do this. We have increased tuition amounts, provided transportation and laptops when we can. We've also supplemented student allowances. We have the highest student allowance rate across Manitoba in all First Nations. Alyssa Neatna, post-secondary advisor, will provide more details. Recently, with the support of leadership, we have been working on bringing education opportunities home. This will help alleviate some of the cost of moving away and to help encourage the number of students to attend post-secondary education. We have opened doors of opportunity by opening up Tinamage Gamik, also known as the Learning Hub. We have received funding from MasterCard Foundation of over $630,000 in year 2023 to 2024, and over $380,000 for the year 2024 to 2025. The funds were used to renovate an existing building, which is the old daycare, operational and delivering educational and training programs. Miigwech to Lake Terry Harris and his crew for renovating the building to meet standards and codes for a certified adult learning center. Our challenge is we don't have enough space to run more than one program at a time. We need a bigger building. But our students can now study right here at home. Since opening, we've had 75 graduates in post-secondary and professional development programs combined. Taz and Christy Migesh will provide more details and numbers on their annual report, which is at the front. Employment and training and pre-employment support services graduated an additional 50 to 75 participants in various programs as well. Felicia and Charlene will provide more details and numbers. It doesn't stop there. There's more to come. We have listened to students, teachers, the school committee, members, and leadership on what training programs to offer. An engagement session will be held soon so that we can hear from you on what education and training programs we should offer in our community. My goal and our goal, our dream as council and leadership is to open our own college and university. We have created Abenonjek Nigan Children First Services to work with families with a focus on prevention. We are working towards creating our own Children First Services law and look forward to one day running our own CFS system, focusing on prevention and wraparound services, meaning that we're putting the child in the center. Thank you to the Board of COCOMs for leading discussions and decisions, and our team for working hard to make this happen. Lori and the team will provide more details. We have seen in our social development program that our members have increases in their social allowances in the last few years. The department also provides support for anyone who wants to attend post-secondary education. Sherry Sharjan will provide more details. Finally, Miigwech staff who have worked so hard to prepare more details in the reports that they have copies of for you. I look forward to hearing the presentations also. In closing, again, miigwech for all of you for coming today.
Bonjour, Commissioner Beck. Good morning, Councillor Don Chartrand, housing portfolio. Sorry, I didn't prepare anything. Department head is, the manager is going to speak on our behalf, but we'll be sitting up here with him. I'd just like to welcome all of you elders for the opening prayer and Mary and Pius to miigwech. I hope everybody enjoys the day. Miigwech.
Hello everyone, good morning. I'm Councillor Harley Chartrand and I'm a part of the housing portfolio with Don. I'm also a part of recreation and the economic development. So I did prepare a little bit of something. It's good to see so many of you here today. Gatherings like this remind us of who we are, not just as individuals, but as a nation moving forward together. Today we take the time to reflect, to celebrate, and to set our vision for the future of Minagozebe and Anishinaabe. In the last 4 years, we have built something incredible. Our workforce has grown. Our projects have taken shape, and we've transformed ideas into reality. We've seen new housing rise, renovations completed, and economic opportunities created. Every step we take strengthens our community, our families, and our future. But what truly fills my heart with pride is the return of our little warriors. Our minor hockey program is thriving, and our arena upgrades are not just about the building. They're about our young people, their dreams, and their pride they carry every time they step onto the ice. We're restoring more than just infrastructure, we're restoring the spirit of our people. We're showing our youth that they have every opportunity to succeed, and that they are supported by the community that believes in them. Minagozebe and Anishinaabe is not just growing, we are rising. We're shaping a future where our nation is strong, independent, and self-sustaining. And the future is not just something we wait for. It's something we build together with every decision, every effort, and every commitment we make to our people. As we go through today's updates and financials, I encourage you to see them for what they truly are. They're not just numbers or reports. They are proof of our progress, of the resilience, and the dedication that runs through this community. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the work you do, for the support you give, and for believing in what we are creating together. There's so much ahead for us, and together we'll make it happen. Miigwech, and thank you to everybody who's here, and I'd like to thank the drummers for their song and the elders for their beautiful prayer. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Councillor Angela McKay. I am the portfolio holder for Health, Jordan's principal and rec as well. I am a board member for the West Region Treaty 2 Health Service Board. I am the chair. I also sit on the school committee board. Don and I had a conversation yesterday about what we were going to say. He said, I think we just got to say opening remarks, so I come unprepared as well. But first of all, I'd like to thank our prayer, our drum group, but I'd like to thank our staff of Minnegozi. We have over 200 staff on and off reserve here, and because of your good work, it shows. It shows, makes our leadership look awesome as well because of the background work you guys are doing. Our Minnegozi staff deserve a round of applause. I'd also like to acknowledge our leadership. We work good together here. In the last 4 years, we work hard as a team. Everybody has their strong points in their portfolios and what they hold. I sit with health, let Chantel do the updates on that. They've been growing, Jordan's principal as well. Sports and rec have been growing too. Harley's been doing a good job with the recreational part of it. We do the, health has been doing the coffee houses for elders. We've been doing elders groups. We just recently opened up our drop-in center, so that was positive. We have a lot of kids attending that evenings now, so which is nice. But yeah, didn't come prepared, but I'd just like to say thank you all for coming and being here. Thank you for everybody who's tuned in online. I hope you enjoy your day. Miigwech.
Bonjour, Anishinaabe, Eben Makwa, Indigenous Cosmopolitan, Derek Papanak. I'm very honored to be here this morning. I want to acknowledge Haggis and Pius in the prayers this morning to get us started. The drum group that put out a beautiful song. I don't have any notes, but don't think that that means I'm not prepared for today. Because I've been told many times to try to speak from the heart, and that's what I try to do. Pulling up here, I saw there was no parking in the parking lot, so I thought maybe Charlie Major was here again or something. It's a big day for us. The community that we were in 2021 is a very different community than we are in 2025. We've grown probably by close to 25 to 30%. At one point in the last 4 years, we were the fastest growing First Nations community in Canada. And that was in the days and months leading up to the signing of our agricultural benefits claim. And when we started in 2021, the insulation was hanging from the ceiling in this building. There was birds living in here, more than there were humans. Chunks of ice on the floor. And we were wondering how we were going to get from where we were to where we're at today. And it's been a difficult challenge. There's been a lot of difficulties, there's been tragedies in our community, but there's also been a lot of great victories in our community, a lot of things to celebrate. And I try to walk with that understanding that things are going to be good sometimes, but things are going to be difficult sometimes as well. I think that's part of the burden of leadership, is to try to ride out the highs and the lows as best you can, trusting that we're going to work together. And I think as a council, we've been focusing over the last number of years on consensus building in leadership. And that means that we're not so much focused on quorum, we're more focused on deciding and making decisions together. And in that way, we all take some of the ownership for the things we do well, but we also take ownership together for the things that we haven't done well at times. And we're not perfect. by any means. We're just like everybody else here. We're members of this community doing the best we can with the time we're given. And I think that we've done a tremendous amount of work in the last 4 years. You don't see me here every day, but mark my words, I'm making a decision every single day about what we're gonna do to try to continue to move forward in a positive way. So we finished this building. We renovated the arena. We rebuilt Blue Sky. We built probably more houses in the last 4 years than we've ever built at one time. Our budgets have increased. We went from working primarily off of programs and service funding from the Government of Canada to being a $100 million community on our own with the agricultural benefits claim. We've made significant investments. We've continued to move forward in a good way, and we will continue to move forward as well with the Treaty 4 claim that is now waiting for certification. I was in Winnipeg at the federal court in February, on February 13th, and arguments were made towards certification of the Treaty 4 annuity claim. For those of you that aren't familiar with that claim, every year Canada pays an annuity, or the Crown pays an annuity to every single individual on our ban list of $5. If you don't get it 1 year, you come back the next year and you get 10, because it accumulates $5 each year. That's not what it's supposed to be, because that $5 hasn't changed since 1874. And $5 in 1874 was almost a year's worth of wages. So that $5 was never indexed against inflation. It never grew. And what our Treaty 4 annuity claim is all about is making sure that the value of that $5 is reflected in today's terms, which is likely for Treaty 4 citizens in the billions of dollars. So we're hoping for certification, and we'll know by April, and that will impact every single member of this community. I'm one of the representative plaintiffs, as well as Chief Lynn Akus from the Zagame Anishinaabe First Nation out by Regina. And Chief Murray Clearsky from Wew'suwet'en also is one of the representative plaintiffs, but his application went through the Manitoba Court of King's Bench. So this is all in process right now as we speak. You know, the future looks good for our community. And as I said, things have changed. We're a very, very complex community now. We have trust agreements. We have investment advisors who are going to be speaking to us here later this morning. And we've done our best to create employment and opportunity. And as was mentioned, there's close to 200 jobs and employees working for the community. And I think that might be the highest it's ever been, which is a reflection of our commitment to spend what comes in a responsible way, to keep employment as high as we can keep it. And as you'll see from today's presentations, we have tried to create a system for financials in this community which separates the Government of Canada program and service money from our money, which we call own source revenue. Government of Canada program and service money comes in on a monthly basis. Starting April 1st of each year, we get deposits for 12 months consecutively. Unfortunately, we often don't know when Canada is going to cash flow certain programs. Sometimes Canada falls behind in one program in favor of another. And that creates a really difficult environment for our finance staff to try to manage budgets, because we end up having to use cash on hand in our line of credit and whatever vehicles we have to make sure that the bills are continuing to be paid. It's not an easy task to keep up with the decisions that are sometimes made in Ottawa and trickle down to the region and then trickle down to our community. It's not an easy thing to do to keep up. So, you know, I gotta say the finance staff of the band office do a tremendous job. They do a tremendous job trying to keep up with what demands they have. On the other side, we have our own source revenue, and that is money that we create. Own source revenue is not Government of Canada program and service money. It's our money. And we create our money each and every time somebody steps up and creates value. That own source revenue is held in what we call the treasury account. The treasury account is used to prioritize spending on our community needs, not on what Canada tells us what we need, but on what we decide together what we need to spend our money on. And you'll see the treasury report today as well. Maybe I'm talking too long already, killing the batteries on these things. I think it's really important to recognize that as I said, there's two types of money that come to our community: the program and service money, and then our own source revenue that we create from our own businesses. And we've done a lot on the economic development side to create and promote business. And we're close to finishing our Metro Canada in Dauphin, and we have plans on future developments for the rest of the reserve land that's there, but also the 65 acres behind it. So there's a lot on the horizon. And I want to thank people like Brenda Catchaway for the tremendous work she's done in advancing that agenda. So with that said, there's lots to get through today. I don't want to be too long-winded here, but I do know that we have a young man here today. He's very eager to get home because his young family is about to introduce new members to their young family. So we're going to put him up to the top of the agenda. But what I want to do is I want to ask you all to recognize when we have a warrior amongst us. You see, warriors take different shapes and different ideas. A warrior is not only someone who defends us in war, in times of war, but a warrior is also someone who uses their intellect. A warrior that sacrifices their time to become educated. A warrior who takes that time, transitions into the workforce, and brings value back to the people that he or she loves and cares about. That warrior today that I'm talking about is our very own Jeremy McKay. Jeremy's a lawyer in Winnipeg, but many of you may not know that Jeremy was the one who initiated the conversation about the agricultural benefits claim almost 10 years ago. He brought the idea forward, introduced the concept, and talked about doing the historical research to find out if the Crown owed us money. And it was council at the time that agreed, yes, Jeremy, let's do that work. Let's do the historical research to see if we have a claim. And as we all know, we found we did have a claim. And Canada tried to avoid us for a few years, but we finally got them to the table, and Jeremy was instrumental in that work. That work led to a settlement, as we all know, of about $208 million. Not only did Jeremy help us on the agricultural benefits side of the claim, but he also picked up his war club and he went to LP, Louisiana Pacific, and said, LP, you owe us something. And he coordinated those conversations between Louisiana Pacific, the government of Manitoba, and the Minnegozi and Anishinaabe. And he held them accountable to what they've done in the Duck Mountain. And he worked with our families and our community and our hunters to make sure that we could get it back out onto the land again. And so that we could pass on the traditions of the hunt from one generation to the next, so that we could be out on the land speaking our language again. And that's what Jeremy did. It also led to what we call the stumpage agreement and the work towards a co-managed environment on Duck Mountain, which is a long-term agreement that we're going to be focusing on here in the coming years, to make sure that anyone that goes on to Duck Mountain understands that the Minnegozi and Anishinaabe are the caretakers and the rightful stewards of the land in that area. That's work that he's done for us as well, and a multitude of other things. But I believe that that's what warriors' work is finding the places where we need to be, raising our voices, and creating space for us as a community to exist. So with that said, I'm going to make a special presentation to Jeremy because I know he's he's ready to get up and head back to the city right away to be with his wife. So just bear with me for a moment.
Jeremy, can you please come up?
David Miracle is a famous Mohawk artist, and he makes replica art from times gone by. I contacted him and I said, can you make a battle axe in the Ojibwe style? And he said, yes, I can. And this is what a battle axe would have looked like. And you might remember it because it looks exactly like the one that was made, that Russell Means carried around in that movie Last of the Mohicans. You might remember that, some of you. This is what that battle axe looked like. This is a symbol of a warrior. And this is something that we had made for Jeremy because of his warriors work in the community. And I think it's critically important for us to recognize the warriors work that people do here. So with that said, I want to present this beautiful battle axe to Jeremy McKay.
This is certainly a surprise. Not only do I not have speaking notes, I'm unprepared. But miigwech, this is so beautiful, and I'm at a loss for words. Maybe while I'm up here, I'll just thank the elders for the prayer this morning. Elder Pius, Elder Agnes. And one thing that I'm just still thinking about is the drum group this morning. It was so nice to see the young people sit around the drum like that. And I know that it's taking hold in the community because you're starting to see women on the outside of the drum supporting the young men singing. So it's so nice to see that development and to have them start our meeting in such a beautiful way. So anyway, miigwech, as many of you know, my mom is one of the counselors. My counselor Angela is my first cousin. Her dad and my dad are brothers. Counselor Harley I've known since I was a child, and I consider him to be a lifelong friend of mine. And Counselor Don and Counselor Chief Nepanak, I consider them to be among the best friends I have. So I certainly have a unique access to counsel, but I just want to assure everyone that doesn't mean that I take any shortcuts. I take that an extra level of responsibility to act in the best interests of the community. So it was in that spirit that I agreed to get involved in the cows and plows and get involved in the LP work, and I hope that I've done a good job for all of you, and I thank you again for that, for acknowledging that. Thank you.
Okay, we are gonna switch up our agenda a little bit. Next up, we are gonna do the forestry report. If we could have Alanis and Jeremy come back up.
Sure. That's a little better. Hey, everyone? No.
The tea and coffee are going, so it should be ready in about another 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we are gonna actually go back to the original agenda. We are not gonna change anything. So again, next up, we have a message from the Director of Operations, which is me. I didn't do anything. Okay, good morning. My name is Paulette Lavalley. I am the Director of Operations, and it is a great pleasure to welcome you to our 9th Annual General Meeting. As Senior Officer, I report directly to Chief and Council. I lead the organization's administrative and financial functions, focusing on improving processes and enhancing overall performance. I am responsible for ensuring compliance with I am responsible for ensuring compliance with all relevant policies, procedures, and legislation, and I work closely with senior finance team, department heads to achieve this goal. Over the past several years, our organization has shown remarkable resilience, perseverance, and significant growth. We have successfully navigated post-pandemic challenges, staying fully committed to strengthening our administrative and financial functions, supporting our dedicated team of approximately 280 employees, and ensuring the community receives the services it needs with integrity and purpose. We have invested in economic development initiatives, infrastructure and housing, cultural and language revitalization, staff development, and so much more. As a result, we are building a more responsive, sustainable, and forward-thinking organization that is better equipped to support the evolving needs and aspirations of our members. Below are some highlights of our remarkable journey and success over the past few years. Increase in programs and services, creation of new departments, cultural preservation and promotion, increase in revenue and funding opportunities, completing multi-million-dollar projects, officially recognized as Minigazebe Anishinaabe by Canada, creation of our 2 bylaws, the animal control and drug and alcohol. In conclusion, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our dedicated staff, chief and council, and all stakeholders for their unwavering commitment and hard work. Together we have made great strides, and as we look ahead, we remain committed to continuous growth, innovation, and collaboration. By working together, we will continue to strengthen our organization and create new opportunities that support the long-term well-being for all Minigazebe. Miigwech. Next up, we have our finance manager, Jennifer Chartrand. We also had on the agenda our accounting technician, Kyla, but she sends her regrets. She cannot be here today.
Good morning to the leadership, members, colleagues, and visitors. I'd like to say thank you to the elders for the prayer and also to the drum group. My name is Jennifer Chartrand and my title is Finance Manager. I have been in this role for just over 1 year and a half. I work alongside our accounting technician, Kyla Menard, and they're located at the back office. I enjoy my role and I'm happy to be able to work for my community. I oversee the daily financial operations of our ISK and FINIP programs. I came into this position during a transition of accounting software. Our office was working on QuickBooks, which was then switched over to Sage Intacct. We are now currently working on Sage 300 for our accounting system. I have 4 employees who report directly to me. They will introduce themselves shortly and let you know what they do at the back office. We are always looking for ways to improve our output and be better efficient. With continuous training and retaining our staff long-term, we believe that we are on the right path to success. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our finance team.
Hi everybody, my name is Bonnie Nipnak. I'm the accounts payable for Lightweight. I've been here about 3 years, but I actually started working for the bank since like 2009. 14, maybe 2014, I think. It's been a while. But
Good morning, my name is Jenna Chartrand. I'm a bookkeeper and I've been in my position since 2013.
Good morning, my name is Barbara Nipanak. My job title is Payroll and Benefits Administrator for the last 15 years and still going.
Thank you for your time. Come and see us later. We'll have a table in the corner for honorariums. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, finance team. Next up on the agenda, we have our BDO Treasury Report. Okay, they may have not arrived yet. So do we have Mr. Jameson? If Mr. Jameson can come on up and do your presentation on TE Wealth Investment. Is the coffee ready? No? Okay. You know,
The coffee's not ready yet, but the tea is. If anybody wants to have some tea while you're waiting for some coffee, come on up.
Okay, I think Mr. Jameson just walked in. Next up, we have TE Wealth, Mr. Jack Jameson.
strangers bringing gifts, I just wanted to add a little tablet here to the drop to chief councilors and to all. Ani and Miigwech, thank you for allowing me to join you today. It's quite an honor. It feels great to be part of the family now. So I really think for you, Jack. This is a little bit of an investment update on your trust. And I think it's up here somewhere. We have the T Wealth and Indigenous Services. They're extremely honored to be part of the family. I was very, oh, you can't hear me? Hello? Speak louder? Oh, there we go. Very honored on behalf of T Wealth and Indigenous Services to be, we're an advisory practice, so we very honored to be part of the family. And I do want to echo Chief Derek and all, you're a very well recognized community. And I think Chief was echoing that the community's grown significantly. And you're very well recognized out there. And you can be very proud of your council and what's going on in the community, the trust, and things like that. So who am I? Who the heck am I? My name's Jack Jameson. I'm an old guy. You can tell by my gray hair. I call it Arctic Blonde. Sounds a little sexier, but we act in advisory capacity in the sense of, oh, sorry. I'll just tell you a little bit. This is going to be investment stuff. It's going to be kind of boring. There's no exam after this, so but it's important to you to understand what has happened sort of since the claim and the proceeds. And if you go to the, do I have a button here? I need your coach. There we go. Well, I don't think you're going to be able to see that very well, but that's good. So just a little bit about our practice, where we fit in. We are, I'm sorry, oh, can't hear me again. I'm sorry. Okay. There we go. No, that's good. I'll just keep my mouth right in front of it. At least we have a loud speaker kind of guy. That's great. That's great. So where do we fit in? In the sense that our practice, we are not investment managers. We are not.
You just have to speak closer to the mic.
Okay. No, that's okay. Here we go. Is that better? Test one. Oh, there we go. That's the better. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I just again, where do we start off? The acting advisory capacity with respect to the trust. The trust agreement is the rules, and there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. It's one thing, a trust is there to benefit the community, and really the role is to, from our practice standpoint, it's a bit of an introduction, I guess. We are predominantly Indigenous professionals. Our practice, and again, I mentioned I'm a gray-haired guy, Arctic Blonde, whatever you want to call it. I was one of the founders of the practice over 25 years ago. We support over 55 communities from coast to coast from an advisory perspective. And really our role is an independent, we're a bit of a watchdog in the sense to make sure we aren't the investment managers, we're not the corporate trustees. You're going to hear from Jamie, who is with BMO. He's the corporate trustee, to make sure the trust rules are adhered to. Our role is more of a bit of a watchdog from the standpoint of the investment management side. And again, I want to thank council. They're very committed. They're turning into too much of a loading here, I guess, but it just they made this happen, and you can be very proud of it. Our primary support is really to help the community meet the needs of today, but also future generations. It's one thing about a settlement claim for past wrongs, but it's really about meeting the needs of the future generations as well. So it's doing good. The process to date really is I guess if you, oops, no, what happened there? There we go. Next slide. So again, you maybe can't see that slide very well, but it kind of talks how we fit in. Again, the trust agreement is the rules. Our role is really to understand, it's designing investment strategies. It's understanding the needs of the community. And I know your leadership has gone through a lot of discussion is what's our vision for today and the future. Then we get into, again, the trust agreements, the rules. We write investment policy to guide the investment managers and on what we need this thing to do to meet the needs. There's portfolio structure. You're going to hear we don't put all our eggs in one basket, so don't go and hire the best investment firm out there. We need a couple because no investment firm can be the best all the time. We act as a watchdog. We're a bit of a dating service too, so we sit on the same side of the table as leadership to help go and find the most appropriate investment firms to manage your trust proceeds from past wrong. Performance monitoring, managers don't fire themselves. So you can see down in that little box 5, we do performance monitoring. Financial literacy as well. There's some per capita distributions. It's about doing good things today, but growing this money even for yourself for the future. And that's so important. So a lot of those, that's kind of a bit of an idea of the support that we do provide. From the standpoint of the next slide, we get into really the investment managers that we did the dating service. Again, these are firms, national firms across the country. There's a firm called Dixon Mitchell. And in the industry, there are growth stocks and value stocks. And what we're really trying to say is find a growth manager, that style of investment management. There are also value stocks in the market. So let's go find the best value manager, the best growth manager, and put them together. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Dixon Mitchell's out of Vancouver. They were founded about 25 years ago. They look after about $6 billion, 35 indigenous relationships from coast to coast, about $1.5 billion in trust assets. Heath Wheeler is your value manager. They're based out of Vancouver as well. They're institutional management, 30 billion in assets under management, and they look after, support 43 indigenous relationships, trusts across the country for about 1.8 billion. So let's just talk about the market, because here we are, you are beneficiaries as members, you are beneficiaries, and again, what's going on in the market? There's this guy called, what's his name, Donald Trump or something? He's out there, and that's creating a lot of kind of noise in the industry, in the markets right now, but inflation is things like this. If we go to the next slide, next couple slides, I guess. You'll see a squiggly chart here. Inflation is the cost of goods and services. And again, it's very important when we say we want to make enough money to do good things today in the community, but also to grow it for future generations. That's keeping up with inflation, the cost of goods and services. I'll tell you, when I went to university, I think tuition was about $800. That's how old I am. Tuition, $800, what is it now? $8,000, $9,000, $10,000? Something like that. That's inflation. So again, 5 years, 10 years from now, if there's money coming out of the trust, we need it to grow by at least inflation to make sure that it has the same purchasing power. So that's very important. What you see on this chart, if you can even see it, is there's the lower side is kind of squiggly lines along the bottom there. I've got a little laser here, something here, but you can sort of see the squiggly lines along the bottom here. That's between kind of 1% and 3%. That's what the government tries to keep inflation at. And then you can see back in 2020, sort of when we had COVID, everybody got locked up. What happens when we all get up? We can't make things. We can't make products. We can't make cars. We can't do all this stuff. And there's a shortage of supply. And what happens if there's a shortage, then we all pay more. And that's what happened. You saw this inflation go way up, and then all of a sudden the government started raising rates. Remember, interest rates were up around, well, inflation was up around 8 or 9%. The target's around 1 or 3. So they started raising rates. It made everything more expensive for us to go. I wanted that car loan, but now I have to pay a ridiculous loan to get a car. That's inflation, and they started raising rates, so everybody stopped buying things. That brought prices down. Right now, just yesterday, again, our inflation in Canada is, I know how interesting this is. It gets me excited anyway, but inflation has come down in Canada. So the Canadian government's done a good job of bringing inflation down. Not so much as the US. Their inflation actually now is up, it's up in around 3% or higher. Ours was down to about 1.9%, in that 1 to 3% range. And then yesterday, inflation, I think everybody might recall the government took the taxes off if you bought something, and then they stopped that tax reward basically the end of January. And now all of a sudden inflation just yesterday was announced to be 2.6. So inflation, it's still in that range. So the good news is inflation is sort of under control. I'm gonna let's skip by that slide. And again, let's talk about the US election, this guy named Mr. Trump. That's a big concern. Just go back one slide, right? Back one more. That one there, yeah. So this thing about tariffs, and again, this is causing a lot of interest. A lot of tariffs are being, again, what do we call it? It's the US, Mr. Trump charging extra for things coming into the US. So if we are producers in Canada making things, and we ship them to the US, he's gonna charge a 25% tariff. So what's that mean? And I'm kind of going, Donald, why are you doing this? Because if we make a widget and we sell it to the US, he's gonna add 25% fee on top of it. So all US citizens, in theory, let's just pretend, you're a US citizen, if I charged $100 for something and I send it to the US, he's gonna make it $125 to sell it to the US citizens. Why would you do that, Donald? Because again, if I, as a US citizen, have to pay more, that's higher inflation. So it's kind of illogical, but there is things going on out there like that they're negotiating right now. A lot of countries around the world are retaliating a bit on that. We're going to get into it because it has affected the markets a bit here. In Canada, again, we're going to charge him 25% tariffs too, as a sort of a potential refund. But again, that's potentially could create job losses in Canada. So the Canadian government right now is very much being proactive, looking at trying to deal with some foreign countries, Europe, things like this. We'll sell our products to Europe. Screw you, US. We won't worry about selling to you. Sorry, my language, I'm passionate. But so that's kind of a little bit of what's going on in the markets right now, because it's creating a little bit of concern. And again, your trust is invested. There's this thing called Magnificent Seven. If we go to the next chart here, I'll make this quick here, but if you click on it again, maybe. Oh, go back. I don't know why it's not showing. Okay, anyway, there's these things called Magnificent Seven stocks. And it's like Facebook, Google, artificial intelligence like NVIDIA, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple. Those seven companies were up 60% return last year. And the US market was up very below that. And what happens, there's more invested in those, or there was last year, more invested in those seven companies than anywhere in the United Kingdom, China, France, and Japan. And what's happened though, and when you get that, it's hard to beat the US market because those are tech stocks. They're technology stocks, and a lot of investment firms, like the ones you have, are a little timid because they're very expensive shares. And they're hesitant to invest in them. So that creates a bit of a problem in trying to beat the US market. But again, the managers are smarter than we are. In fact, this next chart, the squiggly chart here, you'll see down in the very bottom right-hand corner, maybe you can't, but there was only 25% of companies in the US market that beat the market. Only 25%. So hey manager, you're managing our trust here. How come you didn't beat the US market? And that's because of those Magnificent Seven. They're very technology rigged, they're very volatile. They didn't want to invest in them, and that's part of the challenge there. And if you go to the next slide, this is, I don't know, I'm old enough with the gray hair. Does anybody remember the company called Nortel? Some of the other silver hair folks. Nortel was a tech company in Canada. Their prices, it was a tech company. It went from $70 a share to 80 to 100 to 120, 130. And then all of a sudden, the next year, it dropped to $2 a share and went out of business. And that's what the managers are worried about in the sense of investing in some of these Magnificent Seven. And if you go to the next slide, and the end to this story, and this is what we're seeing in the market, the Magnificent Seven in 2025, so since December 31st up till February, all of those tech companies are now negative, or they've come down in the new year quite a bit. So hoorah, managers. If you go to the next, actually, we'll go to the next slide, but that's kind of the message, I guess, that we're saying. is that it's been a bit of a wild world out in the markets there, but let's see how you've done here. So we're almost done here, folks, hang in there, there's no exam here. So this is what we call the asset mix. When we develop this strategy, we try to understand what is it that we need to do in the community? How much do you need? This is what they call sustainable withdrawal rates. And typically pulling out maybe 3.5%, 4% a year is sustainable. If you start pulling out, and no disrespect to leadership, but if they see a lot of needs in the community, we start pulling out 6%, 7%, 8% a year, that's going to run that thing dry, the trust. And that's one of the challenges we run into. So we have to respect kind of what's called a sustainable withdrawal rate. And to do that, we want to get kind of the sort of that annual withdrawal, say 3.5%, 4%. We also want to add inflation. Inflation is say 2%. So 4 plus 2 is 6% return or so. You got a lot better return than that since you've invested, but just on average, we need to get that. So what do we need to invest in? And basically this chart shows you the combination of stocks and bonds. It's about 60% in stocks and about 40% in bonds. And we give the manager makes money different ways. They invest in those particular sectors, but we give them a range. They make money two ways. They pick good stocks and bonds, or they can overweight or underweight in one of those asset classes, whether it be Canadian equity, bonds, global equity outside North America. They can overweight or underweight depending what their crystal ball says. So, what are we saying here? This is what really is important, I guess, to everybody here. I don't know if you can read that, but what we're seeing here on the Legacy Trust, since inception, and really inception has been about, it was the fourth quarter, so from October, November, December, plus it went back to about the middle of August. That's when the money started getting invested. And since then, you're up $907,000, almost $1 million in a little bit over a quarter, in about 4 months. You're up almost $1 million. And that's what we want to do. And this chart also shows that, and again, I'm hearing Chief Derek talking about a lot of the good things that we've done so far, even since this trust, with respect to housing and everything else. And it's not the total source of income, but income from this trust is helping your community. And we want to make money. And again, just really since August, it's up almost $1 million. I will tell you, since December 31st, you're up another $190,000. So you're over $1 million since you started this, 4 months or so like this. The next slide, again, what that's showing, forget the chart, but really what that's showing, it's up about 4%, 4.3%, but that's only again in 4 months. At this, it doesn't sound like a lot, like Jack, why do we got these important investment managers, and we got just a little over 4%? The reality is it's only been about 4 months. If they kept that rate, that pace going, they would have over a full year. What's that? Okay, 4 months. How many months in a year? 12 months. So multiply 4% we got in the last 4 months times 3. That's about 12 or 13% return. So not bad. And that's sort of the pace that's been going, but it's growing, and that's the important part, even despite what's going on out there. This next slide is a squiggly chart. We talked about value and growth stocks. I kind of mentioned that. You have a value manager in Leith Wheeler. You have a growth manager in Dixon Mitchell. And you can see all these squiggly charts. I don't know if you can see it from where you are, but that highlighted area over on the right, the purple line is growth managers, the orange line is value managers. So again, the growth stocks have very much been in vogue lately, and that's why Dixon Mitchell, you'll see, has outperformed, done very well. Leith Wheeler is a value manager, but value stocks have not really been attracting a lot of attention. They've been in that Magnificent Seven and everything else. So do we fire them? No, and you're going to see why here in a minute. If you go to the next slide, actually, we'll just kind of keep going up. It's just the big thing. Yeah.
Hey, you guys, for respect for the people that want to hear the presentation, can you keep the chatter down, please? Thank you.
Does anybody have a good joke? Maybe I get everybody's attention. What kind of tree can you hold in your hand? Amy? A palm tree. Okay, sorry. Okay, we're almost done, folks, and thank you so much. One of the big things about Leith Wheeler is, again, you're going to see some numbers. They've underperformed the market over, well, really up until the end, over a quarter or so, 4 months or so. So do we fire them? One of the challenges, we said growth stocks were in vogue. So Dixon Mitchell's the growth manager, value manager is Leith Wheeler. Again, they're very conservative. Amen that they are, because again, when you're looking at something, if they want to be protective. Because again, if you have $100, let's just pretend you got $100 and you use 50%. How much you got? $50, right? What do I have to make to get that money back? If I make the 50% back the very next day, but 50% of $50 is only $25. So 50 plus 25, $75. You started with 100. If you lose 50%, you have to make 100% back. And that's, if you're talking about a value manager like Leith Wheeler, they're saying, yeah, we want to make money, but we want to make sure we protect money. We protect your trust money from the downside. So they're very much a little bit more protective, I guess, in the downside. And I will tell you, the US market, just in the new year here, there's this tech company called DeepSeek. I'm sure everybody has heard about NVIDIA, which is the artificial intelligence company. But DeepSeek came into the markets not that long ago at a very lower price than the NVIDIA and things like that, the other tech artificial intelligence company. And everybody went to DeepSeek. And I'll tell you, the markets went down almost $1 trillion in the US. And since then, now all of a sudden the markets are going, oh, maybe we're paying way too much on these tech stocks. It's gone down $4 trillion in those magnificent seven. So amen, managers, thank you for being smart. Thank you for not necessarily investing in all those stocks, because we need you to protect this trust. And again, the next slide really just, and I think we'll end on this, but you can see what we do. We're kind of the watchdog. So we want to make sure your managers not only meet the market, but they beat the market in this trust, to do good things, to grow this trust for you as beneficiaries, to do good things that the council feels are needed, and through consultation with yourself. But over the fourth quarter, the Dixon Mitchell was up 3.6%. The market was up 3.37. Check. Since their inception, they were at 5.74%. The market was up 5.5. Check. Year to date in 25, they were up 2.7%. The market was up 2.6. Check, check, check. They beat the market at all times. Amen, Dixon Mitchell. Thank you very much. Leith Wheeler, they got about 1.26% against a 3% market. Underperformed. 2.83% versus 5.5. Underperformed. And you start to say, why have we got these guys hired? Year to date 2025, they got 2.94% versus 2.6, and they beat Dixon Mitchell, who had 2.7. So value versus growth has changed. Value is coming in both. Thank God Leith Wheeler's here, because they now outperform Dixon Mitchell in this year to date. Because again, the tech sector, the growth sector and that's why don't put all our eggs in one basket. Both managers are doing very good when they're expected to do good. And I will talk about the Miners Trust real quick here. 1 slide more, 2 slides more, but I will tell you your Miners Trust is up 1.2 million, 1.268 million. The payments out to the miners has been about 660. And again, this is the thing. We need to make more money than is going out. So this Miners Trust is growing, and it's covering enough to make sure those miners are looked after as they become of age and they get their payments. It's up another 680,000 since December 31st. So again, kudos to the managers doing the job they're supposed to do. And I'll leave it at that. And that's about it. I guess appreciation on the Miners Trust has been 1.2 million, 1.268 million since the inception. So that's things, I guess I'll shut up on that, but just things are going good. And it's really a different year potentially coming at us with the economy. But again, we do talk to managers. Again, we're your watchdog. I will tell you those managers are looking at all the companies they are invested in. And maybe some of the companies that were good last year aren't where we want to be this year. So they are making some adjustments. You're invested in companies in both Canada, US, and globally. So what they're looking for is which companies, even given the environment we're in, are going to be less affected by any kind of potential recession or otherwise, and things like that. So at the end of the day, everything's check, 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 and I hope that makes some sense. I'll be hanging out over there if you have any questions, but thanks for your patience. I know there's no exam here, but I guess long story short, this trust is making money, and you're beating the market, and it's good, and to be continued. Yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely.
My name is Charlie Whiskey.
Thank you very much.
First of all, I want to acknowledge the Chief and Council of Pine Creek First Nation. Members, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Charlie Bushy, former Chief for Pine Creek Council. I just wanted to know what is the true number to come out with the $1 million from 4 months. What are the
Sort of, what is the number?
Yeah, to come out with that over $1 million surplus, or
Yeah. So on the legacy trust?
yeah,
So how much has come out of the trust?
yeah,
I think you're going to talk about
is
this
that
section.
40 million on top, or
How much?
I don't know, I'm just
Yeah,
throwing a
here.
number out.
Jamie is the corporate trustee. He's the official auditor kind of guy, so he's going to give you an idea, but I'll tell you roughly.
And who are you? Where's your office? And
Yeah, okay, first question. I think about, well, I'm gonna leave it to Jamie. He's the official. My name is Jack Jameson. I'm the founder of TE Wealth and Business Services. Where are we located? Canada.
yeah,
We look after 55 indigenous
where,
communities.
Winnipeg, or
I'm technically out of Cambridge. We have people in Vancouver. We have people across Canada.
well, I'm gonna have to make sure that you're sitting on our money.
I'm
You
not,
might
we're not,
disappear.
we're not managing it actually. We are not.
Well,
managing it.
where is the money sitting?
The manager,
Trust fund.
it's sitting, he's the guard dog, just to give you an idea. So there's a corporate trustee that is the guard dog overseeing the money to make sure it's looked after. Because
Yeah.
he's corporate trustee, he's ultimately responsible to make sure that trust agreement is adhered to. We act as an advisor sitting on your side of the table from an investment perspective. So that we don't touch the money, we don't have access to the money. If these are the managers right here, we watchdog them to make sure things like that. So that they're doing that, because our credit is at stake too. If they don't meet the objectives of the market, again, I kind of said earlier on, don't meet the market. We need you guys to beat the market.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I support your presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chief and Council.
No, Miigwech, and we're very passionate. We're very honored to be a part of your community. And you're going to see me again. Sorry about your luck. But I hope you see me again. We'll be here when you need us here, and that's our commitment. So, is it appropriate to bring Mr. Jamie up? Okay, Mr. Jamie. Yes. Anyway, thanks, folks. Take care. Thanks for your patience. Kind of boring.
If anybody has any questions anytime during the presentations, I'm standing in the back here. I have the microphone. Just raise your hands and I'll come running to you or walk.
All right.
Just a quick comment on the presentation from Jack. Just a little bit of context for those of you who haven't met Jack yet. When we agreed as a community to accept the settlement from the Crown, one of the biggest responsibilities that we had was to identify the management of the money. And of course, we did a per capita distribution to every band member. The remaining going into trust, and that's what Jamie is going to be talking about. But while it's sitting in the trust, it has to work for us. It can't just sit there in a bank account and not make anything. It has to work for us. And that's why we look for the best investment advisors in the country. And we interviewed, I think, 3 or 4 different investment advisors, people that know how money works and how the markets work, not just in Canada, but in the United States and internationally. We looked for an investment advisor that had Indigenous people working for them, because there's investment companies out there that are using our money, but yet they don't have any of our people working for them. So we weeded those ones out very quickly, and we arrived with Mr. Jameson here at TE Wealth. And we really appreciated his presentation. He has a Anishinaabe working for him in Ontario who was part of the presentation. And we've relied on him to give us good advice. Okay, so part of that advice was for us to interview the appropriate investment managers, or to identify which investment managers to work with. And as you saw from there, our investment managers who actually have the money and putting them into investments, Dixon Mitchell and Leith Wheeler, are 2 of the top performing investment managers in the country. So we're very fortunate that Jack had those connections to be able to bring those people to the table to invest our money. And sometimes it's boring. It's boring to listen to this stuff. But
I had one joke. I thought
Arctic blonde Jack over there. You know, it's a little bit boring, but the truth is that our money has to work for us. And that's what his presentation is about. It's a discussion about how the money is managed so that it grows. And it has to grow. It can't stagnate. It has to grow for us. And that's the commitment that the managers make. That's what Jack is overseeing on our behalf. And Jamie's going to expand the conversation even more with a discussion about the trust parameters and what the trust is responsible for. Thanks.
Okay, so next up we have Jamie Catterall from BMO Trust. And we're having technical difficulties, so is Justin in the room? Justin or Grant, we need you up here to fix this.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, you don't want to joke for me. I can't top poetry. While we're sorting through the technical issues, I just want to thank you for the invitation to come speak with you this morning. Thank you to Chief and Council. I am with BMO Trust Company, who is honored to have been appointed the corporate trustee for the Minigozibbi, Anishinaabe, Pine Creek First Nation Agricultural Benefit Settlement Trust, which I will call the trust from now on. There we go. So I've got a slightly briefer presentation to go through the details of the trust. And I want to start off by saying that I take exception to Jack's comment about gray hair indicating age. I think it indicates intelligence. But we'll talk about that later. Anyways. Still searching through. There we go. Okay, that's not showing up great, but my first slide, what I like to do when I'm talking about trust is just offer a reminder of what a trust is, why funds are placed into a trust instead of just a separate bank account for the nation. There's four really good reasons. Trust funds are held separately from the nation's operating funds with the trust company as custodian, so it's completely separated from the nation's funds. The corporate trustee actually takes ownership of those funds for the benefit of the members. When you voted for the settlement, you also voted for the trust agreement. You approved the trust agreement. That is the rule book. This is what the corporate trustee follows, making sure that there are no funds withdrawn, for instance, from the trust that are not permitted by the trust agreement. We are fiduciaries. That's a fancy term that means everything we do, we're held to the highest legal standard to ensure that everything is done in the best interests of the members. Third reason, trusts stay in place regardless of any changes you may have in your leadership. So you've got very good people at the table today, 20, 30, 40 years down the road, no one can pull a Trump and try to change the trust with a BCR. Any changes to the trust agreement have to go to you for approval, you the membership. So that's very important. And finally, trusts provide transparency and accountability. So that's what I'm doing here today, coming to you, disclosing everything that happened in the trust during 2024 and providing a quick update for 2025. Next slide. So what is a trust? It's a legal contract between three parties. There's the First Nation, which settled the money into the trust. The corporate trustee was chosen. Again, Beagle's very honored to fulfill that role. And the third party is what we call the beneficiaries, you, the members of the nation. It was created in April of 2024, so almost a year ago. Next slide. The trust has two accounts. There's what we call the legacy account, which Jack spoke about, and then there's the minors account. It's we have a minors account holding their money separately. So the legacy account can only be used for those 7 purposes. It purchases the investments that Jack spoke about. It pays the expenses of the trust. If the trust borrows money, which it's able to do, it can make loan payments. It can make payments to the First Nation for what we call permitted purposes, which I'm going to be going through. If there's a disaster like COVID, the trust has a mechanism that funds can be used to provide relief to the community. And each year, which I'll be showing in a couple of slides, there's an annual return, an annual payment paid from the money in the trust to the nation for permitted purposes. Next slide. I was up late watching the Jets game last night, so my voice is a little croaky. So these are the uses that are permitted by the trust agreement. There were the PCDs, of course, $30,000 payments to members. The trust can be used to acquire lands for social development, health and wellness, culture, heritage, and language, First Nations governance, economic development, environmental and natural resources, early childhood education and development. Next slide. Education, training, bursaries, scholarships, infrastructure and housing, sport and recreation, funeral support, advancement of Indigenous rights, including legal costs, talked about those authorized loan payments, and indemnification of the trustee. So it's a fairly broad spectrum of uses that are permitted by the trust, but there's also some uses that are not permitted, and that's on the next slide. So what can the trust not be used for? It cannot finance private businesses and private housing projects for individuals. It's got to be for the greater benefit of the nation as a whole. Obviously, the trust cannot fund unlawful activities. It cannot make financial payments to the nation's leadership. And that long section there says that the trust funds cannot be used for future PCDs, effectively. So unearned payments are what we call those. So PCDs, financing or loan guarantees for member-owned businesses or privately owned housing. Next slide. So how do we get funds from the trust? Well, there's a couple of safeguards built into the trust agreement to make sure that there's always enough funds that remains in the trust in order to pay any outstanding PCDs. So that, of course, includes the minors. And there's a very few number of adult members who have not yet come forward to collect their payments. We always make sure there's enough funds in the trust to make any outstanding loan payments, if there is a loan. And another safety valve built into the trust agreement is we look at how much the trust started out with. We bump that up by an inflation factor. And if a request for funds from the trust would bring the balance of the trust below that amount, then the request for funds has to come back to membership again for approval. And again, any request for funds has to be for one of those approved purposes that we just went through. Next slide. Okay, so let's get into some of the details. Next slide. So the settlement was just shy of 141 million. From that, we carved out $30,000 for each member under the age of 18. That was big number, 33,540,000 got moved into the minors account. And then the adult PCD payments obviously were paid out. And that amounted to 86,545,000. So the number I'm using as our start off point for the legacy account was 20,894,000 change. So remember that number, 20,894. Next slide. Jack already spoke about how we've hired 2 investment managers, so we can skip this slide. So these were the expenses that were paid from the trust in 2014, and there's not a lot because again, we don't have a complete year. So there was a small amount for a meeting expense. That was the meeting in Winnipeg to interview the investment managers. The investment managers themselves have their fees of just shy of 54,000, and the corporate trustee fees were 38,000. I just want to point out there's 2 quarters worth of fees from the corporate trustee, but only 1 quarter of fees from the investment managers. That's why normally the investment managers get paid quite a bit more than the trustee because they're the ones that are making money. Next slide. So I talked about how the trust can borrow money, and a loan was taken out in October of 2024 for just over 2.1 million. Very good interest rate of prime rate, which right now is 4.95%. And that loan is scheduled to be repaid over 25 years, although it could get paid sooner if leadership chooses. This loan was used for on-reserve housing. And the annual payments on this loan is just over 140,000. And when I get to the slide that talks about the funds that are paid to the nation each year, that loan payment comes off that payment to the nation. Sir. There is a question, but I might answer.
Thank you very much. Before you finish up there, unlawful activity is a little bit concerning for me. I need broader context about that. Am I charged without Is that an example? They're not supporting unlawful activity.
Yeah,
My
so,
question.
the trust cannot be used to, finance crime.
What's that?
It can't be used to promote crime. I'm trying to think of an example. Silly example, the trust could not be used to build a meth lab or something like that.
And I estimate 53 million was roughly surplus. Am I right?
53 million was which?
53 million according to what I see on your presentation. And that comes out to over $1 million per year for interest rates.
Okay, so
Am I right?
not quite. The starting number for the trust was 20.8 million. That was the amount left over after settlement funds were received, the miners' payments were moved over, and the PCBs got paid. That left 20.8 million. So that's the number that's invested by the two investment managers. I'm not talking about the miners, that's separate. We'll get to that. It's 20.8 million.
Well, yeah, you said in your presentation 140 million.
Yeah.
On the settlement.
That's right.
So there was a distribution.
Yeah.
Okay. According to what I see, there were
86
million. I'm seeing 53 million roughly is what should be there.
That's including the miners?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so this slide is talking about the annual payment that the trust makes to the nation. And it's a very easy calculation. It's 3.5% of whatever's in the trust as of December 31st. From that, we deduct any loan payments that were made by the trust. And then the nation receives the net amount. Now that loan that I talked about, its first payment isn't until April of this year. So in 2024, there were no loan payments, so there's no deduction from the payment that was made to the nation in 2024. So that worked out to just shy of $760,000 that was paid to the nation. And again, that money could only be used for that list of eligible purposes that we went through. Next slide. So not a lot of data to share because we only started this trust last year, but this is good news. This is what we hope to see. Jack spoke about it a bit. We've got our opening value of 20.8 million. It grew by year end to 21.7 million. And when I wrote this presentation over the weekend, the trust has grown again to 22,152,000. And again, that's after we paid that 760,000. So really good news story. It's a short data sample, but it's everything that we want to see. I've got a comment there that says that the trust investment managers have added value of 3.1 million. What that means is we take into account all the money that's been paid out of the trust plus the growth. Another way of thinking about it is if we had not invested the money, just put the cash under our mattress, we'd have 3.1 million less than we have today. So the managers are doing their job. Next slide. And next slide. So we're going to talk briefly about the miners' trust. So the miners, again, their money has been set aside in a separate account. It's invested separately from a legacy account. A miner will receive their payment when they turn 18 and when they have completed a financial management training course. They receive $30,000, same as the adults. Starting in December of this year, that $30,000 will be adjusted upwards for inflation so that their purchasing power equates to the same purchasing power that the adults received when they got their payments. Yes, sir.
Thank you for this much. Pine Creek borrowed over $1 million on the subsidized housing. Are we subsidizing programs? What is the true numbers, and why are we doing that? To subsidize the housing. That's a question for the chief and council and the housing department. We're only funded accordingly from the department, section 95, CMHC. So again, there needs to be some clarity. Why did we do that? When there's perhaps overload in housing department in Pine Creek? No disrespect. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments and questions. I've got one slide left on the trust. And then, as you indicate, that's probably a question for Chief and Council. So when I step down. Next slide, please. Last slide. So another really good news story for the Miners Trust. We have paid out 60 miners so far. At 30,000 each, that comes to $1.8 million has been paid out of the miners account. Yet, it's growing from 33,540,000 up to 35,132,000 as of Saturday. So even though we paid out that 1.8 million, we've got more money than we started out with. That bodes really, really well for when we have to start paying those inflation adjustments on their payments. We've got a really strong pot of money growing for your miners. And with that I believe was my last slide. So I welcome any questions before excusing myself.
Question. Say my child is 13, when he turns 18 in 5 years, will he just get 30 million?
30,000.
I mean, like 30,000.
No, your child will receive more.
Okay.
So again, beginning the end of this year, we're going to be adjusting the 30,000 by inflation.
Hello.
Hello.
I just have a question about the interest rate for the miners account. Is it the same 3.5 as the other?
It's the same investment strategy for the miners, I believe, Jack?
Strategy is, yes.
Yeah. So the returns on the miners are mirroring the returns on the legacy.
Actually, my apology, the asset mix or the combination of stocks and bonds is a little bit milder. The legacy trust is a little bit more aggressive. They grow for future generations. The miners, we want to protect the owners. Markets go around the way we want to protect that. So there's a little bit less equity, about 55% equity than 60 or more in the legacy. And that way, it's really kind of driving the kind of return we need inflation. So we need to be interested. So that helps.
So the translation is miners are invested a little bit less risky. So the interest rate wouldn't be as high as on the legacy account. But again, the miners' payments aren't tied to how much interest is made. The miners' payments are adjusted by inflation, as we mentioned each year. And Councillor asked me to remind that inflation adjustment starts December this year. So children turning 18 in 2026, you can see that.
Okay, next question. Children born after, say, December, when the housing law was settled, does the future children get this money or it's no?
No, there had to be a cutoff. So the cutoff was the effective date of the trust. However, I will say that children born in the future will benefit from the general benefits provided by the trust. So remember, this is year one of a 7-generation trust. We've got 20 point something million today. It's going to grow. for the foreseeable future. So it's going to provide real tangible benefits to the nation.
Good morning. I'm asking for a friend. In terms of inflation versus interest, is that both considerations that are being placed into the amount that would be paid out to a minor that reached age of majority?
Just inflation. And the logic there is when the adult members received their $30,000, that gave them a certain purchasing power. Let's say that was a Ford F-150. 10 years from now, an F-150 is going to cost a lot more. So we want to give the miners the same purchasing power, and that's what that inflation adjustment will do.
Okay, but do they receive the interest that their money is accruing as it's sitting there?
Well, the interest.
Just a yes or no would be good.
No.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. And also, is there a process set out for accessing the funds that will benefit all of the members? Is that just vested with Chief and Council, or can that be done as a community?
Chief and Council represent the First Nation and are able to access funds by submitting a BCR. However, again, there are safeguards built in that they can't go nuts and take all the money out of the trust.
Right.
At a certain point, membership may need to provide their approvals.
Okay, so in some instances, members can be or should be involved.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then the amounts, the expenditures that are allowable, like as you said, they're broad, is there possibly a definition that can be attached to those areas? Because like lots of us don't know this type of financial information. We weren't at the tables with all the negotiations. We didn't grow along with it as close as as it would have been. It would have been helpful, but I understand private negotiation processes have to take place with Canada. But in terms of bringing us along and us growing along and learning along, I would appreciate what that would look like, and not only for me, but for our children and the ones yet to come.
Excellent suggestion. So part of my reporting accountabilities is providing an annual written report to be kept in the band office. So I'll take that away and try to attach some definitions to that.
Okay, and I enjoyed my distribution payment. Thank you for that.
Good.
Just one comment to address maybe what you're asking too about, again, nobody trusts anybody, right? So it kind of, your question about, gee, how did leadership spend money? There is obligations, again, financial updates. So at the end of each year, and it's kind of like what Jane's saying now, here's how much was made, here's what the money, the income or otherwise leadership has used. It is also can be expected too that every year, like how do we know the needs of our community are going to be 5 years, 3 to 5 years from now? So there is typically, and maybe I shouldn't be speaking on behalf of council, but typically there'll be a community meeting, as you're saying, who are beneficiaries and leadership each year. Gee, we talked to Jamie, we're going to do this kind of income. This is 5 years down the road now. The needs change, and we're talking to the members to say, what are the needs? They're authorized to make the final decisions, but you can take comfort that there will be dialogue going on about here's what we're getting from the trust, and how do we want to allocate the money, things like that. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years from now. And again, there'll be formal reporting, say, here's how the money was. So just FYI.
And just to clarify the questions, I was asking for someone else that doesn't feel safe enough to speak in this forum, but I do, and we know it's our right to. But in terms of whether we're talking about trust, but whether there's actual trust involved or whether there's apprehension to trust, that's not what these questions are about. I trust our processes that we're entering into in our community. Just to clarify.
I wasn't implying that. sometimes people have feelings.
Today I have questions. The students that are going to be getting this money before they turn 18, do they have to finish school, like grade 12, before they receive their money?
They don't have to finish school, but they need to complete a financial management course, which is just a couple hours long.
Why do they have to do that?
I actually really support it. It is leadership's intent to position the youth as best as they can to receive this transfer of wealth. You know, I think back to when I was 18 years old. If someone gave me $30,000, I would not have made very good decisions. So this training provides just the basics about how to save money, how to budget for purchases. Maybe you want to set some money towards a new home. Topics like this, what's bad debt versus what's good debt. It's just a few hours, and it covers off all the investment basics.
Is that part of that questionnaire they have to do before they get their money? Because I know there's a questionnaire before they receive their money. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, like there's those questions they have to answer. Yeah, there's a few that I heard they have to fill out some kind of before they receive their money.
Okay, so it is a financial management course. You just read through it. It doesn't grade you. So there is questions in there, but it's not graded at all. So no, there's no failing. You just read through it, and it's just a course you read through. Management course, yeah.
To give them the tools to make the decisions with their money, I guess.
It's just to prepare them for when they receive this large amount of money. Yeah.
Also determine if that person is not, doesn't have the capacity to run their own money, so that they have well, there's no fail or not. No fail or not.
So there's no failing when you have to answer these questions?
No. It's not like you do that, you do the presentation and you fail, you just have to participate and do the.
Oh, you have to.
Yes, you just have to watch the slide, right, it's like a slide, and then that's it. There's no like completion or pass or fail.
I don't think that's a good idea. As far as I'm concerned, that money belongs to the children, not to the workers. Not to the workers. That money belongs to the kids. How many of you agree with me? Put your arms up. There are some kids out there that cannot learn. They get excited, they get scared. They'll sit there and just say everything they do. Deny them the money. Don't you dare, because I'll take you to court with that. I honestly will take you to court.
No, we're not denying anybody the money. Again, this is a very well-intended step to help youth make the best decisions that they can. I always imagined Nancy had gray hair.
My name's Audrey. I think it is a good idea for our children to go through this budgeting program. They're helped. People help them when they're at the band office to do that budgeting program. And it's not to withhold them from what's rightfully theirs. It's just to help them, to teach them how to do banking, what all these big words mean. And so they're not confused and taken advantage of by others. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everybody. We really appreciate your engagement. And oh, you have one? Yeah, okay.
Hello. So I know it was said that there's inflation on the minor accounts, but what's happening to the interest that's being accruing on the account?
Yeah, that interest is staying in the minor's account so that there's enough money to pay that inflation.
Why does the interest on it go towards the minors? Why is it dispersed like that?
There's a number of ways minors' payments could have been designed. Many nations do exactly what you're suggesting. They say base payment of $30,000 plus their share of the investment income that's been earned. Other nations adopt this approach where an inflation adjustment is used instead. There's pros and cons to each.
So, as Lord mentioned earlier, was there a shown difference between how much the outcome would be compared to interest and inflation? I mean, if so, is that something we could see that shows the difference? That way we know that our kids are getting their money's worth.
Well, the difficulty is we don't have a crystal ball, so we don't know what inflation is going to be for the next 18 years, and we don't know what the financial market's going to be like for the next 18 years. It could very well be that inflation is works out to be more than the interest that's earned on that money. Hard to say, but it's a very fair system because again, it's giving your minor members the same purchasing power that you as an adult receive from the budget. That's the design policy.
I don't know, I just wanted to bring that up because I would feel a lot better if the interest that was for my children's money that's sitting there was going to them directly rather than being kept in an account for others. At least that's just mine, but thank you.
No, thank you. To determine inflation, it's published by, sorry, one second. It's published annually by Statistics Canada, so you go to their website. Sorry?
Okay, my question is, for the people that have passed away, their 30,000 that they were supposed to have received, what happens to their 30,000? And then the next question I have is, for our young people, some of them we're losing them because of drugs. They're passing away before the age of majority, which is 18 years old. So what happens to their 30,000?
Thank you. Sadly, that's true. If a member was alive on the effective date of the trust and they subsequently pass away, their payment is entitled to be paid to their estate. Similarly, if sadly a minor passes away before they reach the age of 18, that money is paid to their estate as well.
All right, last question, but this one isn't for myself. It's from someone who also doesn't want to come forward, but when's the distribution, the list with all the names of who is going to be considered for our band members? There were a few people on the list who are already deceased previously, and you said that money goes into the estate. So if they were on the list and considered and accounted for when they gave the settlement, what happens to that money in there?
Yeah, no, the criteria was they had to be alive on the effective date of the trust.
Yeah, but the list that I see that was shared around the band office, there were some deceased members on there.
It could be the case, but whether they were on the list or not doesn't matter. Well, it matters, but they had to be alive on the effective.
Okay, so what I'm saying is I did see some people that were deceased. So how can we clarify that these people's names aren't being used? Can the family come forward and ask?
No, if the individual was deceased, whether or not they were on the band list, if they were deceased before the effective date of the trust, then they're not eligible.
But how can we confirm that without just taking your word for it? Because I'm not saying just the band list, it was the agricultural benefit distribution list that listed all the band members' names on there. That's the one I'm talking about. And it was like recently deceased, so I'm not sure if it's been updated, but yes, their name was counted on there. And just taking your word for it, I'm sure the family would not be comfortable.
No, fair question. So I'm looking at the trust agreement. The definition of per capita distribution means a one-time payment made by the First Nation, $30,000 to each member alive on December 15th, 2023. So that's the date. If member passed away before then, they're not eligible for the payment.
Okay, well, it's not answering my question there, so I guess I'll ask somewhere else. Anyway.
Can we amend that? That's not fair for people that just, you know, yeah.
But her money got taken out of her account, but she did receive the 5,000. Why and how is that possible? Like you said, okay, so the deadline was what?
December 15th, 2023.
Oh, okay. Okay, oh, that makes sense because she passed away December 24th of 23. But she did receive the $5,000, like when everybody gave the money, but then the money was transferred into her account. So when I went, because I am the next of kin, they said that you guys went ahead and took back the money out of your account. So she did only have the 2,000 left. So the 30,000 or the 25,000 was released back out of her account. So that was my question. Yeah, I don't know why they took it back, but she wasn't allowed to. She did get her money, but then she did, it's time for me to get her, like I said, next again. I went, and the money, you guys, ran, well, whoever was the one to put the money in her account, found out she passed away at this time, so they did reverse the transaction, so she did, but she did receive the money.
Can I talk to you afterwards so we get details?
Yeah, just one more question. Sorry about that. You say in 4 months we surplus what, over $1 million. So times per year, that's over 3 to 4 million a year. So in 5 years, that would be an extra 15 million on top of that, right? I just wanted to inform the membership. They need to know.
Yeah. You're on the right pace. I'm not going to commit to a number because, again, no one has a crystal ball. We don't know what Donald Trump's going to do in the next 4 years, but it might be a bit of a wild ride.
I just had one question.
Just on that one though, just,
okay.
There is an equation though, right? As far as, it's the annual payment, what is it, 3.5 greater income. So to your point, Jamie's very correct, you can't predict the markets, but there is, the trust is developed so that it make, the community makes the greater of the income, like 3.5%. So if interest rates are really low,
if interest rates are really low, the community will get the 3.5%. If the interest rates are really high, you get more. But it's not necessarily what it makes. If we make 12 or 13% in a year, that means the trust grows. The withdrawal is still limited to that. So again, you'll be getting that leads membership to be able to plan for the future too. We're going to get at least that amount each year to do good things in the community, right? I don't know, is that sort of addressed? But again, if we made 12% return or 20% return, some of the trusts, not that long ago were making very high returns, but that goes in trust. And the bigger the trust, the more income in the future too. So hopefully,
Thank you. I just wanted to, for clarification, if a minor does pass away, does the family approach for payment then, or do they have to wait till the 18th birthday?
Oh, no, at the time of death.
At the time of death.
Good question.
A band member asked me to ask this question. Who was the negotiating team for the cows and plows, and how much did they get paid?
The question isn't really for Jamie as the corporate trustee of the trust in terms of negotiation of the agricultural benefits claim. I would say that at the outset, the negotiating team would have been the previous chief and council. And then when the election happened, the negotiating team turned into this chief and council under the advisement of our legal counsel. So the way things happen, as we're aware, is there's a confidentiality protocol that had to be agreed to with the Crown. And within the confidentiality protocol, there's back and forth about what the claim could look like, what were some of the numbers and the formula that was being used in other parts of Canada and how that would apply to us historically, as well as based on our current numbers of population. So that's kind of how it went. We weren't paid anything. And we've made that clear many times before. We weren't paid anything in addition to the salaries and wages we already received to work on this claim on the community's behalf. So I'll say it one more time, we weren't paid anything to negotiate the claim. Thanks.
We got as much as everybody else did.
Thank you, everybody. Really enjoyed being here. Well,
I don't have minor children, but I have 21 grandchildren, and some of them are going to be entitled to this when they turn 18. And given the current climate, I've heard the T words a lot. I heard trust and I heard Trump. And in terms of where things are sitting, what the news is presenting, what Canada is presenting with the pulling back of funding, the current economic climate, tariffs, all of those things. And it is weighing heavily on my mind for the future of my grandchildren, because they may receive those monies when I'm not here. And is that money protected in the if there is a recession? Is that money protected if there is some type of economic downfall within Canada? That's what I want to be clear about, because I don't want to give my grandchildren information that's incorrect, because they've even asked about it because of what's going on, because they see everything on TikTok, Snapchat, Facebook, you name it, they're seeing it too. And I'm glad that there's children here listening as well, and that it's live. So I just want to find out and be assured that those funds that are being set aside for them are protected from any type of recession or any type of economic collapse that could potentially happen in Canada.
21 grandchildren?
What's that?
21 grandchildren?
Oh, yes.
Excellent question. Getting asked this question all the time, as you can imagine. What I can tell you is there will be good years in the trust, and there will be not so good years. 2022 was a rough year for me. When we were at the height of COVID, all the financial markets were down 10%. I had to come into a room like this and say, hey, you only lost 10% this year. Don't panic. Interestingly, if we look back in time over the last 40 years, we've been through this before. We've been through the financial crisis of 2008. We've been through COVID. We've been through Russia invading Ukraine, cutting off supply chains. That those types of events cause short-term dips, which we might see. But again, this is a multi-generational trust with safeguards built into it that it cannot be reduced below a certain amount without membership approval. And over time, in every instance, the markets have gone up, even though we go through these little short-term blips. Long-term trust, short-term financial blip is what we're looking at. So I can't guarantee, but I give you every assurance that this money is well positioned to get through Donald Trump and whoever comes behind him. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are gonna stop for a 15-minute break. Just a reminder, we have door prizes here, and if you can see Audrey or Sean for your ticket, if you haven't already gotten one, you can see them. We have coffee, tea. We'll take a short 15-minute break. Okay, we are going to get started. Up next, we have our audit presentation by Brent Mish from MNP.
All right. Everybody hear me okay? Yeah. All right. Thanks everybody thanks for having me out. My name is Brett Mickey. I'm from County from MNP. Too loud? Can't hear me. Oh, hold it closer to my mouth there. Sorry about that. Yeah. I just said thank you everybody for having me out. My name is Brent Mickey. I'm you're an independent auditor from MNP. I'm going to go over some of the last audits that we completed for 2021, 2022, and 2023, and then I'll just give you kind of where we're at with 2024. So we can flip the slide there if you don't note. Hard to see that, but what that is that is the independent auditor's report, and that is more or less after we take all of the segments, financial statements of Pine Creek First Nation, and we smash them all together, and we prepare one statement, the consolidated financial statements of Pine Creek, and then we audit that financial statement and provide an independent report as to whether or not the financial statements are free of material misstatement and in accordance with public sector accounting body standards. So are they correct and are they reasonable? And we use a materiality threshold of about 700,000. So we have to say that these statements are free of misstatements amounting to a total of 700,000. And we do drill down a lot lower than that, and 700,000 is actually a small number considering the size of the nation after all of the information has been put together. So this is the actual. It looks hard to see from where I'm looking, but this is the auditor's report from the March 31st, 2021 financials. What I can say is it's an unqualified opinion. That sounds funny because you might think, well, you're a qualified person, you gave an unqualified opinion, but that's not the case. Where unqualified means there's no qualifications to the report, meaning it's a clean opinion, meaning that it's the cleanest opinion that MNP, an independent accounting firm, can provide on a nation's financial statements. So in 2021, it was a clean opinion, no material misstatements, and we did state that the financial statements were free material misstatements and in accordance with public sector accounting body standards. So you can scroll down again. This is just the tail end. You can go down one more. That's just the tail end of the report. So here's the independent auditor's report for the year ended March 31st, 2022. And again, same conclusion. Clean opinion, no qualifications, the cleanest opinion that we could provide as an independent audit firm. We'll go down one more here. Two more. And this is, now we're in March 31st, 2023. Same conclusion, no qualifications, clean opinion. We found the financial statements were free of material misstatement and in accordance with public sector accounting body standards. So now we'll get into a little bit about what the financial statements, like what the financial position was from the audit work that we did back for the years 2021, 2022, and 2023. We can flip again that slide. So here's, this is a statement, this is a snippet, an excerpt that I'm sorry if the font doesn't look great, but we have a nicer looking statement, and I exported that to Excel and then I added it to this PDF document. But this is kind of the statement of financial position, otherwise known as your balance sheet. It's a snapshot picture in time at March 31st, 2021, 2022, and 2023. And it'll show that right here's the assets. We'll start with the assets. So you can see at the top, cash was 4 million, 4.8 million, 3.6. Cash moves around a lot from year to year. How fast you pay your payables, how fast you collect receivables, whether you get receipt money you haven't spent yet, it all affects cash. So it's just timing. There's receivables, same thing. It's government funding and when it comes in and when it gets recognized. But at the end of the day, you had 6.1 million in financial assets, 6.7 the year before, and 4.6. So it's holding pretty steady over those 3 years. You are seeing a jump in restricted cash. Oh, you can't hear me? Sorry. Is that better? You really got to talk. Oh, you really got to talk in this mic. So sorry about that. So you have restricted cash. That's monies that would have been advanced from Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation for fixing up the housing units. It was a one-time payment in 2023. Investment in nation business entities. So that's the economic development arm of Pine Creek. It was managed by a board of directors effective 2022. So it's now measured as an investment in the gas bar, the BLT, the ECDEV entity, the tobacco. Those types of things are all kind of lumped together now in that investment in nation business entities. So it was holding steady at about 3.2 million. Okay, there's some funds held in trust, and then there's funds on deposit. The funds held in trust, that was First Nations Finance Authority. They require money to be set aside, specifically if Pine Creek gets into trouble and is unable to pay back their debt obligation on the First Nations Finance Authority loans. So those are just money set aside accruing interest. Funds on deposit for the most part was on capital projects, money down on capital projects before they were completed. So total financial assets were 10.2 million in 2023, 10.6 in 2022, and 5.7 in 2021. We'll flip the page. So here's the liability. So this would be what the nation owed out to third parties in 2021, 22, and 23. So you'll see payables. They'll fluctuate. In 2023, there was this big capital project, so there was some more money owing on capital projects. But other than that, it's mostly just trade payables. I will note that deferred revenue, 4.9, 7.2, 6.1, that's all monies that have been received from your government funding agencies, to which it needs to be spent. So it's monies received that you have an obligation to spend still. So it's surplus dollars that are pushed forward into future years. So that one you want to watch, because depending on the terms and conditions of the funding, it may or may not be clawed back. So it's sitting as a liability at this point in time, but it's pretty consistent over the last 3 years. We have long-term debt. We have net debt of 6 million versus 5 million versus 8. So net debt is your assets minus your liabilities, and it's sitting pretty consistent over the 3 years. Tangible capital assets are what your hard assets are of the nation, and they're measured at net book value. So every year it is increased by additions, and then it's decreased by how much the assets are estimated to wear out. So a depreciation dollar. So it was 25, 22, 21, and I'll kind of go over what the additions were over those 3 years in a couple slides. The construction in progress went from 4.9, 6.6 to 11.8 million. That is your projects that weren't completed yet. So once they're completed, then they flip up to tangible capital assets and then we depreciate them. But I also have a slide kind of walking through what the projects were, at this point in time. So you take your financial assets minus your financial liabilities and add back your non-financial assets, you get your accumulative surplus, which was 22 in 2021, 23 million in 2022, and then 27 million in 2023. So it went up by about 3.9 million in 2023. So that's kind of it's not your net worth, but it's your cumulative surplus or a net worth on a very conservative basis. So we'll flip the page. So I'm going to back up a step. Your current assets, as I mentioned, were 6.1, 6.7. Here they are for the 3 years, divided by your current liabilities, which were 6.4, 8.3, 8.2. So why do we have this slide up there? The reason is it's the nation's ability to pay back its short-term obligations. So it measures the working capital or the lifeblood of the nation, and the ratio is really you take your total assets over the liabilities, and a strong, like if you have a 1-to-1 ratio or 100%, you would have the total amount of financial assets would be equal to your financial liabilities, and if it was greater, then it would be a higher percentage. It's holding steady, 71%, 81%, and 75%. It's holding steady. And it's not, to me, this isn't a weak ratio. I've seen where it's down to 40%, 30%. So at this point in time, it's a relatively steady, strong ratio for a First Nation organization. We'll flip the page there. I'm just going to grab a drink of water. Okay, so here's the capital additions that happened over 2021, 22, and 23. There was $5.8 million in additions in 2021. The biggest of that was the Elders Lodge, 4.1 million. There was a bison shed for 240,000, water truck for 140,000. I'm rounding things a bit on this slide. There was a new gas tank, a large gas tank at the gas bar, 258,000, and then 5 RTN homes were built of 862,000. In 2022, there was $2 million in capital additions. There was the JP Cultural, had 8 cabins and an ice fishing shack, all totaling about 514,000. There was a backhoe, a water truck, a school van, all totaling 336,000. There was 2 2-bedroom homes that were built for 368,000, and then 4 vehicles and 2 ATVs and a JD tractor were added for 299,000. And then in 2023, there were $3.4 million in additions. The Family Resource Center, it was added for 1.4 million, and then it was lost due to a fire. The Rising Sun Lodge for 545,000, and then we have a street and driveway in the new development of 315,000. Blue Sky Wellness for 409, temporary it looks like, and then 3 vehicles and 2 ATVs for 283,000. And then there was a fire response project added for 308,000. And now we'll just flip the slide here and we'll look at what was in progress at that time. So at the end, I'm not going over the projects that were in progress over the last 3 years. I'll just go what was in progress at the end of 2023. There was $11.8 million in projects that were in the works, not complete yet. Water transfer station of about 3 million. 7 homes from ISC, Indigenous Services Canada funded dollars for 2.3, about 2.4 million. And then the daycare Head Start Center. So these are just it wasn't completed yet, but this is the cost incurred to date. Was 1.9, and then 2 CMHC housing projects, phase 19 and phase 18, for about 2 million total was in the works. The community hall, 1.3 million in construction and progress at that time. And then the nursing station, 548,000. And then the Blue Sky Wellness Center, 323,000. And then there's the JP Wellness Center, just 30,000. Must have just started. We'll flip the slide again. So this is what happened over the 3 years. So this is your revenue over 2021, 2022, and 2023. You can see that Indigenous Services Canada, I kind of bolded it there. It's jumped up each year from 15 to 17 to $20 million in funding. So there's more funding coming in from ISC. You'll see that the sales and the BLT revenue and the tobacco tax rebates disappear and go to the DDE, your economic development arm. It doesn't, so it's not consolidated. It comes in as a one-liner, which is a little further down, called earnings from investments in nation business entities. So it went from, there's $1.1 million in earnings from your economic development ventures in 2023. So it's nicely trended up. At the end of the day, your total revenue went from if you normalize it, it was below 18. If you normalize for the ACDEV stuff in 2021, but it went from more or less 18 up to 27 million in 2023. So a nice shift upwards there, and we'll flip the slide. And here's your program expenses were 18 million and 17 million, up to 23 million. So you had a surplus before other items, 4.2 million in 2023, 1.2 million in 2022, and then 3.1 in 2021. There's a few other one-offs here. There was the loss of the one building there, 118,000, as well as there were some monies that were advanced to your childcare, or your CF, it's your child first service, 242,000. So you had a surplus before transfers of 3.9 versus 1.1 and versus 3.1. So that's how much the surplus was. That's an accounting surplus. So capital projects are a little bit misleading because you get the money and you recognize the revenue when the project is complete, which bumps the surplus up. But at the end of the day, the programs were all operating as they should, throughout the 23, 22, and 21 year. So if you take your surplus at the end of 2023 of 3.9, and you add that cumulative surplus at the beginning of the year of 23 million, you're left with a $27 million cumulative surplus at the end of the year, which is the number that I provided when we went to the statement of financial position. So that it really, the statement of operations ties to the statement of financial position. So other than that, we're working on 2024 audit as we speak, and we're hoping to release drafts soon, and we are hoping to release the final audit this spring, and then we're hoping that we're able to roll right into the 2025 and get Pine Creek, right in on time, for the 2025 and 2026 years. With that being said, is there any questions to this point? Oh, we got one here. Yeah, thank you.
The COVID money.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
The COVID money,
Yeah.
where's that accounted?
Well, that'll be in your revenue. It'll be on the revenue side of things. Like on that first.
How much did we receive?
Oh, I don't have that number off the top of my head. It would have been a bunch of different areas and different programs that would have provided money for COVID. So it'll be.
According to the get snabe, me away at the batch of the way. Can you go? Miss Nate and then a beat the battle of Mama. I name and make on this year. 12 months per year. We go to Chinese now, they can the what. I name my chest, take way. Can away on my is he got you to see me Asia. We go to in the morning, the next to them what Chinese now, they can win ways, eh? Can I let the go? Another society comes and give us an update. Yeah. No disrespect, I have to say it, because we've been all impacted by the Indian Act system. Are we provincial Indians? Just I need to share that. So, and the other thing, the subsidies that we're doing for example, daycare. We put thousands of dollars there in capital. Is that money returning to Pine Creek? Thank you.
In terms of the COVID funding that did come in, it came in sporadically, and oftentimes we didn't know when or if it was coming in. We just get a letter from Canada saying that there's an inflation adjustment due to COVID. And Brett might have seen some of these top-ups come in. And what we did when they came in each time was we would sit down and we would talk about it, and we'd get Sherry involved as social program administrator, and we would have her do a chart and provide different scenarios for top-ups and how we should distribute to community members. That's how it was done. Some of you recall over the last couple of years, last 3 years, I guess, that there would have been COVID or inflation top-ups paid out to the social clients. That was all done through conversation at council as well as with social department, the social program. We even did, I think at one point we did food hampers as well as part of that process. So that's how COVID top-ups happen. They're not happening anymore. They cut them off last year. There hasn't been any inflation top-ups or anything like that since that time. So I hope that answers your question a little bit there, Charlie.
Any other questions?
No. Thank you, Brent.
Just one more comment on the audits, because it's been a few years since we had an audit conversation. There's been a lot of challenges since COVID to get the audits complete. Part of the reason that we had challenges is because we changed software applications for our financial systems, I think twice or 3 times in the last couple of years, which meant that staff had to be trained and retrained and then retrained again on different ways of keeping track of the books. But one of the things that the audits reflect, and it doesn't really show in the presentation, is that there's a commitment from leadership to work with operations and administration, to work within the budgets that we have to work within. And that's why we get unqualified audits, is because we're staying within the allocations that are provided to the community. We're not making, and we haven't made any type of knee-jerk spending reactions, and we haven't gone crazy with band money. We haven't done that, not once. We've stayed within the budgets that have been provided, and that's reflected in the good audits that we receive. When you get a good audit and you spend the money right, you can take that to the bank. And when you take that to the bank looks at it and says, okay, you guys are in good standing, we can lend you money. And that's why we're able to move these projects forward in time, is because there's a commitment at every level of the organization to make sure that we're spending properly. So I just wanted to add that, because I think it's important, because it doesn't show in the paperwork. It shows in what happens each and every day in the band office. You have people working there every day that are making good financial decisions with community money. Thanks.
Thank you, Chief. Next up, we have Seco, Norm, and Peter. They're going to do a presentation. And after that, we are going to break for a 30-minute lunch. And we'll have a presentation after Peter and Norman.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Peter Schulak. I'm with Seco Construction. My colleague Norm Brennan. The Chief and Council asked that that we come in and talk about some of the projects we're doing in the community. One of the projects that you see up here is the band hall that we're in right now. The band hall had been abandoned by another contractor, and we came in. So now I'm in the way. As I mentioned, the band hall was in an abandoned state when we got it, and we worked with chief and council to design what we have here. And some of you folks might remember some of the photos or some of the condition of what was here prior to it getting finished in this fashion. I think one of the real big things was that the building itself wasn't really in any quality structural shape. So we had to do some major modifications to the structure to make it structurally sound to have a community type hall. So as you see with the hall, we did everything from making it structurally sound to partitioning it to how chief and council wanted it partitioned, to leveling the floor that wasn't level, to putting in a commercial kitchen so that when you did have band events such as this, that you know, it was something that met the needs of the community. Another project that we worked with Chief and Council on were a number of modular projects. Chief and Council required an office out by the road getting in here from Camperville, and we were able to supply in very short order, a temporary facility that met the requirements of the office demands. The nice thing about the facilities that we're bringing in here is these facilities are made of steel, they're made of foam insulation, so they're very resilient. They're very sturdy buildings. They won't mold. They're non-combustible, so they're much less likely to burn. And you know, they're nice and warm and, you know, very good buildings. So we provided the temporary office out by the road in. And I'm sure that many of you would have been in that facility. A project that was very similar to that was the nursing station that's in back here. Again, it's a very similar type facility with foam panels and metal construction. And again, I'm sure that you know, those that have come into the nursing station have seen the quality of the facility that's out back. Again, Chief and Council have a commitment to building stuff that's quality, resilient products that are going to be around for a long time. We did a number of housing units, some of the reunification homes that are down by the Blue Sky Healing Center. The basements are just getting poured now, and that they'll be used by the community in a very short period of time. Again, steel construction, foam panels won't mold, and are going to be resilient and here for generations. And the last project is the Blue Sky Healing Center. Again, working with chief and council to try to get a facility to replace the previous one that had burnt down. We worked on the design of this, made it bigger than the previous one. What's really important about this building is we built it with fire-resistant products, again, to try to make it more resilient, so that the facility has a longer lifespan in the community. So very similar to what the original facility was, we were able to put some wings on to add to the square footage of the building. This is sort of an impressive shot of the detail of the work that it took to frame the facility. And if folks have been inside, it really does provide a really nice open appearance inside. So that's what we've worked with Chief and Council in the community. We're working with them on other projects in the near future. And if anybody has any questions?
As you can see from the first picture that Peter showed, this area here was in very poor condition in 2021 when we came in as the new council. There was saturated insulation hanging from open panels. There were significant water leaks. There's animals living in here. The floor hadn't been done. There was a tremendous amount of work that had to be done, but the money had been spent already. The contractors were paid. And when I came in, I asked them to come back and finish the job. And they said, well, give us more money first. I said, well, you've already spent the budget. So why would I give you more money? You got to come here and finish the job that you were paid for already. And they refused to do that. So we filed an application in court. Shortly thereafter, they filed for bankruptcy, and we were unable to recover any of the money that was spent on having them here to do the project. So after that, we put out calls for proposals to come in and do new drawings essentially and start from the ground up, because there's lots of infrastructure issues with what they've done. One of the pictures Peter was showing was one of the posts was off-centered, just hanging on the base. So we had to do new drawings, and we put out the RFP, and SECO was happy to come in and do the work for us to get it back and get it in this condition, to get to a finished product. So it cost more to get this completed because the original TCM contractors had abandoned the project, as Peter said, and then went bankrupt, so we couldn't collect anything from them.
Yeah, where did the extra costs come from?
The extra costs came from the need to resource materials as well as the labor and the planning and the construction project management to get us to the finish line, because the original budget was already spent. 97% of the original budget was already spent and given to TCM. I can't speak to how they spent it or what they did with it.
Thank you.
We were also able to go to ISC with some year-end dollars, and they came up with about 40% of the cost to do this work. And so, from that perspective, it certainly helped lighten the load from the community's perspective.
Thank you very much. Okay, just before we break for lunch, we have a special presentation by the Minnesota City School. have the drummers back up, please?
You pretty much have to do like right after started. Just say your name. That's all. I didn't tell it. Finish it off. I'll go first. You have to. Yeah, you'll have to.
Do you want to do the honor song first?
Look.
Yeah. Do an honor song first?
Oh, this.
We'll do an honor song first.
Okay.
Lucas will do the speech. We'll do the honor song first.
Okay, before we begin, we are gonna start, we are gonna start with the honor song for these young youth athletes.
Thank you.
Hi there, we asked our athletes to come during the lunch hours so we could honor them. This is first time our students are going, the boys are going to provincials and the girls, it's been their third round. So we'd like to honor our students here. We're very proud of them at Managazini School. And Brent is going to explain the process, how they reach their goal.
Oh, that's too hard work. Hey, boys. So they're tied for first, and the girls are what, fifth or sixth, right? Ranked seventh in the province, yeah, Manitoba. And just the first time boys and girls are going together, so it's exciting for all of them. And congratulations to all of them. And they're not all here actually. Some are missing or they're shy to come here, I guess. And we're leaving 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And we're going to Brandon. It's in Forest. And the girls are playing in Rivers, yeah. I think it'll be live, it'll be live stream, so you guys can check it out. Someone will probably post it, and so you guys can check out the games. One of the moms there too, yeah. So these are the boys. My name's AJ. My name's Dominic. My name's Lucas.
My name's David.
My name's Jonas. My name's Ryder.
Hey, Derek Thompson.
My name's Lilo. My name's Lexi Newton. My name's Hilly. My name's Meadow Newton.
So if you're wanting to watch, if you're not able to make it, actually the boys will be playing in Forest. That's like 15 minutes away. And the girls will be in Rivers, which is about 25 minutes away. It'll be live streamed on, what's that? Yeah, away from Brandon. They'll be live streamed on Manitoba High School Athletics. If you just go to the page and go to single A basketball, it'll direct you to a live stream, and it's on, I think it's called Red River live stream. So it's all there. I looked at it a couple days ago. It's all very easy to find, and yeah, it's exciting. I'm excited for the boys. This is the first time they get to go. The girls, they're old hands at this. This is their third year in a row. So, yeah, congratulations. You guys worked hard all year, and I'm proud of all of you.
Hello, hello? Hello? Oh. So, before we break for lunch, we do have one more presentation. Yeah. Thank you to our singers, beautifully done. So we have one more special presentation that we want to do, we being the administrators of Minigazebe. So we would like to present Chief and Council with gifts to show our appreciation, and we work with them very closely, as you must know. We work with them very closely, and we see how hard they work. They see how hard we work. We feel their appreciation, and we just wanted them to know that we appreciate you, and we appreciate you. I'm not good at speeches, but thank you, Chief and Council. So we're going to present you with some gifts here. First up, we'll have Cindy, Councillor Cindy. Councillor Cindy holds the education portfolio, CFS portfolio, Abenujia, social development,
So we got them some, to the crowd. So it's a Minigazini jacket with their last name. And we hope that you think of all your wonderful staff when you wear those.
I'd like to say, Jimmy Wedge, it feels really good to be acknowledged for our hard work, because we really did work hard, and we worked very hard for you, Wedge.
Yes, I meant to say that. They do work very, very hard. Next up, we have Councillor Don. Councillor Don, you staff see him in the office every day. He's our housing portfolio, public works. He's involved with all our infrastructure projects. Again, he's got the jacket and his last name. Nice, beautiful ribbon shirt. And a beaded tie. So again, think of all your wonderful staff when you wear that. Next up, we have Councillor Bertrand.
Jimmy Wedge. I'd just like to also thank all the staff here for all their dedication and hard work they do for our community. Jimmy Wedge, good to know you all.
Next up, if we could have Councillor Harley. So another, Councillor Harley is a housing portfolio, recreation, they're all, like, it's hard to say, identify to one portfolio because they do work as a team. They're all over the place. So, yeah. A nice ribbon shirt. And a beaded tie.
I'd just like to say miigwech and thank you to all the staff that carry out our vision every day. They do a lot of the on the ground work after we do our thing. They carry out the vision. So thank you very much for that to all our staff.
Thank you, Harriet Councillor. Next up, we have Councillor Angela. Councillor Angela carries the health portfolio, very involved in all areas also. Beautiful bag. Another jacket with her last name on it. Beautiful ribbon skirt. And I'd like to thank Kyle did the shopping, and you can tell he knows his chief and council and their colors and what they like. And
it feels great to be acknowledged. I'd like to thank the staff for acknowledging us, but you guys do a great work too. Like I said, you all deserve a round of applause. Everybody deserves a gift because you guys all do amazing jobs. Thanks to our leadership as well. Thank you guys all. Be good, Kyle. Kyle.
so, last but not least, Chief Nipanak. So Chief Nipanak is, of course, our chief. He's a wonderful chief, and we thought we'd present him with items that he would enjoy. And because, Chief being chief, we thought that he could get a little extra gift. So we purchased him a nice, beautiful wall clock for his new home. Yeah, and we hope you think of all of us when you look at that clock.
I'm now gonna deliver a speech that'll take us through lunch. Just what a great honor, what an absolute great honor it has been to be part of community leadership, to work with our community, to work with our staff on so many different tasks, which have been very difficult at times, but have also been very good and rewarding for all of us to experience. I've always believed that part of the role of the chief and the council is sometimes just to stay out of the way of people and let them do the good work that they're tasked to do. I think we've done that at times. We've tried our best to stay out of the way and let the gifts of our staff really do the work that they're destined to do. And in that way, we grow as a community. And I'm just so very grateful. What a journey life has been over the last few years. And as we wind things down, you know, I'll always forever be grateful of these gifts and this acknowledgement today. Thank you.
Okay, so that takes us to lunch. It's gonna be a 30-minute lunch, and it looks. Okay, so there's gonna be two lines. Hopefully, our only challenge today was tables. We want our elders to go up first, of course, to serve yourself, and then hopefully just find a seat.
get settled in a little bit for this afternoon's agenda. Before we call up the next presentation, I'd just like to ask everybody to give a round of applause to the cooks for providing us with a great meal today. You bet. It's very, very tasty. Our next presenter this afternoon comes to us from the Treaty 1 territory. I've known this lady for a number of years. I hired her actually when I was Grand Chief at the Assembly Manitoba Chief. She was one of the first family advocates that we hired. We hired her at the same time as Cora Morgan, and together they built up what we call today the First Nation Family Advocate Office, which is a multi-million-dollar program with a number of different staff operating out of Treaty 1, helping children and families as they navigate their way through the Child and Family Service system. And Kyra was one of the first hires we made in that program, and a pioneer in transforming and helping transform the CFS system from what it was yesterday to what it's going to be tomorrow. From there, Kyra went on to be chief of the Long Plain First Nation, and shortly thereafter, of course, we elected her as our Grand Chief at the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. Kyra has been a fierce advocate for the rights of children, but in more recent times, she's also been very, very present in the Search the Landfill initiative, which was spearheaded by grassroots community members in Treaty 1 territory, and of course supported by the political advocacy of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. I want to say how grateful I am that I've been able to work with Kyra over the years. Grateful that she agreed to become the leader of the organization at BNC and come out here and visit us today. So without any further ado, Grand Chief
by our nations, by our leadership. So I work with our chiefs and our counselors. And so the way that it's structured right now is that all of our chiefs, they sit on different councils or different committees. And so Chief Mipanak actually sits on our executive council. And when we look at the mandate of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, all of the decisions, they come from the chiefs that sit around in Assembly or at the executive. So Chief Mipanak represents your nation at the executive council, and I'm so grateful that he's able to be at that table and sharing his knowledge and wisdom. And then I also want to acknowledge our Women's Council. And so Councillor McKay sits on our Women's Council, and that's all of our female leadership that is represented within Manitoba. And so we have female chiefs or councillors that sit on the Women's Council. And so that's where we focus on a number of different issues, more specifically women, children, families, gender equity. There's a number of things that we talk about at the Women's Council. There's also another council committee that makes also decisions within AMC, and it's called the Personnel and Finance Committee. So whenever I need to make a decision about what's happening internally with AMC, we go to the Personnel and Finance Committee. So there are chiefs that represent their nations at that table. And so those are the three primary councils that we have at AMC. And of course, if anyone has any questions, you can feel free to reach out to AMC. We're always very open and welcoming and transparent about the work that's happening there. Just in terms of the work that we are doing, as you all know, there's so much that we need to address as First Nations people. And so when we talk about all the different issues, and I'm sure today you're talking a little bit about that, but we have committees for all the different areas that we need to focus on, because all the decisions, they come from our leadership, which comes from their nations. And so they bring their ideas from their nations to the table to figure out how to address these issues. So we have committees on health, we have a committee on policing and justice, we have a committee on child welfare, on health, and more recently, Jordan's principal. So we have a number of committees, and I just want to make sure that I'm not missing any, because I'm still learning so much about what's happening within the organization. We also have, of course, this is a very important one, treaties and self-determination. And so right now we are looking at how do we challenge government, how do we challenge them to make sure that they're upholding our treaty rights, our inherent rights as First Nations people. And this is an important discussion and a priority for myself, actually, when I was elected, because when we think about all these issues, whether it's health, child welfare, justice, policing, it's all attached to our treaties. If government would just listen to our people, then we wouldn't see a lot of these issues. So, I could go on and on all day about the issues. We all know the issues. But I guess, just thinking about, some of the work that we've been dealing with as of lately, what you probably see a lot on, whether it's in the news or social media, is searching the landfill. And so this has been about a 2-year fight that we've been dealing with this. And, we've only been in this search now, I would say probably about 3 months. And we've already found 2 of the women that, were suspected of being in the landfill. So it's only been 3 months since the search started that we found 2 women. And I know that the Premier has identified that they are under budget still, because there was 40 million, 20 million from the feds, 20 million from the province that was allocated for this search, and they are under budget right now. And so the next discussion that we are talking about is Buffalo women. And what does that mean for this lady that we still have yet to identify? Where is she from? Who is her family? And when I think about this work with Search the Landfill, it identifies and shows I guess the magnitude, I guess, of the crises that we're dealing with when we talk about missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in Two-Spirit, as well as the men and the boys. You know, this is such a big crises right now, not only in Manitoba, not only in Canada, but on Turtle Island, internationally. Like, this is a major issue. And so we are working on that right now at the Assembly Manitoba Chiefs. So we do have a department where we are focused on that work. Right now, we are addressing some of the issues, I guess. So right now, we are creating a database where we will compile all the information of families that are still looking for their loved ones. And so this is a database that my hope is that we will be able to work with Winnipeg Police to create this, right? And so this is some of the work that we are doing there right now. There is so much more work that needs to be done, but this is the priority right now for that. And the second area that we've been focusing on primarily right now is Jordan's Principle. And so Jordan's Principle, you know, was a ruling that really helps our children and our families when we started to see the rollout of this. And I hate to say a program, because when I think about Jordan's Principle, I think about that little boy that suffered, you know, his whole life, and his family had to deal with the federal and provincial government. So when I think about this ruling and how everything was supposed to look for our families, initially it was great because we were supporting families as much as we could. But then they saw that we were supporting our families too much. There was too much money being spent and whatever else. And so when I was chief, I remember asking the region for Jordan's Principle. I remember saying, can I approve this? Can I approve this? Can I approve this? And they would say, yes, yes, yes. Spend, 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 spend. And so that's what our leadership did throughout the region, is they approved everything based off of the guidelines that the federal government created. And so when they saw, you know, the national office versus the regional office, and when they saw the money that was being spent, they said, wait a second, this is too much. And so now we have created the Chiefs Task Force on Jordan's Principle. So what we're doing is coming together to figure out next steps on how we're going to push back with the federal government, I guess, just in terms of how they're wanting to further implement Jordan's Principle. And you know, that's government for you. They give you a little and then they take it back. And so that's what we're doing right now with Jordan's Principle. And I'm just thinking, what else could I talk about here? Just in terms of health, you know, health is an area that is commonly underfunded. We don't have enough services. And so when we talk about health transformation and what services that you should all see within your nation, this is an area that we need to come together and to bring forward these ideas. And so that's what we're working with the federal government right now, is looking at what sort of health services do our communities need and how can we further support our health. And that's all areas, right? Our physical, mental, emotional, or spiritual. So health is a major one right now, where the federal government is currently discussing health. But what I will say, and I don't want to take up too much time here, but what I will say is, being elected as Grand Chief, there's so much work to be done. And I guess you could say, sometimes I'm shown, like, whether it's in the media or whatever, as being angry. Okay, angry. There's another angry Indian. But the way that I see it is, that's what we have to do to be strong advocates. Is we need to be strong in our opinions and to be vocal. And my idea is to always collaborate with government. The idea is to always collaborate with everyone that is involved in our lives as First Nations people. All these different systems that impact our lives. And so for me, I want to be able to get the attention of everybody, and I just want to, I guess, share a story about your chief. And I know I see him sitting over here. And so I remember from the very beginning, I was a new chief, and I got a call from WPS, Winnipeg Police Service. And that's when they said to me, there's one woman that is suspected of being in the landfill. And we just want to let you know. And then probably about a half an hour later, I received a second call from Winnipeg Police again, and they said there's a second woman from your community. And I was just thinking, okay, like, what do I even do? Winnipeg Police are saying that they're not going to search for these women. These women are from my community that I represent. How am I going to, what am I going to do, basically? Because how do you even deal with that? And things change every single day when you're in leadership. There's various different crises that you're dealing with. And so that's what I had to deal with, like, right away. As soon as I was elected, it was like within like 6 months, right? And so I remember calling Chief Neepanak one night, and I said, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Winnipeg Police, they're saying that they won't search for these women, and I don't know what to do. The chief of police, he's not listening to us. He's not listening to me. He doesn't want to search. And then he says, take your power back. He says, take your power back, change the narrative, take your power back. And I said, okay, well, yeah, that sounds great, but like, how do I do that? And he's like, tell him to resign. Tell him to resign. And I'm like, no way can I tell the chief of police to resign. And he said, why not? Why can't you do that? If he's not going to do his job and he's not going to help our people, take your power back. And so the next day, that's what we did. And I firmly believe that is where things changed for us, because they started listening to our people, they started listening to Long Plain, they started listening to our leadership, and that's where I think everything changed. So I just want to say, thank you, Chief Neepanak, for your mentorship and your guidance throughout these years. You guys are so lucky to have him as one of your leaders, and I look at your council here as well. Thank you for your leadership. It really does take, a very courageous and brave person to do this work, because our leadership deal with so much every single day, and you really have to think on your feet and really do so much. And so I say thank you to our leadership, and thank you to everyone here for electing, amazing leaders that sit here. And so I just want to say there is so much work that we're doing right now at AMC. And if there is ever any time that, you are in Winnipeg and you are needing to speak with me or speak with a team, our door is always open to community. And it may take a couple of days for me to get back to people, but I promise you I will. And, I just think about, it's such an honor to be here. And so in this role, what I will say to everyone here today is I promise that I will fight for you. I promise I will fight for our children. I promise that I will fight for our nations, and there's so much work to do. So I just want to say thank you, and I want to say thank you to my bro over here, former Chief Hudson. You know, it's always an honor to be in the presence of our former leadership as well. So I just want to say thank you, Miigwech, and I will open it up to any questions you might have for me. I don't know if there's any questions here. Thank you.
My name is Audrey Brass, and I am an angry Indian. What my concern is that in the past few years, we've seen a lot of dog maulings on our First Nations, a lot of children getting killed. We had another one, a 5-year-old got mauled to death. We had a man die in Kisikuin. I would like to know what our chiefs at the table are going to bring to the federal government in ways of helping us. I know the northern communities are isolated. They have no veterinary care. And like for us, we're an hour away from veterinary care. So we can manage if we put our feet down and start, taking care of our pet management in the community. But I think that's something that has to be spoken about for all First Nation chiefs to bring to the table, because it's getting worse and worse. And as Anishinaabe people, we're supposed to be taking care of Mother Earth and her animals, and we are not doing that. We're having ceremony, we're littering the ground, we're not recycling, we have powwows, and then you see starving dogs trying to eat there. Like, this is something that we need to all together work on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, and I think about your comment, and thank you for the comment and the question. Yesterday, when I was in NCN, we were having our headdress ceremony for our regional chief. And so we were in like the multiplex, and everyone was sitting around, and all of a sudden I see this dog. He's just walking around in the multiplex, like just minding his own business. He's just kind of like hanging out, and so I thought it was just very cute, seeing this dog just walked in, and so when I think about our animals, you're absolutely right. They're very much a part of our families, very much a part of our community. And I think it really is talking about like the bylaws. Like what does that look like? And that's different for every nation. And so that would be up to the leadership to decide what does that bylaw look like. When I was chief for my community, we did have a bylaw that spoke to maybe how many dogs you might have, or how you take care of them, or they got to be in your property or your yard. So every community is different, and whatever it is that leadership want to bring forward in terms of areas that need to be addressed, like I will be there to support 100%. So thank you. Hello.
Hi. Charlie Bushy, former chief of Pine Creek.
Hello. I thought
out
I
of voice.
recognized you.
Yeah. I want to acknowledge you for your success as Grand Chief. Thank you. But I raised my status card as Derek Deepnack did at the National Assembly I think in Ottawa. In fact, he threw this card away into the garbage can. And Canada saw that. I didn't know the reason why. Today I know. I am just a status card Indian. I am not treaty. Where's my treaty? Treaty 4 was signed in 1874. A family of 5, 640 acres. 1 square mile of land. Where is my land now? As Grand Chief, you need to push your colleague, the Premier, because he owes the treaty process, taxes, sovereign territory, our land, our water, our environment. We are sick with diabetes with this provincial health system. You know, lots to talk about. Where's the economic arm for our people? I am a trust fund Indian. And you know, I live on social system, a provincial system that was enforced in 1930, the Natural Resources Transfer Act, when my grandmother and my mother signed the birth certificate giving jurisdiction to the white man. And my people don't know. I'm going to push you. How do we survive another 150 years? Climate change, the drainage where we live here in Pine Creek First Nation, all these users that prosper from our territory dump their herbicides and pesticides. And here we are with filthy fish that we always depended on. Our drinking water. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate your comments and I agree with you 100%. Everything that you have said, we are working on at AMC. So the first one, we're talking about citizenship. You know, even for myself right now, and this is not even about status versus non-status. This is about treaty rights. You're exactly right. And when I think about citizenship is the first one, citizenship comes from the federal government right now. They say you're Indian, you're half Indian, you're not enough of an Indian, and this is an issue right now because they are eliminating our children, our grandchildren, our great grandchildren from having that connection to our community in terms of their process. We know as our own nations, we know who we're related to. It's not the federal government that tells us who our children, grandchildren, great grandchildren are. But right now they're trying to impose that, right, with that status card. So right now, my daughter, she's non-status. How is it that a former chief and a grand chief, their daughter is not an Indian, status Indian? Doesn't make any sense. But it's because I'm a 6'2", according to them. I'm only kind of an Indian, according to their process and their policies. And that's only because my dad was a part of the 60 scoop. On his birth certificate, it says that he's Métis. And that's because of government. They put that on his birth certificate. He's Métis. He's not an Indian. And so this is what's been happening with a lot of our families. So the key issue is citizenship. We as leadership, we as nations, we need to state who is connected to our families. Like when you think about, say for example, the Métis, they get to pick who's a part of their nation. For us, it's the federal government. So when we talk about treaty rights, and I've been thinking about this, how do we fight this? And it seems to me, and I mean, I could be wrong, but the only way that government listens to us is when we take them to court. They only listen to us when we litigate. And I don't know if that's necessarily the answer. Maybe it's one of the many options. Maybe it's the only option. And so right now in our office, we are figuring out what can we do to challenge that. How do we challenge Canada? Because what happens, so say we, and this is a case that's happened out in Alberta. The Blackfoot, they wanted to sue Canada for a breach of treaty. And then the Supreme Court said, no, we're gonna deny this because of statute of limitations within your region, within your province, that says you can only sue or litigate within a certain amount of time. And I think it might be 2 years, maybe 4 years. So we're learning about these different processes. So that is something that I'm going to be asking our premier about, is removing that statute of limitations within the region. But that's only here in the region. We got to think about all across Canada, and how do we all come together to challenge the federal government when it comes to treaty rights. Because you're absolutely right. Our waters, our lands are being polluted right now. Even when you look at Lake Winnipeg, you know, right now there's a big fight with all of our First Nations leadership that are trying to protect that body of water. And when you think about, say, the city of Winnipeg, how many times now has the sewage treatment plant or whatever, it was damaged or broken or whatever, and the sewage leaked into the water, into the Red River, Assiniboine River. And so these are the things that need to be addressed. And I've had conversations with our premier, and I said, what are you willing to do for us? You are a First Nations premier, and if you don't do anything for us as First Nations in your role right now, say whoever the next person is that comes in and they're non-Indigenous, they're gonna say, oh, you guys had your time, you had a First Nations premier, and he didn't do anything for you. Why should I do anything for you now? And so I do have a great working relationship with the premier, and you know, I have a lot of respect for that role. I know he has to walk in both worlds, so to speak, right now. He has to accommodate people over here, and then, you know, he is First Nations, so he's a part of our nations, part of our community. So I know that's a difficult place to be in. But what I did say to him is, we need to focus on our natural resources. We need to work together, because all too often what you see right now is all these industries that are coming into our territories, coming into our lands, extracting from our lands, taking from our lands, polluting our lands, and our community has no say, and we don't benefit from any of it. And so he knows that is a priority for AMC right now, and we are in discussions with the province surrounding that. And we have some ideas that we are working on. Also, we are talking about renewable energy, clean energy, and we are looking at you know, a project that's going to ensure that all of our leadership is at the table, and how do we all work together as a collective when we talk about clean energy in the region. So there is a lot of work that is happening, you know, at the tables with our leadership, because I never do anything without the approval of our chiefs. I never do anything that I don't get the directive from our chiefs. And you know, when you were chief, and that process. And so anything that is our chiefs want me to work on, I will always push for that. And when we look at economic reconciliation or economic development, that is an area that we have been lacking at AMC. And I'm not saying that we need to take resources from communities or anything like that. When I think about economic development, it's creating opportunities for our First Nations, but also looking at another way to fund the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. Because right now, most of our funding, if not all of our funding, comes from the federal or provincial government. And I know when you get too loud
as a First Nations person and you get funding from the government, they'll cut you off. They will stop that funding, or they'll give you a very little bit of funding. So I know as we get louder and louder and we're pushing these things that you're talking about, Chief, we are gonna be at risk of that probably, because my understanding is that they're probably gonna be calling a new election this weekend for the federal election. And so we already have a new prime minister right now, but we could have a new government. And that's the struggle that we deal with as First Nations. We're always dealing with new government, new prime ministers, new departments, new people, whatever. And that just needs to go away. I'm just kind of tired of it. And we will figure out a way. I know we will. It may take time, it may take money, but I know if we all come together as nations to figure out a solution as a collective, we can get anything done. So I just want to say, Miigwech, thank you.
Manino Gimakwa, Joe Gimakwa, Grand Chiefs Kyra Wilson.
Hello, thank you.
I wanted to say thank you for having that education on the language in Winnipeg. I was there the other day, yesterday. And I also wanted to thank Perry Lavely. He's the Director of Education, and he listened to all the struggles that we have as language speakers. I've been born and raised with my Anishinaabe language, and I'm very proud of it. The thing that really irritates me is that Muniak, they get everything. Everything is paid for. But us Anishinaabe, being teachers and elders, there's nothing there. The doors always close on me when I try and get my elders together, the ones that are fluent with our language. They say there's no funding for that. There's only enough funding there to pay you, and that's it. And I know for a fact, many of our people here, they don't speak the language, but I try my best to teach them. But what really bothers me about it is that they have other courses here. And those individuals that take those courses here, they all get paid to go to school. So how come they don't pay our Anishinaabe people to come to my Anishinaabe language program? Like, why are we, as First Nations people, why are we below the list? And yet, that's our spirit. Our Anishinaabe is our spirit. That's why we have our spiritual names. We have to utilize them. And I'm hoping that I did talk about this at the Treaty 4 gathering when I went to Fort Capel, and I asked all the chiefs that were sitting there, please bring the language from every community, bring it out. And I was so happy and fortunate that I got to attend that language. But many times they tell me, no, there's no funding for you to go. There's no travel for you to go to a workshop. Why? Why are they shutting me out? Because I was born and raised with the language, and I'm very proud of it. And I would like to leave a legacy to ensure that the other members do not lose that language. It's a lot of work. I work from 9 o'clock in the morning till 6:30 in the evening. But that's a lot of work that I have to do, and I need technical help too with digitizing my work. I can't do everything by myself. I'm getting tired. I'll be 67 years old next month. But I'm still trying to ensure that our people retain the language. And I need
the chiefs, you are the ones that are at the top there to please help all the communities. Because there was this lady that was from St. Teresa Point, them too, they're having difficulty with getting help with their people that speak their language, they're not being recognized in their community. So in other words, they don't recognize the elders that hold that knowledge, that hold that language, that hold the medicines, and we're supposed to learn from them. Because the land is our medicine, that's our pharmacy. The words that we speak to Gijemenidio, that's from the heart. And the only way people are gonna realize that is they have to speak it every day to acknowledge Gijemenidio with their Anishinaabe with names. So I ask you, please help us out here. I'm having my graduation on Wednesday, March 26th, and I sent you an email or one of your workers there an email if you could attend. Because I've been on this for 3 years already, and it seems like we're not being recognized. The students that come to us, we fall in the cracks. We can't get any funding from post-secondary. We can't get any funding from employment and training. Why? Because they're working? That's discrimination against your own people. And that's not right. Anyway, Chimney Grats for all the work that you've done in such a short time. I value you, PG.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I just want to respond to that and thank you. I'm also very, I know very minimal in terms of our language, and I could say I probably just know the bad words right now. But I know how important our language is, especially when it comes to our ceremonies and, like you're saying, our medicines. When you understand the language, you understand the true intent of, what comes from the land and creator and from our spirit as well. And so that is what is very important, is making sure that our language continues on. Because even in my own family, like my mom's generation, like my aunties, uncles, nobody speaks the language. My grandmother and her generation, her siblings, they all spoke the language. So it just kind of stopped in my mom's generation and her siblings. And so now I need to bring it back in my generation for my daughter and for my grandchildren, great-grandchildren. So when I think about all these policies that you're talking about, when it comes to post-secondary, when it comes to language, all of that comes from the federal government. What they do is they say, we're only gonna fund this, and this is how you're gonna do it. We're gonna give you this much money, even though we know you need this much money, and you're gonna have to be okay with it. And right now we know education should always include the language, no matter where you are, whether it's elementary, high school, university, we should always be learning the language and it always should be incorporated. And so when I think about right now, currently Indigenous Services Canada, that is the department that sends out the money. I think about how negligent people are in that office, because they're the ones that always dictate how much money we're getting, what do we need. And so when I think about what are some of the next steps, well, the first initial thought that comes to mind is, how do we hold Indigenous Services Canada accountable to the decisions that they're making? And I don't have the answer yet, but once I do, our leadership will know, and our leadership have answers too. I don't pretend to know or have all the answers. Our leadership provides that guidance in that direction. But it's really coming together as nations to figure out how we problem solve that. How do we make sure that everyone, not just government, knows how important our language is to us as First Nations people? So I want you to know we aren't forgetting about that. We are working on it. Tyler is an excellent director of education. He was just recently hired, so I'm looking forward to seeing the work that he will be doing in that area. So I just want to say thank you.
I know that we probably have questions all day and comments to make to Grand Chief all day here, but I know that she has a very busy schedule, and we also have an agenda that we'd like to get through as well. So I'm sorry if we had to cut it off a little bit early, but what's an appropriate gift to give to somebody who's taken on the role of a Grand Chief and is on the spiritual journey? Because that's certainly what a Grand Chief does, is they start out into a spiritual journey. I'm going to ask all of you who are here today to please pray for the safety and the well-being of our Grand Chief. Please do that. I'm not kidding about that. It's a serious task, and it's a very difficult endeavor, and a very difficult road that she is on and that she'll continue to be on. Appropriate gift from us as one of the Buffalo bands is this buffalo skull. Many of you know or have an indication of the spiritual importance of Mushkede Vijike for our people. And as a gesture and a symbol of our appreciation, our love and care for the Grand Chief, I want her to take this home with her.
Thank you, Grand Chief. We would have loved to keep you here all day and listen to you talk and answer our questions. But we do have to move on to our next agenda item. We are moving on to the Minigazidi Anishinaabe Economic Development Corporation, and that is Brenda and team, and Larry LaValle.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I am Brenda Catley, and I became the Chief Operating Officer of our Economic Development Corporation last April of 2023. I want to invite some of the general managers that we have up to come and help support me. Is that better? So, let's see, once I get the presentation up, we'll get right into that. I'll try and go quickly so that it doesn't take too long. I know we have a lot of staff that are wanting to come up and do their presentations. Okay. So anyways, We were formerly Pine Creek First Nation Economic Development Corporation. So when I started, the board at the time directed me to do a name change, so we are now legally the Neguzibi Anishinaabe Economic Development Corporation. And that came into effect in July of 2024. We have a term of reference that indicates we operate with 7 board members. Right now, our board consists of Chief Derek Nipanak, Councillor Harley Chartrand, Daniel McKay, Lori Thompson, and Arthur McKay. We have 2 vacant seats that we're hoping to recruit. Reg Nipanak retired, and Janice McKay took on the role for a couple months, but found that it was just a bit too much for her with having a family. We have an organizational structure that I'm hoping that can be posted up. Yes. Next one. I went through all that already. Next page. Okay, it's not showing. So our office anyways, can you go back up, Kyle? It's not showing the other page, eh? Page 3. Oh, yes, that's not working. So anyways, our organizational structure starts with our board of directors at the top. We have our administration, which I'm on, and we also have a finance officer who is Kiara McKay, and an assistant to her as a finance clerk is Marlene Mikish. Under that administration, we're operating right now 5 businesses. One being the Neguzibi Construction Incorporated, the Neguzibi Telecom Incorporated, our Pine Creek VLT Gaming Center, the Pine Creek Gas Bar, and Leeson Cafe. So the Neguzibi Construction was incorporated way back in August of 2023. But due to planning and budgeting constraints and recruiting the right individual to operate that, to manage that company, we just started operating it this January of 2025. I wanted to introduce our general manager we recruited is Dustin Page. They said they'll come up and support you, but don't ask us to say anything unless there's questions. So make sure you ask questions at the end of each one. So Dustin has drafted a pamphlet. He's been working really hard. I'm really impressed with his work ethic. He's really been cleaning up and doing a lot of what needs to be done. We have 3 certified operators. They're Dion Nipanak, Jamie Sutherland, and Desmond Thompson. And these young men have been really working well for our construction company. We're operating out of the Mayock office, is where you can come and find Dustin if you need to get some work done, or they can be found at the waste transfer station. We had a list of, I guess it is showing up there. We have a whole list of all the equipment, which the band had purchased under Chief and Council, but we've transferred ownership over to the construction company. The next business that we're operating under the Mayock is the Neguzibi Telecom. So we incorporated that also in August of 2023, and we've been operating
Brenda,
since.
they're just asking that you talk closer so they can hear you.
Okay. Sometimes I can talk even louder without the microphone. But I guess we have to use the microphone. We've had many challenges with the telecom, and I know we've had a lot of frustrated customers within our community. But as we continue to work, we've been working on trying to fix a lot of the tower hosts. Our wholesale provider is Northern Rural Net, and they've been trying to do a lot of training with us. But I've been really happy because in November, we recruited Mr. Alan Fiddler.
Hi.
And Alan has been doing a terrific job. I'm really impressed also with his work ethic and his knowledge that he's bringing to the company. It's taken such a burden off of all the complaints that have been coming in. We are operating currently with about 41 residential units and about 20 band operations. We really need to increase the amount of units that we're operating, because in order to make it a viable business, I'm thinking we're going to need about 100 residential units. Alan has a booth out at the front when you first come in, and I know we have a very well, a really low cost. We have a triple play package for $119, and with that you get cable TV, home internet, and home phone. So it's very affordable if anybody needs to get any of that hooked up. And you can come and see Alan at number 3 McKay's Point Road. He's recruited 2 installer repair technicians. That's Brennan Simpson and Cameron McKay. They're going to be offering them some training again next week. We're going to have an individual come out from Ontario, from Northern Rhode to come and do a bit more training with them. We have a programmer technician, Romeo Gouet, and we also wanted to mention that Rainey McKay Jr. is one of our power climbers and coming on board as a casual whenever we need him. But yeah, so if you wanna get some more information, you can either stop at the booth, but we're planning on having a open house on Friday. So we have some prizes. We've got a couple, I think we've got a 50-inch TV and a 43-inch TV. For anybody that comes in and looks at the product. I think we're also going to be doing a 3-month free programming, just for you to try it out as a prize. And like I said, that's at number 3 McKay's Point at the gaming center there. So stop in. A part of my page is missing, but where did it go? Oh, I guess I printed it backwards. So the other program that I wanted to talk about is our VLP Gaming Center. We used to have it at the recreation complex, but we've moved it over to number 3 McKay's Point Road. And I don't think we can see very much on the board, but if you pick up our printouts on the counter there, I'm just showing the cash in, cash out, and how much money has gone into the machines and payouts. So in 23-24, the profits that we were able to utilize was $821,000 and a little bit more. Some of that went through the MLC fees, wages, of course, and then the operation of the business. But we've also been able to utilize those funds to create further economic development initiatives. I've also put in there the summary of the same cash in and payout. Up to the end of January, we were already at $918,000. So we're finding that moving to the bigger building and everything has increased our profit. We're looking at being able to have gross profit of over $1 million this year to be able to utilize for programs. The other business operating under there is the Pine Creek Gas Farm. Gotta keep remembering to turn this microphone. So in this, I just included one spreadsheet of the sales for 23-24. Our total sales for the year, that's just sales, is $4,578,000 and some change. Vernon had bought me a printout of what we have done so far this year, and some of our sales have actually gone down. So I was asking Vernon, we were looking at what sales have gone down. So some of them were cigarettes and some were gasoline. And all I ask is And I'm gonna get into, further, that we want a grocery store. But our businesses are only viable if we have community support. You know, I do hear some people saying they don't like the gas. I was trying to pay it out this year. It's at $70,000. I don't think for the gas part to be able to pay it out rate at the end of this year and make a switch to a different fuel provider, we won't be able to do that. I was kind of hoping we would, but I think we're going to have to be a Penner Oil another year, unless we make a bunch of money somehow and then we can pay that out, maybe switch over to Petrocan or something. The cigarettes, I feel like they've gone down, like I said, in sales. And I know when I'm talking to other communities, can you speak quiet so everybody can hear me? But anyways, like it's really important. I know some people drive out to Saskatchewan to get their cigarettes, but they're paying how much in gas to go over there. We know that there's some people selling illegal cigarettes, but then that takes away from our profit, and it takes away from our tobacco rebate. You know, that tobacco rebate goes in our treasury account, and that treasury account helps support a lot of our community functions. It pays for elders honorariums at Christmas, pays for Christmas dinners, pays for the powwow, pays for all kind of things. So when we're doing different stuff like that without supporting our community, it's really important to understand how you're affecting us. I don't mean to be angry, but when you're trying to run a business and trying to make a profit, sometimes it gets pretty frustrating. And but anyways, the general manager for the VLPs and the gas bar and the cafes, Vernon Nipanak, he was here today, but he had a family emergency and he had to head back to Winnipeg Roses. And now, so a part of, I guess another initiative Chief and Council is they started a card lock that we just put under the gas bar instead of starting a totally new business. Unfortunately, there was an accident and we took out our card lock, and we're still working at trying to get a new gasoline pump in there, and we're hoping once that's established, it'll start to take off also. So we don't really have any revenues in that to update that. Listening Cafe is located here in the rec complex. The assistant manager there is Lisa Harris, along with Vernon being her manager. We're also looking at, and I'm actively working at, we're wanting to start a Wiesenen at the point, which would be at number 3 McKay's Point Road. And we have the equipment was supposed to be coming in yesterday. I didn't see it, maybe today. But we were going to offer just chicken, pizza, wings, and wedges and stuff. But after meeting with the staff, Vernon and us talking about it, we're thinking that we're going to move the larger menu over to that site and just have this site more like a canteen, but still have burger, fries, like the very basic here. So we're going to see how that works. It's not nothing final yet, but we're working on it. And same thing, we just want to operate that the same under one business, the Wiesenen at Point and Wiesenen at Rec. Vernon also wanted me to mention, he left me his notes, but he also wanted to mention about the ATMs. I know we've been having difficulty keeping them filled, but it's just that it's hard, like to be able to keep thousands of dollars on hand to be able to keep those filled all the time. One of our solutions we thought is having just one bank account and being able to fill all of them and just have that bank account rotate that money all the time. Just because right now they're operating as 3 separate ATMs, money's coming from 3 different bank accounts. So for us, it's just going to be simpler, but he pulled some of the profits that we've made from each ATM. So the store ATM, the gas bar ATM, since it was installed there, has made 32,334 from just the transactions, the $3 transactions times how much? The Arena ATM has made $9,099. And the BLT machine, which has just been there a little over a year, has made $4,161. So I know that some of them have been empty, some of them have been down, but if we can become more efficient, those revenues should be going up. I just wanted to also, some of the other economic ventures that I'm working on is we wanted to start or explore the possibility of a Anishinaabe grocery store. So we recruited James Greaves and we recruited a couple individuals to work on a business plan for us. So we've had a few meetings on Teams back and forth with them, Vernon and myself, answering some questions for them. They think that their business plan is going to be done soon. We had a community meeting here and we presented the board and some of the council and myself and Vernon. We went and toured 3 facilities, the Northwest Company, Sobeys, and Federated Co-op as potential providers for the store. So we got a lot of feedback. We did 100 surveys at that time, and these gentlemen took those back with them to help them finish the business plan. So as soon as they're done, a draft, I'll set up another community meeting to present that draft to the members here. The other thing that I wanted to present on was the partnership that we have with Ebb and Flow. So we have PCF Property Management Limited. The partners in that is Anishinaabe First Nation and Ebb and Flow First Nation. And PCF Property Management signed a head lease with the federal government. And that was done because we converted that property back in May 2024 to reserve status. And a lot of people I know were anxious and were wanting that store to be done, but there was a lot of obstacles. We had to wait until it was converted before we could begin building. So that was done. And also, developing all these limited partnerships takes a lot of legal paperwork and working with the lawyer and reviewing all the drafts and getting the ratification done at our communities. It took quite a bit of time. It took a little over 2 years, which I'm told for us was pretty fast. So anyways, PCF Property signed a sublease with PCF Ventures Limited, who are the developers of any business on the land. And the partners in PCF Ventures are Anishinaabe Economic Development Corporation and the Ebb and Flow Development Corporation. That's very good. So the very first business that PCF Ventures Limited is developing is the Anishinaabe Petrocan gas station. And what I needed to do is we recruited and hired Larry LaValle as our general manager to help me to ensure that as the store was being developed, as the gas station was being developed, that everything was in place. Right? So Larry and I have been having team meetings with the project manager and the general contractors, and I'm gonna actually, because I'm gonna let him give an update on that.
Hello, can you hear me? All right. So my role is to look after the project in Dauphin. I don't know if you've driven by the project. It's coming together. The building is up, but it will be a Dauphin or Anishinaabe service station, which is going to be a Dauphin Petrocan service station, and a Burger King. The building itself is about 5,000 square feet. 3,000 square feet of that will be the gas station, and the other 2,000 square feet of that will be the Burger King. The building is currently at about 65 to 70% completion. Currently, what they're doing is they're doing the inside work. They're working on mechanical and electrical, as well as drywall, taping, and all that sort of thing, and it takes time. So basically, the general contractor there has trades coming in constantly every week doing their work. Within a couple weeks, you will start to see the exterior of the building coming together. We will have the contractor come in and do the finishing work on the exterior of the building. The canopy itself in the front will likely not start till about early May. And that's when you'll see the canopy come up, or the structure is up, but you will see the Petrocan signage, the pumps will come into play, and so on. So you'll see that in May. Let me see, what else can I tell you about the Petrocan? Probably the biggest question everybody's thinking about is, when is this going to open? I can't give you a date. I could give you a month. We are open and optimistic. July will be the month we will open. That's barring any delays, of course, in construction, because as we all know, there's always delays, but we work very closely with the general contractor and the other trades and stakeholders. And so far, things are going according to the schedule. What else can I tell them, Brenda? Oh, the underground tanks, if you know, you may or may not know this, we have 2 underground tanks in the ground right now. They're 100,000 liters each. So we will be selling premium, we'll be selling diesel and regular. That work will finish according to the weather. Like, a lot of this finishing work is at the mercy of the weather. Like, we can't do the asphalt, we can't do the finishing cement work, concrete work around the building. Some of that stuff, we need to wait for the weather to get nicer and then the road restrictions to be lifted. So that's why we are likely looking at a July date. If for some reason it happens sooner, great. But I don't want to give any false dates, yeah. Yeah. Any questions in regards to the Dauphin Petrocan, Anishinaabe Key Service Station? Yes. To open? Earliest, I've been pushing the general contractor and the trades. I said I would really love to see this building open before Country Fest, before that long weekend. Latest could be the end of July. So that's sort of the time frame we're looking at. Any other questions? I'm done. Yes. The gas station, the old. Right. So.
Are we up to par with everything with the gas station with Evansville?
Financially, you're talking?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna give a little financial report as soon as he's done.
Yeah, Brenda, we started working on this together. She's sort of doing the financial part of that. I'm doing the operational, setting it up, putting all the policy and procedures into place, putting in the employees that we need, and so on. And she will speak to that. Yes. We're on the Petrocan side, we're likely looking at around 15 employees. That would be full-time, part-time. Burger King, we really don't have a say because they're a tenant. So they will come in there, they will do their own thing. But, you know, I don't know how many employees they're going to need, probably between 10 and 20 as well. All right, thank you.
And Larry, it's a 24-hour?
So some of the things haven't been finalized. We'll have to talk to the board about that. But right now, what I'm envisioning for the Petrocan is that we open for full service with employees. We open at 7 a.m. We close at 11 p.m. And then during the silent hours between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m., it's self-serve and you pay first. So it's 24 hours, but not 24 hours with people serving. Yes.
My friend wanted to know, are you going to be paying taxes on burgers?
That is a really good question, actually, and I never thought about that because I'm not really too involved on the Burger King side, but it will be on reserve, so we shouldn't have to pay taxes on anything that Burger King serves. We just may have to educate them on that because I think this is the first Burger King in Manitoba for sure. I know that's going to be on a First Nation in Canada. Yes.
You said that Burger King was a tenant. Is there some kind of agreement made for them to operate on our grounds?
Yes. We PCEF Ventures, who owns the property and the building, which is Pine Creek and Ebb and Flow, went out and searched for a tenant for that 2,000 square feet, looked at different potential tenants, and Burger King is the one that really wanted to come in there. So an agreement is signed, a lease agreement is signed that they will come in and they will operate a Burger King. No, Tim Hortons. Like I say, I know. Yeah, and likely because they're just down the block, they wouldn't come. But I know Brenda and her team looked at different, did approach more than just Burger King. Tim Hortons. Who else? Yeah, A&W, Starbucks, and so on. But Burger King was the best fit.
White Castle would have been better. White Castle. Is it the flow paying for their share of the operation here?
Okay, so I'll get into the financials. Hi, wake up. I don't know if you'll see it up there, but maybe when you have the handout. So the total project, originally, when we did the business plan, way back before COVID, was $5 million. After we granted the civil work contract, which is way higher than we thought, the project went up to $7 million. As we've been going along, the project is now at $10 million. So where we're going to be getting the funding to pay for all of this is both communities have put in 50-50 equity, and we're up to $4 million in equity from both communities together, combined. Indigenous Services Canada, we were able to secure a grant for $250,000 for soft costs. This is project management and design. We were able to secure another grant from ISP for civil work for $750,000. I had a call with ISP a couple weeks ago, and they had a little small surplus of $35,000, which they're also going to be sending to us. I've submitted an application, and I think it's at National this week for $1 million towards the building. So we're hoping that altogether, if we have that $1 million approved, we'll have gotten $2 million from Indigenous Services Canada as a grant towards the project. We've made applications to First Peoples Economic Growth Fund, and they have a grant that they're still holding for $250,000. I picked up a check from them last week for $1.3 million. $300,000 is for the community expansion loan. So there's zero interest, but it is a loan and it has to be repaid through a project. We've gotten $1 million from that for the joint venture program that has I think it's 3.5 interest rate. And we're looking at securing right now, financial institution financing for the remainder of that project. A part of recruiting Petro-Canada, we've negotiated with them and we're getting a grant from them for startup costs for $750,000. So that'll go towards filling up the fuel tanks and making sure that everything is in the store and the first few months of wages and operational costs. So when we did the business plan, we looked for a tenant. We did increase the size of the building and we looked for that tenant to be able to help us make our monthly payments to the financial institutions. So Burger King came in and we signed a contract with them to lease that space for $75,000 a year and half of the utility costs. So that's where that is at.
Are you gonna have it flow together on this? Is that what we're doing this, or is it you doing it? That's my question.
You mean the work?
Yeah.
The ownership
Are they
is.
doing their what's supposed to be done here? I don't know.
Evanville is a partner. They've been putting in their equity. They've been having meetings. They've been having a part of the decision-making process, but I do all the work. And now I have Larry who's helping me out, so which is pretty good. And we're looking at getting near the end, and we're so glad when the project is done. So right now, we're just about all caught up with our contracts. We might be a little bit behind yet with Absolute, but they've been pretty good. General contractors, we've gotten behind a few times, but they've just been continuing and going along with the work that needs to be done. So I know that there's going to be another presentation, but looking at probably is at the back papers. But we still have, from that partnership we have with Evansville, we still have a good 3 acres there that we'll look at future development, but maybe in the next couple of years. So that's all I have, like for our local economic development businesses and what we're looking at working towards in the future. I did want to do a little update on, oh, there's a question. Okay.
This is nothing much about the store, but it is about the partnership or discussion about the partnership on the golf course in Dolphin. Is there any still any partnership or dealings going on with the Dolphin golf course? Hey, I'm not too sure who would answer that, maybe the council.
There was a letter of intent that was signed and there was a 3-month term on that, and that has passed and we haven't really had any more discussions lately. It's not something though that's off the table. It might be something that can be discussed in the future. But right now, our main focus is on getting this gas station completed, and maybe it's something that we could still talk about in the future, but not right now. There hasn't been any discussions lately. I just wanted to do
Brenda, I just had a quick question about our gas station here.
Okay.
Did you say that we're stuck with Penner Oil for another year?
Because we signed a 5-year contract with them way back when we took over from Dave Brewer. And just because at that time when we took over from them, we still owed money to Penner Oil for installing the gas pumps and that new big gas tank for the regular fuel. So it ended up, I guess when we figured it out, it would take 5 years, because what they do is they add on, I think it's 3 cents a liter for whatever they deliver. that goes towards paying back what we owe them. So I phoned them up, I sent them an email a couple weeks ago and asked them like how much do we still owe, and it came at 71,000. 71,000. And like I said, I don't think we can pay that off right now. The cash flow just isn't there. I would like to, and then we could have switched maybe to Petrocan or Federated Co-op, something else, but it's something that I'll continue working on trying to do, because I know sometimes there's a lot of negative feedback about the gas that we currently have, and maybe that's why our sales are going down. Yeah. I just wanted to do an update, just because I did print it off and I put it at the front. I wasn't gonna do it up here, but then there was some conversation, and I'm hoping that it'll give some answers to some of the conversation that took place. But back in 2021, when the ground search discussion happened in BC, it was decided that we would do the same here. And I guess we could just kind of lead through. And that was our step one, is we had community consultation and asked the members that attended at that large sharing circle that we had at MAS, should we do ground search here, and should we, and the consensus was yes, is what the members at that meeting wanted to do. So most of the people that were doing this ground search were using ground penetrating radar, and we opted to do the same. And so anyways, we contracted Ultimax, and they came in and did a presentation to us, and it was agreed that that's what we do. So step two was finding money to pay for them. So when we went and we did the site, they mapped it out. They said, okay, $50,000 a section. So it ended up coming to $250,000. So then we had to find money to be able to do that. So Indigenous Services Canada made a call out saying that they had money to do this. So I completed a 3-year application. So in year one, we got $130,000. And that was to do the community consultation and the policy and the protocol of how we were going to do this, and have community meetings to update all the time. And that was in 21-22. In 22-23, we got $190,000. And that was to do research and memorialization. So we recruited a couple post-secondary students, and we were able to download student records from the NCPR and the Oblate Police Office and places like that. And then in year three was the excavation and documentary year. So in that year, they were only going to give us $12,500, year three. So we said, well, we want to do the excavation. So I recruited Dr. Emily Holland. We put a budget together. We were able to get an additional $323,288 to do that. And so that was all completed. And then we decided that a documentary was going to be made, and we were able to get $558,200 to do that. So in the year 23-24, we were able to get $1,071,488 to complete that work. So last year, in the 24-25, which is this fiscal year, Indigenous Services Canada was pressured by other communities that hadn't started yet to say, like, we need to extend this program. So for last year, I was able to get $105,875. And I just received the application for the next fiscal year, and we'll continue working on that. I was able to get from the National Indian Brotherhood $200,000, and we put that towards the ground penetrating radar. But what I really wanted to bring up and why I decided is in this fiscal year, there's a new program called the 4 Pillars Funding. And we've already received $200,000. And there's been a company, and that $200,000 is to recruit a company to come and help us to do a 5-year plan. I'm actually just going to skip that next slide. because I kind of talked about the activities, what we did already, activity 1, 2, and 3. And then I was just showing like the GPR maps of where all the reflections were and on the land and in the basement. And then in the excavation project, and just identifying that we did not find any human remains, and what we did find, and some facts about the church, and why, I think that's why that ground penetrating radar picked up, is because when that church burned in 1936, a lot of debris fell into the basement, and rather than clean it all out, a lot of it was just covered. And when they were excavating, you could see the layers, the layer of dirt, the layer of ash, the layer of glass, and all of that. And I think a lot of that's what the GPR picked up. And then for the next project, I'm going to go to the next phase. If we just jump to the next phase, maybe. And there, so anyways, I went OCN and the northern communities invited me to one of their think tank sessions. And OCN, what they did was they recruited these cadaver dogs. Because the government was saying, we're not going to fund any more excavations, but we'll fund further testing. So it was really interesting, and they gave me the contact for that company. It's out of the University of Alberta. It's free, and they describe like how the process has been done. You don't excavate, you just drill a hole at each reflection site, and it releases gases if there is human remains there. Apparently those gases stay there for hundreds of years, but if you drill a hole beside where that marker is, and those dogs will go and they'll pick it up. If there is human remains, they'll mark them. So that's what I'm hoping to do this summer or this spring. I'm also hoping that we're going to recruit a couple people to organize the files that we downloaded. Because we got 780 names of students on an Excel that attended the school, and I know there's more. There's gaps there that are missing, and I'd like to get that as accurate as possible. And excavating in that east field. So there's 31 anomalies there, or reflections, and if it comes down to 2 of them show human remains, like there's a potential of just to excavate, or maybe none of them will. But those are things that we'll continue to have community updates on. So the 4-pillar society. The 4-pillar society manages and distributes $2.8 billion settlement from the Government of Canada to 325 band class members who signed on to the class action lawsuit. The settlement fund focuses on building the culture, heritage, and well-being of Indigenous communities. So Pine Creek First Nation is one of those members of the 325. So, like I said, last week we received the first 200,000, and the 4-pillar principles are revival and protection of Indigenous languages, revival and protection of Indigenous cultures, protection and promotion of heritage, wellness for Indigenous communities and their members. So step 1 is to submit an application to develop the 5-year plan. So I've done that. We've gotten the 200,000. We've contacted TP Consulting Group that are going to be coming, and their first meeting here will be April 23rd and 24th. I'll put up a post. We need to recruit a project lead. We're currently right now, I'm the project lead, but I'd like to be able to recruit an individual to do that. Step 2 is to submit the 5-year plan. So once we submit that 5-year plan, we'll receive 400,000 to start putting that plan into action. And then step 3 is implementing the 5-year plan. So year 1 to 5, we'll get 500,000 a year. So that's why I wanted to bring this in, and because the big part is we want to address, I guess, all 4. But for Nancy's perspective, that revival and protection of the Indigenous language will be a big part of, I think, the plan. our Goma Repent documentary. We've went through 4 cuts. This final one, I'm hoping, is the director's cut. We're hoping that sometime in April, maybe May, we'll have our first showing, and it'll just be for the band members, whoever wants to attend. We haven't determined yet where that's gonna be. I was kind of hoping to rent the Dolphin Theater and put it on the screen there, and have some mental health supports and make sure that everybody's is good in what they're seeing and that, but we'll figure that out once it gets closer to that being released. Did anyone have any questions?
No, but I'd like to say right now, on my behalf, my family, yeah, damn, you're good.
Okay, we are gonna stop for a quick 10-minute break.
out a elders honorarium, and it's for 60 years old and older. And we won't be giving that out till probably 4:30, maybe. We should be done around 5:30-ish. Six maybe. But yeah. So, Chief Neepanak just wanted me to share that if any elders do need to leave, then they can. But for the majority, right, if you have to leave, they'll give you your honorarium. But we just ask that you stay till the end if you can. The department heads have worked really hard on their presentations for you guys. So, but we also understand if you need to leave. Okay, we are doing the 50-50 draw. It is $360. And it goes to the U11.
So get your white tickets out with blue. The number is, everybody ready? 782-4893. 782-4893. Do we have a winner? This is for the U11 hockey team. The number is 782-4893. Anybody outside have a ticket that there's... Okay, we're gonna wait for a little bit. We'll wait for a little bit and then we'll call the number again. And if we don't get a winner on the next call out, we'll pull another number, I guess. Okay. Sure. Okay, we're moving into the later afternoon of the agenda, and we're cognizant of the time, recognizing that we still have a number of items to get through, but we want to respect those who have traveled in from outside the community and who have made significant contributions to the work that we've been able to do over the last number of years. So we're going to be introducing here Andrew Marquez and Glenn Hudson. Andrew and Glenn have both been instrumental in helping us with a couple of very important projects that we've had, including one of the major announcements that we made earlier this year was the acquisition of 2 commercial properties in downtown Winnipeg. One of those buildings being ISP, the Indigenous Services Canada building on Hargrave. So now Canada's paying us rent. That's the way it was always supposed to be. So just wanted to introduce them and give them the floor, and they'll be speaking about why these are good investments and where we might be able to go into the future with some of the ideas around Dauphin and what the future looks like on the economic development side there. So without further ado, I'd like to invite them up to introduce themselves. Glenn Hudson.
Good afternoon. My name is Glenn Hudson. I'm a consultant with a company called Soaring Golden Eagle Consultants and Associates. And I just want to introduce Andrew Marquez. He's an associate of mine in terms of the business that we're currently involved with. And today we're going to be, as the chief indicated, presenting on two of the initiatives that we're currently working on behalf of Pine Creek. And one was the acquisition of 2 office buildings in downtown Winnipeg. And Andrew will give the details as far as the finances and where we are in that process in terms of that acquisition. And I just want to note, I was reading your handout on housing in terms of the new bills, but also the rents being paid and also the renovations being contributed to the community. These 2 office buildings, as far as the returns back to the community on an annual basis, will cover that. That's free cash to cover those types of things for the community if the council so wishes to designate those funds to do that. And also, I know some of the previous chief, Charlie, just want to say thank you for having us in the community, chief and council, and the previous council. I know some of them going back a long way. But also, I guess, with regards to, the language program that the lady spoke about, those are type of funds that can be directed to help with those programs. It's money that you decide on what you want to do with as far as the community is concerned. And that's the future, that I'm promoting, I guess, in terms of not only my history, but going forward and helping other communities realize that. And I give thanks, to your community here, your leadership for giving us that opportunity and helping with these plans going forward. The other one is the development in Dauphin. Beyond the gas bar, there is a look at planning out a residential and commercial development in terms of the city of Dauphin, which would encompass 650 homes, along with an elders complex and some commercial space and gaming. And those things will create not only the basis of repatriating our lands and our territories, but they will be owned by the nations, in this case, Pine Creek. And you can decide what to do with that in terms of going forward on how that benefits the community at large. And that's something I feel we need to do, because this, as stated, this land is ours. So we need to repatriate it, we need to take ownership in it, but also we need to determine the directions that we want to go forward with in terms of not relying on the federal and provincial governments as far as our funding, but in terms of generating new revenues that we decide what we can do with that. And that's the basis of me being here and me coming to the community. I'm currently working with 4 other communities at the moment, but I just want to give thanks for the opportunity to be here with Pine Creek. Myself and some of the council, along with the chief, have known one another for quite some time. So I just want to give thanks, for being here, and some of the community members I do know individually. So I come here in good spirit and in good faith, and hopefully a good future for us all in terms of moving ahead with some of these developments. But I'll turn it over to Andrew Marquez, Gem Equities. He'll get some of the details on the office build out along with the Dauphin planning. Andrew?
Hi, everyone. I'll just here. Oh, hi, everyone. I am Andrew Marquis, and I'd just like to echo here what Glenn said. I've done some work with leadership within your community, and it's truly been a privilege. It's been enjoyable work, and I think there's been some things that are really positive, and I'd like to talk about those things today. That's louder. Oh, louder. Sorry. Yeah, there you go. Usually, if anyone knows me, that's never been my issue. It's always tone it down, so I'll do that. So there was an opportunity came up that leadership was made aware of, and the initial opportunity was the building that is a tenant in was available for sale from a development group out of Toronto. And what I'm going to talk today is there's two buildings that Pine Creek purchased. One was, as we just mentioned, a building at 361 Portage Avenue, just north of Portage Avenue, just on north of the hockey rink. And the other is 114 Gary Street. The tenant in 114 Gary Street is the province of Manitoba, the transportation division. The two buildings, the Portage property is about little under 71,000 square feet. Is essentially the tenant in the whole building. And the Gary Street building is 74,000 square feet, and the province is a single tenant in that. There is long-term leases in the province, with the province on the building. And in the case of they just signed a 5-year lease, a renewal starting in July. So my world is real estate, and these two office buildings I think were some of the most unique opportunities that I've seen in a long time from a profitability point of view and a return on your money point of view. I won't bore you with numbers, but I think leadership did a really good job. The asking price for these buildings were $31.5 million. That's probably 50% below replacement cost. You'd never build these buildings for that price today. You're probably, that's $200 a foot. You're probably closer to $400 a foot to build office buildings today. The buildings were appraised at almost $30 million that you'll see on the screen, but leadership negotiated a price of just a little bit over $25 million. So on the first day that Pine Creek owned the building, it was accretive to Pine Creek for, essentially $4.5 million in value that leadership created in the negotiation on the purchase price. What's really interesting about these buildings, and then the second to last slide here. There's the Hargrave building. Sorry, the picture quality isn't that good. But essentially, these buildings right here today kick out in free cash after a mortgage payment, and you pay your repairs and maintenance, $850,000 to $1 million. That in 10 years will increase to over $2 million. So as what Glenn was saying is cash flows to the community, it's significant. There was approximately $7 million, just a little over $7 million in equity that went into the buildings. So the return parameters is over 20% a year. And what's interesting is, in 25 years, these buildings will be paid for, and they're going to be kicking out $4 or $5 million a year to what Glenn's point is to decide, the community has a choice to make those decisions and what they want to do with the money. But just from a financial sense, it's really, really rare that you can ever buy something and get a return of 20% on your money. And what that means is essentially every 5 years, you double your money. And if you look at, they'll talk about the stock market, if you're making 6 and 7 and 8%, or you get you buy a Canada savings bond and you're at 5%, you're significantly more. So the key issue on these buildings is they offer significant cash flow. They're in good locations, they're solid buildings, you have really good tenants. The financial risk on these buildings is pretty small given who your tenants are. And I just think it was a really, really interesting and accretive opportunity for Pine Creek to get into. And I'll just grab your, there's the bottom. I just want to go to a financial slide here just to talk really quickly about this, just to make the point.
Second last slide?
Yeah, second last slide. That's the slide. Sorry for that slide. What's the color in there? Sorry. We can shrink that. Maybe we can, maybe we can't.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyhow, it was just essentially this is a 15-year look at the building. And this is a thing called an internal rate of return. So this is if you invest $1, what was your return every year? So essentially you'll see that there was an equity investment here of a little over $7 million. Over the next 15 years, you'll have to put, it's suggested to put about $4.4 million in for equipment within the buildings. There'll be $12 million of interest, but your
but essentially your net operating income is $40 million. And at the end of 15 years, if you went ahead and just sold the buildings, paid off the mortgages, for that original $7 million investment, you're going to return $42 million to the community. These numbers are, it's really hard to do. It's hard to explain from a real estate perspective how good these numbers are, but it was a combination of, it was good negotiations by your leadership group, and this is an asset class office building that's a little bit out of favor. It's not as popular, but really solid tenants, really good rents. In the case of this, the rent in the 1st of July goes up by 20%. So you're buying a lot of cash flow. And I guess that's the summary in all this. Before I take any questions from anyone, is this was an opportunity to buy significant cash flow streams that can be reinvested however you see fit. And maybe I'll stop there if anyone has any questions about these two office buildings. Yes.
How old is that building?
The Gary Street building was built in the 50s, and the Hargrave building was built probably 80 years old. It was probably built in the 20s or 30s. The Gary Street building was built in around 1950, in that time period. The Hargrave building was built in 1920, 1930. No, actually, in fact, if you're at a certain age, you have a heritage designation, and the city of Winnipeg won't let you tear it down if they feel that. So, no, I think, an age of a building is all how you keep up the building, what kind of repairs and maintenance you have to do. These buildings are well maintained, the foundations are good. These buildings are going to last a long time going forward. So it's not an age issue. I mean, a building can be 20 years old, and if it's not well maintained, that means there's significant money that has to be put in there. And a lot of that is the capital expenditures. That gives an indication of what money is supposed to be put in going forward and to maintain these buildings so they can produce revenue for you. Sorry, what's that? I can believe that. I can believe that.
And they were full of cockroaches.
What?
I'm not joking, I'm serious.
Well, I'm hopefully they're not full of cockroaches now. There's pest management services that try to maintain any of those infestations if they occurred, but they're managed by Collier's Property Management Services, and I think they do a good job of managing the property. I mean, ultimately, the tenants in there, which is the Government of Canada and ISK and the province of Manitoba, I think if there's problems, they want those problems dealt with.
It's a little steep, don't you think, for the price you're saying?
For these properties, yeah, no, I don't think it's steep at all. It's 154,000 square feet of office building. As I said, it's probably 50% below replacement cost if you had to go build them today. And if you look at the income that they're producing, those are significant returns. So it's a good deal, I think, for Pine Creek. And the numbers, I think, show it.
Would you give a tour?
Would I give a tour? You can ask Chief and Council from the property management point, or call Colliers, and I'm sure a tour can be arranged. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you for the information.
They are paying the rent.
What is the purpose for these buildings? What are they going to be used for?
So the purpose is they're office buildings and they're rented out to the tenants. And what I was mentioning, so it's ISK as what was just mentioned. So ISK has a lease there to rent it. They just have a new lease that goes into place on July 1st, an extension. It goes for another 5 years, and the province of Manitoba has got another 15 years as a tenant.
So Pine Creek benefits out of that?
Well, Pine Creek get benefits because Pine Creek owns the buildings. They get the free cash flow that comes out of the building after the mortgage payment. And at the end of 25 years, Pine Creek owns the building, free and clear. So Pine Creek benefits in a major way.
Ooh, goody, we'll have housing out there.
That's a decision on how all these funds
Yeah,
are
well, move
reinvested.
in, never mind you. I just get it.
Well, we can't go and live over there, so we can't pay rent. What street is it on?
The address on one building is 114 Gary Street. It's just really right close to the
Off
Fort Gary
Hargrave?
Hotel. Gary?
By Hargrave?
Close to Hargrave. It's by the Fort Gary Hotel.
Yeah.
And then the other address is 361 Hargrave Street, just north of the hockey arena.
Well, I hope it's safe. I was working on Hargrave one time, and I worked in cleaning for people. While I was there, there was a building there for pills and all that, a pharmacy. They were breaking in, and I had to phone the police.
Yeah, Hargrave gets
It's a tough place.
Hargrave
Yeah.
gets less desirable as you go further north.
Yeah.
This is
Yes,
about
it is. Yes, it is.
This is about a block off of Portage.
Yeah. Oh, okay, thank you.
No, let's just go off. Let's go off. Yeah. So what we're going to talk about here a little bit, and Glenn mentioned it, is so this is the piece of land that's just to the west of the gas station that Pine Creek and Ebb and Flow are building. And this is a video that we did for Pine Creek, and it shows the potential of what could occur here on these 80 acres of land. This is an entertainment center that would have gaming opportunities. There's some apartments, there's townhouses, and there's some houses that are here. Ultimately, that there could be an elders center or senior center here along the river. There's some green space. The V-shaped building there would be for elders potentially. There's 55 plus living or transitional living right beside it. That this development for 80 acres could house approximately 500 to 600 units of housing. We've done quite a bit of work of looking at it, the feasibility, talked to the city of Dauphin. From an infrastructure point of view, Dauphin can certainly handle that with minimal upgrades and costs. So it's a really exciting opportunity at some point in time for Pine Creek to consider. One thing I would like to talk about a little bit is programs. Everyone knows here about CMHC as it relates from an on-reserve housing point of view. But CMHC, from an off-reserve housing point of view, has some really desirable programs that, at some point in time, if there's interest, that should be looked into. From a construction point of view, CMHC will have, this is going by potentially an office building, if there was demand for it in Dauphin as well. But CMHC has forgivable construction loans for Indigenous borrowers that can be significant. The province of Manitoba has supports that would contribute towards the construction costs. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities would also contribute towards the construction costs of any building. So there's really opportunities to, I think, access some financing for residential housing in Dauphin, and in particularly in this development. And I think it's something, the forgivable loans on CMHC can be upwards of 40% of the cost. So literally, when you take the province and FCM, you could get upwards of 50% of the building free, so to speak. So it's an attractive program to look at, and there's been, I think, a lot of interest in providing housing all across Canada. And I think that there'd be a lot of interest in it from the government to support a project like this if Pine Creek as a community had a desire to want to do something like this. And maybe I can just, Kyle, if we could just go over to the renderings here for a second. It should be- Yeah, we can just maybe put that up. So the one thing about this is, in this project is an opportunity to potentially have an entertainment center or a gaming center, where you could have some VLT machines. Now this would be on part of the land right behind the gas station. It's already converted. So there'd certainly be an ability to think of it from a gaming perspective if that would be allowed by the province. But I mean, the concept here, which was really interesting is, and from what our discussions were with Dauphin, was that this would be a place to go to have entertainment options. Certainly there'd be a restaurant in there, there'd be some BLTs, maybe or maybe not, who knows, the number and the size of it, whether there's any card games, but there's an entertainment center where you could hold some larger scale gatherings, and there are some in the Saskatchewan casinos. They certainly have some entertainment acts that come along, so you know, the concept would be entertainment in Dauphin, and certainly there was a feasibility study that was done, I know, by a group out of Denver that talked about the gaming opportunities. And long story short, that as long as the project is properly scaled in size, there's an economic case that it could be another driver of revenue for the community on go forward basis. And if you want to, Kyle, to show a few more of these renderings, it comes through very well. But that would be the entertainment center. And it can be multi-purpose, so it could be for a variety of uses. And essentially, the building size here that's contemplated is around 24,000 square feet. There'd be an opportunity for a restaurant in there. Gaming is around 8,000 square feet. And the restaurant area and the entertainment area is around 10,000 square feet. That would be these are all conceptual, so it's obviously open for design and input and whatever, but just some concepts to allow people to start thinking about possibilities of what could be done in Dauphin and the potential really of the Dauphin site. And that's it for me as far as I can go deeper, but good. Sorry.
So as you can see from the drawings and the renderings here that's been provided, there is an opportunity. If you look, it's right behind the gas station. There's still some available, behind the Petro-Canada, there's still an available chunk of land there. And what our responsibility will have to be, it'll have to be up to us to create economic opportunity that maximizes the potential of that site. So that means looking at what opportunities there are in the Dauphin area and making sure that we maximize that opportunity economically. So we did a feasibility study for gaming, including a small scale casino. And Brenda and Larry actually played a big role in that and getting the feasibility work done. And it is possible that we could have a small scale casino there, but the challenge is the province doesn't want to give a casino license. So I met with Lob Canoe. Lob Canoe does not want to see expansion of gaming, like casino gaming in Manitoba. But that doesn't end the conversation. What that means is that we shift and consider what the options are. So we started looking at the VLT business model. Now the good thing about a VLT business model is that it's fairly low overhead and high revenue and high profitability. So we've looked at, I think, 80 to 100, up to 150 VLT machines at this site and figured out how are we going to get the province to agree to that. Well, one of the ways that I think that we can proceed is that we push the province to agree to let us put 100 machines there. And then we will also subsequently try and make some investments in residential or multifamily dwellings in Dauphin. That would help address the provincial shortage of housing. And that's something that they've shown interest in, something that they would commit resources to. But if we're gonna do that, we need access to the gaming machines on that site. Similar, I guess, if you wanna make a comparison to Swan River and Club Sap, it'd be similar, I guess, in that way, because Sapatoila did their Petro-Canada, and right across the street they have their BLT center. Similar idea, but we would do it on a bigger scale because we have access to a bigger population, and there's about 20,000 of us in Anishinaabe all living within that service area around Dauphin. So that's the idea. That's the concept that we're bringing forward now. It wouldn't just be a BLT center; it would be an entertainment center. So there would have to be food and beverage in that site, but also the ability to hold conferences at that site, because Dauphin is underserviced when it comes to having a conference center for bigger gatherings. We've spoken about this concept as well to other communities. Ebb and Flow is obviously our business partner. They would have an option to participate at a level that we have yet to determine. But we've even gone as far as talking to Treaty 2 and all the Treaty 2 communities to see whether or not any of those communities would want to make an investment. Because as we know, investment in gaming is significant. It's a significant outlay of resources. And sometimes you need some other communities with deep pockets to bring money to the table to be able to move something like this. We haven't seen a lot of uptake from the Treaty 2 communities. So we're really focusing this as a Minigozzi project. That's what we're focusing on right now. And we hope we can move the conversation forward. Obviously the focus right now is getting the Petro-Canada done. And I think we have the very best people that we can have on the Petro-Canada project. I mean, Larry's done this already in Swan River. He left that out, but he was actually involved in the build out of the Swan River Petro-Canada. So he knows exactly what needs to happen and how to get to the finish line. And with the help of Brenda, we've got the right people. So when we go forward into the future, we look, this is what our opportunity is here. Maybe Ebb and Flow is part of it, maybe they're not. We don't know yet. Because we don't know whether they're going to put that kind of capacity, that kind of money into a project of this size. But the revenue and the long-term benefits of the gas station with an entertainment center right behind it are very, very significant for our community. Very significant. So I just wanted to add that because I think it's important for us to start thinking about what the future could look like for us. And with revenue coming in, it means bigger investments here at home on the home reserve. And that's what so much of this is about, is how do we bring revenue home here? Because Canada, as we see, and as we've seen, doesn't want to spend money here. They don't want to send us money. So we've got to figure out ways of bringing it ourselves. And this is one of the ways we can do it. So I just wanted to add that. And if anybody has any questions for Andrew, now's the time.
Thank you very much. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, Charlie Bushy again. When I was a chief, we bought that land with the council. Late Joe McKay, I have to acknowledge him, Clifford McKay, and a couple other councilors that was there. It was 89 acres on top of the over 7 acres with ebb and flow. We, my first interest was CFS building. We currently have 10,000 kids in care in this province. In West Region Tribal Council, we have 1,000 kids in care. And who's taking care of them? Not our people. The other one is the bingo palace. Certainly, we should propose, because I like bingo. The forecast for tobacco per year, I projected probably 2 to 4 million a year on tobacco taxes. So in 10 years, 20 years, we would be able to capture. But the other thing is Treaty 2. Are they on board with us? The other one is the satellite bingo right across this country and also the United States tribes. NCI generates thousands of dollars per month. Why can't Pine Creek do that satellite bingo right across the country, and also the United States tribes coming on board? We would generate millions per year. So with that, I want to be part of it also. Nobody asked. My visions are still there. Thank you very much.
So I'm looking at the construction aspect of this magnitude. Would Dauphin be able to house the contractors and the workers and everything to build something like this? Or you're gonna build it in zones over years? Like, that's what I'm thinking about, is the housing of, you know.
Sure. No, it's a good question. So I mean, if you just think of it as it relates to the gas station project, I think I
The gas station's a little project compared to that.
Yeah, well, just think of the size of the building. I think the gas station building, the convenience store is around, I think I heard 5,000 square feet, Brenda or Larry said. This is 24,000 square feet, so you're doing 5 gas stations just to try and, put it in perspective. Absolutely, like
I
this
don't
is.
think what you need, you know what I mean, like, because there's not enough hotels in Dauphin to house, you know how many contractors you're gonna have going in, other electricians, so forth, so on, you know what I mean, like, are they gonna be able to house them?
Yeah, I believe Dauphin has the capacity to house this. I mean, this building is probably steel or concrete. Probably it's a fire resistant building of some sort. So, a lot of those materials would be hauled in offsite. And from a trade point of view, this is probably an 18-month build, 22-month build. So not everyone is here all at once.
Oh, I'm talking about all this, all that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not talking about the gas station.
Oh, no. So that's a really good question. So maybe think about timing. When you see a project like this, this is, if this was in Winnipeg or a city or anywhere, whether it's Dauphin or anywhere, these are 10-year type projects. So, you're only going to build on what the market will absorb or what you can find use for it. So, maybe you start out with one 20-unit apartment building and you start out slow and build it on. So this is years and years and years. This isn't all in a year or 2 or 3 or whatever. So.
I think I just wanted to add to that. I understand your question, but if you look down on the bottom, yeah, in phases. It'll be in phases and in zones. So if you see the gas bar on the bottom, and then the entertainment complex just above it, that's what Andrew was talking about, building that out. But there was also potential discussion about building a multi-unit and a couple of multi-units, 60 to 75 units just to start. This whole thing is 650 units. So you won't do it all at once, you do it in phases. And that's some of the discussion that we're looking to have.
Thank you, Andrew and Glenn. Okay, next up, we're going to have Jeremy and Alanis come up and do the forestry report.
afternoon, everyone. My name is Alanis McKay. I'm the junior policy analyst for Minnegozi Municipality. I work alongside Jeremy McKay, the senior policy analyst for Minnegozi. And today I will be presenting the 2025 forestry report. Diving right into the report, starting off with treaty hunting. So Louisiana Pacific is a company in the business of manufacturing products that are used in housing construction projects. The mill is said by Louisiana Pacific to create work for roughly 400 people, but there's little evidence of significant employment of Minnegozi Anishinaabe members. Where Louisiana Pacific's manufacturing business affects treaty rights is the need for wood to operate the mill. A high volume of wood is needed every year to make oriented strand boards and siding products, and the wood comes from the logging of treaty forest land. On those lands, members of Minnegozi Anishinaabe have the right to pursue their avocations of hunting. According to the words of Treaty Number 4, as well as the responsibility to conserve wildlife for the use of future members, the logging required for Louisiana Pacific's mill affects treaty rights, including by changing wildlife habitat, upon which the avocations of hunting contemplated by the treaty rely. Regarding Louisiana Pacific's business, it's the government of Manitoba that allows the company to operate. It is therefore the provincial government in relation to Louisiana Pacific that makes the decisions that affect treaty hunting rights. In 1994, the government of Manitoba allowed Louisiana Pacific to carry out forestry activities for a 20-year period until 2014. Before the allowance could be renewed, Louisiana Pacific required by the government of Manitoba to have an approved forest management plan. Since 2006, Louisiana Pacific had submitted 2 forest management plans, but neither plan has been approved by the government of Manitoba. In other words, the conditions needed for Louisiana Pacific to operate are not complete. In recent years, Minnegozi Anishinaabe has raised the issue with the government of Manitoba that Louisiana Pacific continues to operate without an approved forest management plan. Unhappy with the government of Manitoba's response, Minnegozi Anishinaabe started with court proceedings as a measure of the last resort. Getting into the judicial review, Minnegozi Anishinaabe filed an application for judicial review in the Court of King's Bench of Manitoba in January of 2022. Minnegozi Anishinaabe filed written evidence of Chief Derek Nathanak and Jeremy McKay in support of its application for judicial review. And Minnegozi's lawyers cross-examined the witnesses presented by the Crown and Louisiana Pacific, as well as filed written legal arguments. At the same time, from February of 2022 to August of 2022, Minnegozi Anishinaabe participated in settlement negotiations, including in a respectful and face-to-face meeting between Minnegozi Anishinaabe leadership and the government of Manitoba's senior decision makers in March of 2022 in Swan River, Manitoba. Getting into the 2022 agreement, on September 7th of 2022, Minnegozi announced the signing of an agreement with the government of Manitoba and Louisiana Pacific. The highlights of the agreement are as follows. 1, the government of Manitoba referred to its agreement to share with Minnegozi a portion of its timber dues revenue. 2, Minnegozi Anishinaabe would conduct impact assessment studies concerning the impacts of Louisiana Pacific's forestry operations.
Can we kind of keep it down in the back, please? Thank you.
And 3, the government of Manitoba agreed to consult with Minnegozi Anishinaabe before signing new agreements with Louisiana Pacific. 4, the government of Manitoba and Louisiana Pacific committed to fund the impact assessment studies and reimburse Minnegozi for its costs incurred. This agreement settled the application for judicial review and established a forestry working group, the purpose of which was to start addressing issues related to forestry management and planning. Getting into the working group section of the report. Starting with the leadership meeting in December of 2022, the forestry working group met 19 times until March of 2024, including a meeting on March 19, 2024 with Chief Derek Nipanak and Premier Wab Canoe. In the course of the forestry working group, the scientific experts hired by Minigo-ZB each identified flaws and deficiencies with core elements of the forest management plan submitted by Louisiana Pacific, such that the plan could not be reasonably relied upon to assess risks, address potential impacts, or guide decision-making relating to forest sustainability, moose habitat, hydrology, biodiversity, wetlands, and climate change, or on Minigo-ZB and Anishinaabem's ability to exercise treaty rights in the Duck Mountain. In September of 2023, Minigo-ZB, Sapatoyak, and West Pacific First Nations signed an agreement which outlined a shared desire to address issues and improve processes relating to forest management in the province of Manitoba. In January of 2024, the First Nations wrote to the government of Manitoba expressing the view that the forest management plan could not be relied upon to draw conclusions about the impact of the Louisiana Pacific's ongoing forestry activities on treaty rights. Rather than addressing these concerns, on March 29, 2024, the government of Manitoba issued an extension to enable Louisiana Pacific to continue operating. In the absence of statutory authority and without any enforceable measures to protect Minigo-ZB's treaty rights, on April 12, 2024, Minigo-ZB and Anishinaabe filed an application in the Court of King's Bench of Manitoba challenging the decision. On March 29, 2024, the government of Manitoba committed funding to support Minigo-ZB's participation in the development of a new, more inclusive approach to forest land stewardship, including work toward legislative and policy reforms on shared decision-making and the joint development of a new long-term forest management plan. In June of 2024, a signing ceremony marked a first of its kind agreement with the government of Manitoba and 3 First Nations, including Minigo-ZB. The agreement ensures decisions regarding the future of the forest and forest habitat are reflective of the treaty relationship, joint decision-making, the protection of the exercise of treaty rights, stewardship of the lands, and a fair sharing of resources. After the signing ceremony, work has commenced to implement the agreement, starting with developing interim measures to protect the exercise of treaty rights, including measures to protect culturally significant areas. Bilateral table with the government of Manitoba will be established to advance discussions regarding joint decision-making, including options for legislative and policy reform, which support and enhance Minigo-ZB's ability to exercise inherent laws and responsibilities on issues related to stewardship, forestry management, and planning. Work has also started to complete the traditional land use study, including additional interviews conducted from March 4th to March 7th of 2025. Minigo-ZB has received payment equal to $1,790,788 and was allocated as shown in the graph on page 4 of the forestry report handout. And that concludes that.
Good job, Alanis. Okay, thank you, Alanis and Jeremy. Okay, up next we have Abanujak Nigan.
As we get ready for Abenujek New Guns presentation, I just wanted to make a comment on the forestry agreement. I think it's very important that we recognize this is the first of its kind in what we call the NRTA jurisdictions of Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. Natural resource transfer agreements that were done back in the 1930s gave the provinces the authority to raise revenue on natural resources without any consideration for us. This agreement that we made with the province is the first time that we, as Anishinaabe people under treaty, receive a royalty on the stumpage of the operations of LP, and that's a very, very significant step. Recently, Jeremy went to Vancouver and made a presentation on our behalf to the Assembly of First Nations and their natural resources forum that they had last week, and made a presentation about how we were able to negotiate this with the province of Manitoba. We were the community that pushed for stumpage agreements with the province. We pushed it, and when it didn't go through, we pushed it into court, and that's really, I think, what got us into the conversation was being, I guess, assertive with our rights. And if anyone is going to cut any trees on Duck Mountain, they're going to have to make sure that some of that comes back to us as a community. That's the way it's always going to be going forward, and that's a very, very significant move, I think, in Canadian law and for us as treaty people. Thanks.
Bonjour. Anin, how's the day going so far? That's it? Are you enjoying what you're hearing? It's been a lot of good information. Give everybody a round of applause that's been doing all this hard work. And especially all of you for showing up. Sometimes it's just hard to show up to a community event. Sometimes it's hard to show up to work. Aina no big suba pamanat the spoil my gando dem shigopina si do dem mama and I go see dunji. My English name is Lori Thompson, and I'm the lead team helper for Abenujek Nigan. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm still Lori Thompson. My late Uncle George used to love that joke, and he'd say, "Never stop saying it, my girl." So I always do it in his honor. So you've heard a lot today, and we have our PowerPoint up there, but it's not very clear, but you have copies as well. So we're Abenujek Nigan Children First Services, and these five amazing cuckoos here sitting in front of you. This is our board of directors. Give them a big round of applause. They've done a lot of work and a lot of healing in order to carry out the work that we carry out. And we thank Chief and Council for having trust in us to do the work that we do. We're not crisis people, but sometimes we're helping in that. We're helping in homes where our children need food. Our members need somebody to spend some time with. And that's the type of work that we do. So we've been around formally, we've been around since 2022, since April. But before that, there were already different groups, different areas like Southern Chiefs Organization, helping us get towards reclaiming our role and responsibility for our children and our family. That was something that was taken away from us a long time ago through the child welfare system. And at first it was residential school, and then it became CFS, Children's Aid. In 1950, Children's Aid was allowed to come on reserve and start scooping our children. That's why we have what's called the 60 scoop. So that's our role as Abenujek Nigan, is to help with reclaiming that jurisdiction. And as many of you know, we've been doing that throughout the last couple of years. We've been having community engagements. We've had several here. We've had a few in Winnipeg, Brandon, and Dauphin.
because we're also putting our law to paper. Our law exists, we live it every day in our homes, but it has to be, in order to work with that white world out there, we're putting it to paper. And so that's what we're doing. And when we started this process, there was a lot of, I heard the word angry Indian. I heard that. Lots of pain. But members still looking for their families. They never came home. So that's a really difficult role to try to step into. And especially when we've been through so much trauma. So in order to carry out the things that we do, we've made a deliberate attempt and still are doing it to become a trauma-informed care practices team. And we are a team. We call ourselves a work family. This is our team right now. This is Randy Moosdale, our operations finance lead. Haley McKay, our wraparound lead. Marley Chartrand, our wraparound helper. Hilliard Burisaw, our spiritual wellness lead. Bert Migish, our physical wellness lead. RJ Richard, our physical wellness helper. Mike Boshaw, our support helper. Shannon Thompson, our wraparound helper. Toby Ferlin, our office helper. And we have Waylon Lafreniere way over there because he has a cold and we don't want him around us. Just kidding. He's also one of our helpers. And then Maggie Mayo, our wraparound helper. And we also have Cindy McKay, who is our portfolio support, as well as Harley Chartrand. Give them a round of applause because they do such a great job with what they're doing. So this is our view of who we think we are. It's a circle. It's not Lori's way up here and everybody's down here. Lori's right in the circle. But who's in the middle is our children and our families and our members, and that's what matters. And how we've established this is by the guidance and the direction of the community. Everything in the way that we help, it's all come from you, from our members. In all those times that we sat together and we've shared, and we got all that information from you. Next slide. You can't see the picture there, I don't know why, but anyways, in our document, we have a circle. And when we sit with you, it's done in a circle, and there's 4 quadrants. There's 3 circles. There's me, there's family, and there's community. That's the circles that we live in. And then in those quadrants, we have physical, spirit, heart, and mind. And that's where we ask you, you direct us, where do you want to go? How do you want to do this? Because it's your voice and your choice that matters. Next slide. So these are a couple of the slides that we built up when we were first starting. And the children were always being put first. The grandmother said, no, the children are going to eat fruit from now on. So when you come to an Abanujiak Migan event, children eat first. And we've had elders help us along, like Agnes and Pius, and when we would ask them to do the prayers for us, they would bring the children in the middle as well. Those are our ancestral laws being lived out the way that they need to. And we have steps that we carry out, but most of all, what's most important is your story, and that your story is protected, and where you are right now, and where you want to go, and how we might be able to help you with what has brought you here. Because we all have a past, a present, and a future. And we do this in a non-judgmental way. We do this as gently as we can. Next slide. They're not very clear. But like I said, we've been doing the community engagement sessions, the events, community events, and also the law writing, which I'll be talking about at the end. And in terms of that wraparound support, it's available for individuals, families, and just members, you don't have to have a child to get our support as well. It's open to everybody on reserve. So I'm gonna hand it over to Haley and Marley to share a little bit of information about wraparound.
Hello, Lori introduced me, but my name is Haley McKay. I'm the wraparound lead with Abinajiak-Nigan. I'm just gonna give a little summary and Marley will handle the statistics. So with AN, we help in preventing families from entering into the child welfare system under supervision or apprehension. We ensure that the help is a safe, non-judgmental, caring, and it's respectful. We understand our children, our families, our elders, and our members are who make our community. So at times we are able to help during our office hours, but many times we're helping on urgent basis, helping to make sure that caregivers can provide water, food, shelter, and clothing to their children. That's very important to Abinajiak-Nigan. So our office thanks all the children, families, elders, and members who put their trust in Abinajiak-Nigan and ask for the help they need. Miga.
Hi, everybody. As families lead and achieve their wellness with the help of AN's child-free-centered approach, AN is currently helping 155 children who our helpers have wrapped around both individually and as a family unit. So all of our staff here wrapped around 155 children. AN currently has 86 parents, caregivers, kinship members, kinship foster parents, and foster parents who wrap around our children. In total, AN has 241 Binaguzi B and Anishinaabe members who utilize AN's wraparound services. Beyond wrapping around the children with family with our child-centered approach, our wraparound staff complete our circle with wrapping the family with community programs and services. Our wraparound staff collaborate with approximately 30 programs and services located both on and off reserve that provide wellness to our children and families. Overall, AN's child-first-centered approach for wraparound has been successful in helping 241 MA members lead the way of their family wellness. Thank you.
Thank you, wraparound, and now we'll turn it over to Randy for some operations and finance information.
Good afternoon, everybody. Randy Musel, Nijnika. So, operations finance part, we're currently working on our 2023-24 audit, as well as our 2024-25. We're just making some adjustments in our accounting software. We have all the documentation ready. And we'll be sending out trial balance, working with MNP, same auditors that the band uses. For the 2023-24 fiscal year, we received 842,000 in funding. And for the 2024-25 fiscal year, we received over 2 million. Right now, we are carrying over 955,000 the next fiscal year, and we'll be working on community events and engagements that Lori will be addressing. We hired 6 new staff in February. Team there helped a lot. And our funding uses are based on individual. As you can see on our table, kind of yellow, it's orange on my paper. We've done a lot of Every Child Matter events last fiscal year and community engagements. And this year, we've helped with the homecoming for the powwow, and we've also started planning that as well. So Abinoti purchased 2 new Dodge Caravans on February 28th. It's awesome. We needed that. And we're currently working on operations, but we're currently building off of the law admin finance policy and developing our wraparound policy with the team. And we're also hoping the end of April to open our reunification homes with a ribbon cutting ceremony. We're all looking forward to that too. And thanks to Councilor Don for helping out with that. Gwen.
Hello. So I'm the spiritual wellness lead for that New Jack began. One of the biggest things we, as a spiritual wellness, helping the community members, helping the people, you know, just the building that trust. Trust is a big thing. When people don't feel trust, they don't feel that security, so they can't heal. So we try to build that within what we do, with our programs we offer, with our supports we're providing. We're continually striving to provide safety for our community members. Safety is a big part of what we do. The safety is also a key point to help promote a positive outlet to start the work of healing. Many of our community members, our people today are facing issues of addictions, depression, anxiety, violence, various mental health issues. The goal of helping to heal 1 or 2 people will have a ripple effect, creating healthy individuals, healthy families, and in turn, healthy communities. Our workshops, our group meetings, our medicinal medicines and ceremonies are helping us to bring balance back to our lives. As we move forward into the warmer months, where we conduct field work to collect and educate about medicinal plants necessary for our healing efforts. Abenujek Began team aims to build a community where members, families, and peers live with love and mutual respect. So as we go forward, we're gonna do a lot of medicine picking this summer. I'm hoping to get more community involvement, you know, to take people out and show them how to pick certain medicines maybe they've never picked before, and teach them how to use that medicine, because we can't always wait for 1 person or 2 people to bring us those medicines. We should learn how to do it for ourselves so we can do it for ourselves. There's a lot of medicines out there that are available to us. We just need to learn how to use them. Anybody?
And now we have Bert McGish, our physical wellness lead.
Hello, everybody. My name is Bert Mikesh. Said a few times now. I recently became the physical wellness lead. I have my helper, Randy Richard. Plans for physical wellness and recreation activities are being carried out right now for the months ahead in terms of what we can bring to the community for 2025 and 26. Right now, hockey is our main focus, being that we are both head coaches for the Minikuzi Warriors teams, alongside Harley, John Matthew, and Brian Kimach. I just want to shout them out as well for all the hard work they do for the kids with a busy hockey season. So I just want to give them a shout out as well. Once the spring, summer time rolls around, we will begin to transition into summer activities, but not just for a select group or the select few. We want to bring opportunities for physical wellness in a wide variety for all ages, from children to elders, offering events and activities for everyone to be able to participate in. The next slide. I have a couple of the goals for 2025 and 2026 listed there, and along with the physical wellness activities we've been able to help with thus far. So we want to continue pushing and being able to provide for the children and the elders and just everybody across all age groups, not just the select few. We have a lot of plans for the future, and with the help from leadership and Jack and Don and all the leaders here, I feel that we can do it. I'm really excited to push for those goals. We have accomplished a lot in time that I've been hired. We've been hired. So being part of this Jack team, I really got to learn a lot rather than just sports and rec, just physical wellness, mental wellness, spiritual wellness, everything. So I just want to say thank you to the team as well and the elders that sit here in front of me. And I want to continue to build connections in the community with other programs to further the opportunities for the children. And that's all I got. Thank you.
I'm old school, I use paper. What is our next slide? Okay, there we go. So in all of this helping that we do, we call ourselves helpers. We try not to focus too much on the titles. If we have to help with food, not just one person is designated to help with food. We all help. Our children need food, water, clothing, shelter, and love to live with, and that's something that we're not prepared to let any of our children go without if that's needed. If there is an addiction in the family, it's not about blaming or shaming them or judging them. It's about helping and at their pace. We can't go in there with our own agenda about how we think they should live or they should just smarten up. Or you hear all the time out there that we should just get over it. What we've had in our what we've faced in our past and our history. So this prevention process that we carry out, this is not something we created. It's part of the Human Rights Tribunal complaint that was filed the same time Jordan's Principle was filed way back in the mid-90s. And this is First Nation Child and Family Services Reform, which is what's called. And you might be aware that there was the settlement agreement that came that was at around $48 billion, and it was voted down at the Assembly, First Nations Assembly in October in the fall. So we're basically just still working off of the prevention, and sometimes the funding doesn't come in when it should, so we have to scale back on some of the things that we've promised to do with the community. So that's why a lot of this is being pulled over into the 2025 fiscal year. So that's what we're going to be focusing on is the law writing. There's going to be 4 sessions again. We're going to start off here on April 5th, go to Dauphin April 6th, go to Brandon April 12th, and finish off in Winnipeg April 13th. And our law is going to be written in our language, how it's meant to be written, not in English and then translated into our language. Our language comes first. It's always been our first language. So that's what we're going to be doing, and it's going to be like this, these types of sessions. And as you know, we also, the Kuku said, bring back visiting. We used to visit. That's why we're talking a lot today, because we don't get to visit each other too much anymore. And when we do, a lot of us are looking at our phones like this on the couches of where we go visit. So in our gatherings, the first part of the morning is breakfast and visiting for a whole hour. You get to talk as much as you want. And then we get down to work, and the work comes from you, not from us. We're helpers. We're just helping that process. So also we're going through the policy development, but once that's drafted, that's also going to be brought to you, the members, because we all have to grow along with this and learn along with this, because this is the first time we're doing this in the history of our community, ever since that big colonial interruption took place from the 50s up until now. And we're still dealing with those impacts. And it takes a lot of courage when you say, I need help to heal. And that's what our office is about, is
bringing you in and then helping you in any which way we're able to. We don't have all the answers sit with our members. And then also more workshop planning where we can all come together like this and visit. A lot of times poverty plays into this and budgeting. It's tough to budget something you don't have enough of. So we see and are learning all of the challenges, but we're hoping that, we bring a little bit of relief with the help that's being provided. And we'll continue to be humble helpers in doing the work that we're doing. I mean, what? I'm going to invite Chief Nipanak to share a few words about Abanuja Nigan.
Miigwech for your presentation, and it's nice to see so many people that are involved in the transition that we're going through from yesterday's CFS to tomorrow's CFS, if we can call it CFS. I don't know if we should or not, but we got to find the right language. Yesterday's CFS was provincially mandated, which means that we followed provincial law. They created the Southern Authority. Southern Authority created West Region CFS agency, and for the last, I don't know how many decades we've been working under the agency model, where everything goes back to Winnipeg. When somebody's making a decision from, the provincial building over there. That's not the way for the future. The way for the future has been to recognize the roles that we have within family, recognize the role of the grandmothers, and setting the foundation for what a good family life can look like. Something that we all remember, something that we all, I think, recognize has gotten away from us. So in the last couple of years, we've really focused on taking advantage of this opportunity to transition out of that structure. It doesn't mean that we don't care and love the people that work for our community through the agency model. It just means we're putting that to sleep now. And we're revitalizing and waking up the old systems of family governance in our homes. Now, in order to do that, we need resources and we need structure. So what we did as chief and council is we agreed to fund, with the prevention money that we're getting federally, the creation of Abanuja Nigan. And that was done already 2 years ago, at least, I think. Lori, is that correct? About 2 years ago? Three years ago already. That was the first step. The next step was to be under what's called Bill C-92, which is a federal law to recognize the inherent right of Indigenous communities to create law for children and families, was to implement C-92. And the first step to implement C-92 is to recognize the Indigenous governing body, as they call it. Because we as chief and council are decision makers. We are an Indigenous governing body. But to create an opportunity for another governing body within the community to make decisions that are specific to the area of children and families. And that's what we did last month, was we designated Abanuja Nigan as the Indigenous governing body for our community. And that is a very significant step because it will lead to a new table to create a coordination agreement with the province of Manitoba, but it will also open the door for more resources. We need to build capacity to get our Onakanagewan across the finish line. And the future looks good for us here. One of the big failures was the October Assembly of First Nations meeting, where they had an opportunity to move $47.8 billion to the communities to help the transformation of the CFS system. But what happened was a lot of the chiefs weren't aware or weren't participating in the opportunity, so they didn't know what was at stake. There was a lot of, I would say, agency people from different parts of the country that were there criticizing the agreement, and the agreement failed. That was, I think, a very, very problematic decision. I've since gone back to Minister Hadou, who's been reappointed, And I've asked if we could still join the settlement because Ontario joined the settlement. So I'm asking if we can, as a one-off agreement, opt in to the final settlement so that we do have the proper resources so that this organization that you see right here can grow and it can provide the services at the community level that we need. So I'm hoping that Minister Hadou will agree with us and allow us to opt in and receive the resources we need. I know it's going against some of the work that some of the chiefs are doing in Manitoba and across the country, but I don't answer to them, I answer to you, and hopefully we can get the resources here in the community to keep this beautiful thing growing. My question.
Thank you so much, everyone. Questions?
I have a question for the Binogiac board members. I had applied to be a board member back in 2022 when they started. I haven't received an answer why I wasn't picked to be one of the board members. I put my credentials there. I had my child registry checked, my criminal record checked, my adult vulnerable checked, but nobody said anything to me why I wasn't accepted. What was that I didn't pass on? That's what I would like to know.
At the time that you were talking about, Nancy, is we were just starting ourselves and we didn't have no direction of how to go about things. So whoever started in the first place, like I think we started not 2 years ago, Anne-Marie and I were in there for almost 5 years, if not more. So when you apply to be a board member, we weren't in a position to hire anybody. We didn't have we had just what we had because we never got no honorarium for a long time. We worked on our own time. And I think that was the rumor was that people were getting honorarium. And there was not only you that applied to be a member, a board member, but we didn't apply to anyone because there was not much we could do at the time.
See, I'm very interested in my community because I grew up here and I try and help out. It seems like I'm always ostracized no matter where I try and fit in. That's how I feel. Because now that you have, like you just had a board member just recently, a new one. What does that tell me? We speak about honesty right here and not to discriminate against one another. So I feel like I'm being discriminated for what? I would like to know, what did I do wrong to you? For you to not allow me to go to any of your meetings? It didn't matter to me whether there was an honorarium or not. I volunteer my time whenever I can. I live by myself. My grandchildren live in the city. That's why I always try and keep myself busy. I'm a widow too. You know, I have a lot of time on my hands to help people out, but I don't know who's against me. And who does the ruling? These ones to go for drug tests. These ones are, those are crackheads they hire.
Okay, so I'll answer both the rest of the comments that have been made. In terms of the one application process that got distributed, it was publicly done, and then there was voting, and it was secretive voting, just like our own election voting, so there's no way to tell who didn't select you when you applied. But I can tell you that there is, hang on, I got these two here.
I can tell you that there are two more. They actually passed the motion to bring on 2 board of directors. So there's gonna be applications coming, so you're more than welcome to apply. It'll be issued on the page, on Managua ZB page. But you can also pick it up from our office once it's prepared. It'll be in the next, I'll say in the next week. Okay, yep, okay. So as well, it's the same thing, you run for council and you don't get selected, it's the people's decision, right? And for the board, if it's a selection process, there is a selection process. They have the right to decide who would get elected for that. So that's what I can tell you today. And in terms of our staff here, this is not the first time these types of comments have been made, but I can tell you that we're all in the process of getting tested, and we'll bring our results forward to the public. Each and every one of us is getting tested, and you'll see those results. Okay?
Hi, Donna Delaram. The other thing that I'd also like to add is each and every employee, board directors, have you guys completed your criminal record checks? You talk about dealing with people, you talk about honesty. Has each and every one of you passed the criminal records check? Because I know for a fact that 2 people, when I was on the board, 2 people did not submit their criminal records check. I'm not gonna say who they are, but we know who they are, and I think each employee, if you wanna work with children and be a role model, then you need to do a criminal records check. And a clear one as well, not 5 years ago. So that's all I ask.
I'll just
Okay,
kindly
but-
remind you that you signed a confidentiality agreement when you were on the board, so this type of information shouldn't be shared publicly.
Everybody
I'm just letting
in
you know
Pine
that.
Creek is entitled to this
I'm just
information.
letting you know that.
No, I'm letting you know
as a
that
board member,
everybody
you
here has
signed
that
a
right to know when you're an employee that you should be submitting a clear criminal records check. Because
That's
I
right.
wouldn't want a pedophile or like somebody had mentioned here.
That's right.
We asked for clear criminal records check. Our leadership up here, they've submitted one. We're just asking, can you provide one for us so we know when you're dealing with our families?
Oh, yes.
Dealing with vulnerable people, they need that clear criminal records check. So that's all I ask.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, just to let you know that, I get all my criminal, my child abuse, my vulnerable, and I even get a drug test and, through that, and all this.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Avenue Giat. Great job. Okay, we have, next up, we're gonna do our learning hub. So can we get Taz and Christy up here? While we're waiting for them to get set up, I'd like to share a little bit, I'd like to acknowledge our First Nation safety officers. We have 3 of them. Jamie Sutherland is the lead for the safety officers. Candace Musel just recently graduated her level 2 along with Jamie. And Lauren Chartrand, he's still got his level 1, but he will be going to complete his level 2. Jamie also is the fire chief, so he shared some information with me. So in 2024, Pine Creek Fire Department responded to 29 calls 9 were structure fires, 6 were grass fires, 1 was fire rekindled, 2 motor vehicle accidents, 1 minor fire, 1 motor vehicle fire, 4 lines on fire, and 5 mutual aid calls. So our fire department is a very busy department. They risk their lives every time they go on a fire call, and so do our safety officers. Every time they go on a call, they're risking their lives. So there are true brave warriors. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause.
Oh, testing. Okay. Okay, Ani, bonjour everyone. Wabno kizis dijnakas makwado dem minaguzi b dunji. My name is Taz McKay, and my spirit name is Rising Sun. I am from the Bear Clan, and I am from Pine Creek First Nation. I am the Learning Hub Coordinator at Kinama Gagamek Learning Hub. Miigwech for the prayer and tobacco that was offered to start this morning. Miigwech leaders for the opening comments, and miigwech all of you for attending today. As we only have 10 minutes to present, my team and I thought that we would show our 1-year open house anniversary video that I narrated with our partners at the University of Manitoba. This video is similar to our annual report, which we have distributed this morning. Our annual report is about how the Learning Hub got started, programs, services, and the future vision of our students, teachers, members, and leadership. We will be holding another community engagement session soon on, quote, what the community would like to see in terms of community-based education and training, end quote. Your feedback and ideas are important to us. This is in collaboration with the labor market surveys that are being done by the Employment and Training ISET program. The video we are about to show is 8 minutes and 43 seconds long. We hope you enjoy it. Before that, Christy, would you like to say a few words? Miigwech.
Hi everyone, I am Christine Itish. I'm the Learning Hub Coordinator for the Learning Hub. Hi everyone, I'm Christine Itish. I'm the Learning Hub Coordinator Assistant for Pine Creek First Nation Learning Hub. And I didn't prepare anything, but I guess I just want to say that I enjoy working with everyone that I did in the past 3 years. And I look forward to helping others further themselves in their education. Thank you. Hello, I would just like to acknowledge these 2 individuals here. They really make a good team, and that is their passion, is to bring education to the community. They focus on community-based training, and they've worked on so many programs for our community here. And like I said this morning, they graduated over 60, 70, 80 individuals already. So I like to commend them, because going forward, we're going to have more community-based training. Miigwech.
Okay. Bonjour again, everyone. The Wi-Fi is not able to play our video. We plan to release the video online through our Pine Creek community page. So just stay tuned on that page, and you will be able to see our video on there as well as on YouTube soon on our Pine Creek page. We recently got the permission to do that. And we're also going to be working with the University of Manitoba and the LOB MasterCard Foundation program to have the video released on their platform as well as the Manitoba government. So there's a lot of platforms that we're working with right now to have our open house video presentation done. That took a lot of work, and we thank everyone involved, including Christy here, and as well as community leaders and elders, and we thank everyone involved. So the annual report that we wrote, we handed them out this morning. If anyone didn't get a copy, it will be online as well at some point very soon. So these are some things that we plan to release online as well as some reports from conferences that we've been to recently, and how those work for us. Okay, so it looks like our video is going to work. So we'll just play the video, but please have a read at our annual report as well as the other reports that we wrote. Miigwech.
This anniversary celebrates a partnership between the University of Manitoba, MasterCard Foundation, and Mini-PCB Initiative and First Nation to support the nation's vision for educational self-determination. It's important to reflect upon what our elders have told us. You know, many of our elders have told us that education is the new buffalo. You know, for Indigenous people across the plains, I think that's there's a lot of truth to that. So we recognize that the investment in education means that people are going to have an opportunity to thrive later in life. They're going to have an opportunity to build a quality of life and a standard of living for themselves and their family that they will benefit from. And I think that's what opportunity education brings. So the responsibility of leadership in that kind of situation is to make sure that we're investing where we need to, opening the door for as many of our young people to follow their dreams as we possibly can. I think what we've learned over the years is that we're coming out of a legacy of residential school, and we're still, I think, individually and as families, we're still dealing with the trauma of our history as a community. Whether we recognize that or not, it's there. It's there every day. So our efforts to create learning opportunities close to home in cohorts of students that are familiar with one another, in culturally grounded spaces, I think creates a safe place for people to learn. And if we can create safe places for people that feel comfortable, places that they trust here at home, then people are going to do well. And that's what this learning center is all about. It's about creating a safe space so people can come here and feel comfortable. Supported by the MasterCard Foundation's LOB program, Kanama Connect is a local learning center in Minnehaha Beach designed to bring education and training to a place our young people call home. It is a safe and culturally relevant learning environment for community members to access education without having to leave home.
My favorite part about my job is helping teens and young adults further their education, and because I know how hard it is. And yeah, it's nice to see them excited about it and feel like they accomplished something. I found it was kind of difficult having just a teacher on the Zoom, but having the EA was a big help. And also our elder support. Yeah, they would be here with us in meetings and just, even if it wasn't about school, like they would just ask us if we're okay, and just to see how we are with our own feelings.
Through this local learning initiative, Minneguzi Anishinaabe has brought new opportunities to Kanawha such as Red River College, Polytechnic's Business Administration Accounting course, and Heavy Duty Equipment Mechanic program.
The Learning Center helps students to learn comfortably with elder advisors helping them, and with proper internet service, they can access the training right here at home.
Kanawha students have access to laptops, a student lounge, kitchen, and laundry facilities. They can also make appointments with elders to support them in their educational journeys. Kanawha is located directly across from Minneguzi Anishinaabe's daycare for easy access to childcare services.
My role is as a support. I'm here to listen to them. And if they ask for suggestions on how to do this or how to go about doing this, I provide it because I've got that experience myself from when I had to leave the community. So I can offer experiential advice. And I also promote it in the community. I sit on a board called
Okay, I just want to finish off that the video actually, Elder Nancy McKay translated some of the work that was done with this video here. So, Jimmy Gretsch, Nancy, for your translation in Anishinaabe. And like Paulette said, and Paz and Christy, it'll be on Minneguzi Anishinaabe page, so you can finish looking at it there.
The website and Facebook.
With website, Facebook, University of Manitoba page, MasterCard Foundation. Okay.
Thank you, Cindy. Counselor? Okay, next up we have our health department, but I do want to just say that, you know, like everybody's mentioned, it takes a lot of courage to show up, to stand up here, it takes a lot of courage to want to make change in your life. And when you're trying to make change in your life and you get called down in public, that's so hurtful. My heart just hurts for who was being referred to. Like, I hope that we can just remain respectful, you know, love one another, help one another if we're trying to change, especially employees. You know, like, let's not judge. We all want the same things. We want goodness. Next up, we have Chantal, health.
Yeah, you guys don't fight me. Just kidding. Okay, you guys got my slide. So I'm just gonna read through my presentation because a lot of people can't see over here and then I'll just make my updates as I go through. So the health department has 11 programs that I manage. I don't have anything really to do with Jordan's principal. They have their own managers. They do fall under the health portfolio from First Nation Inuit Health Branch, which is the health side of Indigenous Services Canada. So, next slide, please. That's just all our programs there. So the first one I'm going to talk about is the Home and Community Care Program. Their main goal is to preserve and maximize a person's ability to remain independent by offering services that provide care in their homes. Each member is entitled to access our Home and Community Care Program services. In the community. So what I'm saying is members that live on the reserve. It's an essential service, so we usually run through holiday closures and things like that. When the main office is closed, those services continue. It's not intended to change or replace beliefs and values held by a person. And it's also not intended to replace the supports of the family care for an individual. In our home care program, families or elders or people that are in the program have the ability to request home care services to be provided by a family member. And that's different than what they offer in the province, like a provincial home care system. Next slide. We have 8 frontline staff working within this community. They prepare meals and provide home management services through the home support workers. The healthcare aides provide personal care and assist with activities of daily living. The treatment nurse can monitor vital signs, administer medications, and other physician ordered dressing changes. They do referrals to other programs as needed, and they can assist program clients with accessing medical supplies and equipment. Next slide, please. So to gain entry into the home care program, you would need to contact the Home and Community Care Nurse Coordinator, which is Loretta Welburn. She is in the new nursing station just behind that new building that they were talking about, is just behind between the health center and here in the back. So when there's 9 people that work out of that building, and as like throughout the day, we saw how much everything has grown. When the health center was built in 1999, I think there was only 3 programs, and now there's 11. Obviously, we grew out of our space, and so they needed their own building to be able to provide those services. Next slide. We also have the medical transportation department, which is actually a non-insured health benefit. So we are an extension of the offices that are from Winnipeg. Basically, the main goal of the medical transportation program is to enhance the well-being of the client by ensuring clients have the means to attend scheduled appointments or treatments in health facilities that are located off the reserve. Next slide, please. Our contribution agreement is designed to cover the travel expenses for our membership or clients that live on the reserve from our health office. A contribution agreement is a legal document that provides for the transfer of an asset from one party to another. Basically, that means transfer from FNIB to our health center. The rules and regulations, including the fees, are set out by FNIB or Health Canada. We did not set up the rules, and I find that a lot of people get upset because they don't understand that, like they end up they didn't do a very good job at explaining to people how their program works. So we're always telling people, and I don't like saying no, but we always have to refer a lot of people that live off reserve, which is still in just Camperville and Duck Bay. And practically everybody that lives in Camperville and Duck Bay are members. So next slide. So off-reserve members can access medical transportation benefits through the Dauphin West Region office. Regardless of where you live, you can always call the Manitoba Regional Office in Winnipeg. They also have websites such as Express Scripts to access dental benefits, vision benefits, except for medical transportation. That you would need to contact either the Dauphin office. You could call our office, but we are going to tell you that you need to access it through Dauphin or Winnipeg. Next slide, please. So from our health office, you would need to contact the medical transportation coordinator, Candice McKay. She's located in the main building. Oh, and we have 4 medical drivers. We have 2 casual drivers to cover their absences. Farron Flatfoot is the medical transportation coordinator. She helps Candice. We recently just got our new cabs, so we have 3 new Traverses and a medical wheelchair accessible van for the next 3 years. Next slide, please. So our mental health programs, we have 3 of them. They're Brighter Futures, Building Healthy Communities, and NADAP. All these programs run out of the Blue Sky Wellness Center, which is the new building over where Abenujiak Nigan is, by the school. So mental health services, broadly defined, comprise a mix of health, social, vocational, recreational, volunteer, occupational therapy, education services, and they also help advocate for housing and income support for clients. Next slide. So the Brighter Futures Initiative provides programming to community members that are looking for support in mental health, child development, parenting, healthy babies, and injury prevention. Youth engage in traditional healthy living activities such as hunting, trapping, and fishing in a healthy environment. You often see John Napiu doing those sorts of things with youth in the community. They promote injury prevention activities with families such as car seat, bicycle, and all-terrain vehicle safety to increase awareness and build knowledge in everyday living situations. They make referrals to address the serious health problems affecting children and families in a community-based, holistic, and integrated manner. If you need to contact John, there is his phone number. There's also information pamphlets that I have at the front. Next slide, please. Our Building Healthy Communities program aims to strengthen individuals and families by facilitating access to training opportunities that will assist them in making healthier lifestyle choices. BHC worker will coordinate community training opportunities like assist, mental health first aid and CPR, babysitting courses, Safe Talk, which is a presentation for the school students, and anti-bullying and suicide prevention workshops. Keep in mind these resources are available to community members of all ages and genders. We also coordinate a lot of community gatherings that are held annually on special holidays, Easter, Mother's Day, Father's Day, etc. But they also do other events to bring awareness, such as Pink Shirt Day, which is anti-bullying, and Family Fishing Day, Treaty Days, Orange Shirt Day, So they bring attention to social, mental, and or physical health issues like bullying, increasing social and physical activity, and anti-colonialism. So the BHC coordinator is Shelley Richard. She is off, but she's coming back actually next week, I believe. And the acting BHC coordinator is Chantal Gambler. Her number is also the program numbers on the slides. And again, it's available in the pamphlets if needed. Next slide, please. Our NADAP program. The goal has always been to help First Nation communities set up and operate programs aimed at reducing high levels of alcohol, drug, and solvent abuse among on-reserve populations. The main program activities or areas are prevention, intervention, and aftercare activities. And listed there, the prevention activities are aimed at preventing serious alcohol and other drug abuse problems. So they do public awareness campaigns, develop content for schools on drug and alcohol abuse, and cultural and spiritual events. Intervention activities are aimed to deal with the existing abuse problems at the earliest possible stage. So those activities include accessing treatment, counseling, accessing transportation, and or other social programs. And the aftercare activities are aimed at preventing alcohol and drug abuse problems from reoccurring. And those activities can include crisis intervention workshops, sharing circles, and support groups or outreach visits. Next slide, please. Danielle Lipanak Moosdale is our NADAP coordinator, and her phone number is also there on the slide. All these three programs work out of the Blue Sky Wellness Center. Next slide, please. We also work closely with West Region Treaty 2 and 4 Health Services. We're one of the 7 member nations affiliated with them. And like Angela said earlier, she's on the board of that organization. The directive of their directive is to provide health services such as community nursing, foot care, and mental health support to their member nations. So I just put 3 of them, but also I'm missing the foot care nurse. I didn't have enough room to put her in there. Christy Chartrand, she's a mental health worker who provides direct counseling services through home visits or scheduled appointments for on-reserve members. So her caseload is the paid clients that live on reserve, while Amber Lafreniere, she's also a mental health worker, and she provides the same services that Christy does, but her caseload is aimed at off-reserve members. They're available Monday through Thursday. They also have an office at the Blue Sky Wellness Center. And Vanessa Klein is our public health or community health nurse. She works out of the main health center Monday through Friday. Next slide, please. Our maternal child health program is a home visitation and health promotion program targeting prenatal women and families with infants and children from the age 0 to 6. So from conception right till they start school. The program is 100% voluntary and families may choose to withdraw at any time. However, we encourage family participation to enhance family functioning and strengthen needs. With consent, the program staff can advocate on behalf of the family to other agencies or programs within the First Nation, including the community health nurse, the CPNP program, and Head Start. Next slide, please. Our healthy living programs are focused on promoting overall wellness through various initiatives. For example, the Canada Prenatal Nutrition Program supports healthy lifestyles by providing nutrition education and community partnerships to help mothers make healthier choices during pregnancy. Additionally, general steps toward healthy living include maintaining a healthy weight, eating a variety of healthy food, being physically active, and managing health risks. These programs aim to reduce the risk of chronic diseases and improve the quality of life for participants. Our Aboriginal Diabetes Initiative worker is Pamela Fleury. She also is starting into CPNP. Our foot care nurse, Robin Goslin, as I mentioned earlier, she's employed through West Region Treaty 2 and 4. She's our foot care nurse. She's here twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And our community health representative is Jenna Flatfoot, and all of these ladies work out of the main office next door. Our last program is the Aboriginal Head Start on Reserve program. Head Start program supports early childhood learning and development for First Nations children from birth to age 6. Our program is a home visiting outreach program. So the kids, like when you think about Head Start, normally the kids are picked up by bus and taken to like a daycare center for half a day or a full day, whatever that is. We don't have the room to do that. So our program is a little bit different, where the worker comes to the home to do home visits. And her job is designed to enhance early childhood development, school readiness, and overall family health and wellness. Next slide. Our Aboriginal Head Start worker is Juanita Chartrand. She's at ACE level 3, and her office is located at the daycare center. And that's her program phone number there. Next slide is the last. So I'm the health director. My name is Chantal LaValle Barassa. I come from this First Nation. I've lived here a number of times. I'm a nurse. I graduated in 2018. Prior to that, I worked at Aboriginal Health and Wellness Center for a long time. I did a lot of, I worked with Dr. Barry LaValle, with Dr. Paula Flattery, numerous nurses. So that was why I wanted to become a nurse, because I really grasped in when I was looking over people's charts and stuff like that. So it's been a challenge. I've been here a health director for 2 years. It was a learning experience because I didn't directly manage anybody before, but I think I'm doing a good job. Next month, we are going to be doing our 5-year plan, or strategic planning workshop, where we're going to be contemplating our vision, mission, and goals for the next 5 years. So our health center will be closed for 1 week prior to Easter. What else? That's about it. I think there is one update. Huh? You want me to leave? We're gonna start working with housing soon, because the Elders Lodge, for a long time, we've been trying to hire a nurse, but there's just, there's no nurses available. So 4 of us nurses are taking on the task in our extracurricular time to get the Elders Lodge accredited. We're just starting the process. We met with them, a couple of the residents, once already. Once we get accredited, we will be able to get funding to have healthcare aides work out of the Elders Lodge permanently to provide services. And we're going to be able, just waiting for the equipment. Through Southern Chiefs Organization, we had 4 community gals trained to do phlebotomy. So we also have a vehicle to transport lab specimens. So we're going to be doing blood work at the health center, starting very soon. Yeah, because we know how hard it is, right? People, the doctor says, go get your blood work done, right? And they don't know, because they don't live here, that you need to get a ride to go to town to get blood work. If it's fasting blood work, you gotta get up early to go and get it done. And most of us say, "Hell with it." And we don't do it, right? Then we get in trouble with our doctor. So hopefully that gets minimized and you guys come in and one of the girls can draw your blood. All right, I think that's about it. Does anybody have any questions? Okay.
The mental health community, they are asking me to speak on their behalf. What's going on with them is that they feel as unvalued community members. They're wondering if that work program they used to have a couple years ago, if that could be reinstated. They were able to work maybe, I can't remember if it was like 8 hours during the week and then they would get paid. That helps them to feel like they're still needed in the community and that they have value to give back to the community. Instead, we're just, just letting them be when we need to make them feel included still. But
So mental health is a fairly new department at FNIB. I think they just formed 2 years ago. And if you recall, even Canada just made, or the Prime Minister just made a Minister of Mental Health. So it takes time. But there is funding actually that I'm going to be applying for. I'm hoping to get some mental health doctors. The analogy I use is like the healthcare aides. In our home care program, they go into homes to provide physical direct services to clients. Well, mental health proctors are kind of like the same thing. They're trained, they know the various health issues and the responses that the clients, like they would be direct service staff, and I know for sure we would need at least 2. So I'm working on getting the funding to hire a couple of mental health proctors, and these people would work directly with the clients who come, and the mental health workers from West Region, like I had said earlier, Amber and Christy, would make a case. They would be the case managers, and they would tell the mental health proctors, okay, this client needs help with this in this area. And it can range from personal hygiene to budgeting, actually helping them to get to town to purchase their own items, helping advocate with housing and income assistance on their behalf. So that's the plan there. Yeah. Okay. I know it's frustrating. It takes a while. It does. Yeah.
I just wanted to elaborate on Audrey's question there about the working warriors. Chantal, I think that's where she was going with that, because they used to have the program where they would come and do gardening and stuff. The program is still available through Chantal and Christy still do the program, but respect goes a long way. You cannot come in there swearing and telling them, demanding that you need this now. Like, it has to be 2 ways. They need to come in respectfully to our staff as well. But I know the ladies are still working on it. They still do their wellness groups. They bring them in for like Christmas parties and stuff. They still do that with their wellness group. I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on what your question. I think she was asking about the working wears.
Yeah, you have to remember I've only been here 2 years. So maybe that happened before I came in. But it's too much to ask my workers to work one-on-one, because, as I mentioned before, like, the mental health services are very broad. So they do all these things to bring and promote awareness, but they don't have the ability to work one-on-one with a client. They need to be educated. Actually, the applied counseling program at ACC is being revamped to train. Their program is going to be changed so that when applicant finishes and graduates, they will be mental health doctors. And this is something that is being spoken about at the health directors meeting. All of our First Nations do not have those funding dollars to hire these people. Meanwhile, in the province, they have mental health doctors in every region. So again, like, it's because, I don't know if you guys realize, but when the federal government sends money to each province, it's based on our whole population in Manitoba, including us. So how come we're excluded? When you go see a doctor, that's who pays for it, is the money they send from Ottawa. You know, same thing, like I've heard frustrated people, why aren't you guys paying for the treatment? For somebody to go in for drug and alcohol treatment. It's because the actual dollars that are paid for the actual treatment comes from Ottawa to the province. So it's paid through your purple Manitoba health card. But what we can provide is transportation to the treatment center and back. No, it's not. So hopefully we get that funding soon. And hopefully I can hire some workers that will be able to build a rapport with these clients that need that service. I gotta stop.
Because of the drugs, we started seeing a higher number of mental health, what do you say? Mental health, people having a mental health crisis. So there's more than there was 2 years ago. There's more today.
Okay, thank you, Chantal. Give her a hand. I actually had a question. I was just waiting for everyone else to be done. I'm over here. Sorry. Holly? So when you were speaking about hiring people, is it gonna be people off reserve and not people within our community? Because I work in social, well, we're not social anymore, we're income assistance. But I had a client come to me and they struggled with their mental health. And because I'm under the confidentiality, I cannot speak of what their mental health was like, but they felt comfortable speaking to me on their mental health. And because they don't know me and I don't know them, so I want to know, are these people that they're gonna be hiring are off the reserve because they don't want their business out there because that comes out?
It'll be based on whether they're qualified to provide the services. So they need to have an education in that area of mental health. And in the position, there will be a job description and we will follow all the administrative steps for hiring and yeah. And they are supposed to respect the Personal Health Information Act. So they shouldn't be sharing, yeah, it's called FIA. They shouldn't be sharing anything about their clients with anybody else anyway. And like a lot of people ask, why aren't you guys doing anything about this person? Well, I can't tell you if this person has accessed our health center or our services, because I need to respect their privacy. So hopefully your family is talking to you and letting you know that they're trying to get help, because we can't tell you unless they give us permission. One more. I'm gonna invite a couple of the girls to come and talk about that, because I don't really have anything to do with the AMA team. They're a volunteer team. They are trained through West Region, through the mental health program there. You, Chantal and Danielle, come and talk about that, please. Can you restate your question again?
So I'm a part of the AMA team as well, as long as there's 20 members and they're active daily. They only go out after 4 p.m. as they're only volunteers. So they have jobs during the day that they have to go to. So during the day, it would be John, Chantel, Danielle, Christy, and Amber on call from 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock. After 4 o'clock, the AMA team goes on call. So usually, well, regularly we just put out Chantel's number to be the main contact, and she'll dispatch her team. So sometimes things happen where somebody else has to jump in, but there is 20 members who go on call at a time. And we can't tell you due to confidentiality how many times we go out, but we go out very often. So I hope that answers your question. Oh, well, you asked a hard question. I'll do it. Anishinaabe, Mikinam, win. Anyway, Chantal.
Anishinaabe, Nikina, Ninoyawin.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Health. Next up, we have Jordan's principal in community, and then we'll move on to urban program. So can we get Vanna up here? So Vanna is acting while Lori is away. Yeah, they can both come up together, Amy and Vanna.
Hello, everybody. My name is Vanna Leah. I'm the case manager and navigator for the Dawn Reserve Joint Principal. And yeah, I'm acting lead because Lori Sanderson is away. So I'll do a quick overview of the last 4 years. In 2021, we had 175 children registered with our office. And as of today, we have 440 clients registered with us. Our land-based team, they host events for children, youth, and parents in our community. And those include beaver trapping, hunting, fishing, etc. We also host large family events in the community throughout the year. And it's just to help families connect with one another and to create memorable experiences for our youth in the community. So highlights from 2021. So that was the year of COVID where we had a lot of restrictions and all our programming was done virtually. This was also the first year that we did smudging of the community, which was done by our land-based team and elders and helpers. And throughout the year, we usually do Halloween, Christmas events, and Easter as well. And every Christmas, we always give children registered with us gifts, and that year we gave gift cards. In 2022, we started off the year with virtual activities still because of restrictions. And that year we had the girls basketball camp and Warriors basketball camp come out to youth. And that year we also brought in firearms safety training for the youth interested in hunting. And throughout the year we have our regular programming for major holidays and also our culture program, our land-based program had various activities throughout the year. 2023, the highlights. This was the first year that we had our family winter fun day, which is where you're able to go and fish and slide on big hills and other winter activities. We also hosted a free family bingo. And we also provided first aid training and again, firearm safety to the youth. And we did 2 separate groups that year. And that year was our biggest year. We had 3 big camps in the community. We had a camp for youth, children, and adults, where we had cultural teachings provided and healing opportunities like Reiki and talk therapy. And that year we also brought in 7 sacred ways of healing and Reiki as well and sea baths. But that was the year we had to slowly decrease our programming to meet the demands of client requests because of back to basics. In 2024, we had our usual annual activities, the family fun day and our free family bingo. That was the year also we had our very first round dance, which we called Guiding Our Spirit. And Minigozidi and Anishinaabe was picked to be the community to host the Joint Principal Powwow that year. And that year we also hosted parent support groups and youth support groups. And at the end of July, our office took on Camperville and Duck Bay clients. So the next slide, client growth. So this slide, it shows our growth over the year with our clients. We started off with 175 in 2021. The middle bar is how many new clients we have registered, and the small bar on the side is how many transferred or closed. So 2021 to 2022 grew by 31.43%, and 2022 to 2023 grew by 20.43%, and 2023-2024 grew by 58.84%. And on the side, it shows a breakdown of how many children we have per community, with the largest being Minigozidi and Anishinaabe at 286 clients, and Camperville being 97, and Duck Bay being 57. Next slide, please. My bars don't show on the graph, but they're supposed to be there. So our staff growth, when I first started, I started in 2018, we only had 5 staff. And in 2021, we had about 10 staff. And over the years, our staff grew. We had the most growth in 2024. We got up to 28 staff. We had to grow in size just to meet the demands of requests from clients. And this year, we have about 30 staff in our office. Um, This slide, it shows the types of requests that we fulfilled. And it could be anywhere from emergency food, clothing support, cultural respite, youth activities, etc. Our main areas of focus were mostly on food support and clothing support, and also respite and youth activities. Our total requests were around 7,409 requests completed. So going forward, our clients have grew over the years since 2021, and which led to a demand in services provided by Jones Principal and required more staff on hand. Our outlook for 2025, honestly, we're not sure what's going to happen with Jones Principal because of funding changes. But our staff are going to keep going to advocate for clients in our community, and they go above and beyond working for families in the community. Our office also applied for a new building just because our office outgrew our current staff. Were stuck in there like sardines. And our building was made it to phase 2A, but because of funding, it's currently put on hold. Here's our contact information if you need. And big much, thank you. Hello? Audrey, where are you? Can you hear me? I don't. Yes, no? I'm gonna ask my team to come up first before I start. We're on a time limit, so if you can walk a little faster. So I'm just going to start. So I'm going to be presenting on the annual report for 23-24. Our next slides. So I'm going to start with, you can't really see, but I'm going to start with a story. I'm going to talk about our history, then our departmental responsibilities, and I'll go into the organizational chart, and then the community strategy. And then I'll move on to the stats, probably what you're really interested, and then categories of our policy for our Jordan's Principal, our triage process, community engagements, and then our successes and challenges. Our next slide. Our history. So in the annual report, I do speak a little bit about Pine Creek's history. We're going to go too deep, but I want to focus on this. Every time I get a mic and I'm in front of people, I like to talk about a couple different things, and it's mostly about our resiliency. I don't know if you can see the pictures very clearly, but the first one is an eagle. So I chose this picture because it's about love, and he's closest to Creator, and he carries our prayers up, right? The next picture is the horse. So the horse is our protector of children, and that's what we kind of do within our Jordan's Principal. So it's important to us, right? We look back on that. Our next picture is elders and
these people that are just sitting in a circle, they're having conversation, there's that communication and sharing and teaching. And then the last picture is a heart, right? So it's about love. Without love, you can't get anywhere. So those are, oh, can you hear me? So if you can't hear me, just lift up your hand. So the last one is love. We can't get anywhere without love. So that's the basis of everything. When we have that and we're kind, like we can move forward. So those are the 4 things I want to talk about with our resiliency with us First Nations. And I think that's something that should be talked about more often for all the things that we've been through as a community as a whole. Next slide. So we have our urban offices. We have our Dauphin office, which is located at 118 Main Street. And then we have our Winnipeg office at 1721 Main Street in Winnipeg. The staff just moved in there on February 14th. Next slide is our organizational chart. Oh, okay. The first one says services coordinator, so that's myself. Amy Thompson. I oversee both offices, the Dauphin office and the Winnipeg team. And then I'll go into our supervisors. So we have a supervisor in our Dauphin office, which is Jamie Patterson. Jamie oversees navigation case managers, respite case manager, and team support in the Dauphin office, which is Jay Lynn. Sabrina, she's not here. There's 2 vacancies, and Carrie. Then we have the supervisor in the Winnipeg office, which is Charlene. She oversees navigation case managers, junior case managers, file clerk, and team support. So Randy and Michelle are case managers. We have Mackenzie as a junior case manager, Lorenda as a file clerk, Maxine and Rain as team supports. We have the intake supervisor in our Dauphin office, which is Andrea. She oversees our intake unit and junior case managers, which are Ardell, Michael, and we have 1 vacant, and file clerk Joe Bushy. And then we have Tracy Pache, who helps me keep my head on and takes care of all of us as a team. So the next slide is the community strategy. So if you look at the website, it talks about vision and mission. So vision is everything connects. So we're all interconnected somehow, right? So that's one thing to consider. And then our mission, it is to inspire and revitalize our sorry if I can't say this right, Pima and to reclaim our Anishinaabe way of life. So our next slide is our stats. So our office opened up August 14th in 2023, and our fiscal year, it was 7.5 months. So in those 7.5 months, we did 883 intakes. So that's 883 children that were supported in that fiscal year. I'm waiting for a hand of applause for that. That is a lot of children, right? Currently, we're sitting at over 1,100 for our next fiscal year. So in 2023 to 2024, that 1 year, we completed over 4,000 requests. So our total range of costs per child ranged from $100 all the way up to $32,000. Okay. Our total expenditures were over 3.7 million. This is in 7.5 months. Yeah. So a lot of children of our community were supported. So our categories of highest need, I broke it down into a few. The first one was furniture, that was over 500,000. Second was clothing needs, that was over 196,000. We had recreational, which was over 183,000. Food security, which was over 125,000. Shelter support was over 100,000. And we had respite, educational needs, technology, and dental. So that was in our back to basics, but those are mostly social needs. And I want to talk just a little tiny bit about this. When you look at the needs for every single human being, all these needs here are just our basic needs, right? For survival is food, clothing, shelter. I would like to get to the point where we're focusing, where all of that is already fulfilled for our children, and we're looking at motivating them for all of these other great things in the world. So when I think about where we're at as a community, that the basic needs it's something we're hoping to go beyond, right? Because that's very minimal, that's limited, that all these First Nations children are needing, right? So I remember when I was looking at the stats of these, it made me sad because there were so many children that didn't have pets. You know, there were so many items that so many children are living without. So without this Jordan's principle, I don't know where it would be, right? So I could go on about that, but I'm sure you're aware of it, and we're helping where we can. So our next page is our request, how we triage our process. So our requests come in under urgent or non-urgent, and urgent can be defined as life-threatening. There's end of life, risk of suicide, risk of safety, no access to food or basic necessities, risk of entering the child welfare system, or the caregiver and children are fleeing from domestic violence. That's what classifies our urgent, and then all the other things fall under non-urgent. I have an example. I have two dates I picked. So I picked June 25 of last year, 2024. For that week, we had 134 requests. We had 10 that were urgent, and they were currently worked on by a case manager. Then we had 55 non-urgent requests, which were also being worked on by a case manager. And then we had 69 non-urgent. We call it hearing queues, so they're waiting for the next available case manager to support them. The following week, on July 5th, we had 142 requests. So there were 18 urgent requests that our case managers were working on. 17 were non-urgent, and 107 were waiting in the queue for a case manager. So we are busy, 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 busy. We implemented a general email. We've had it about a year, and I was looking up to see what our average was. So in a given month, we were receiving over 300 emails in that email inbox for requests. I got Tracy, poor Tracy. I got her to total all our calls that we received for those 7.5 months. So we received 2,800 calls, which worked out to 373 per month, right, accessing our services. And then I went even further. I looked at my emails for the last 19 months. I'm gonna ask the audience if you can guess how many emails I had in my inbox. Not you. Who knows? Anyone want to take a guess how many emails I received in the last 19 months? I heard 5,000. That's too low. I didn't hear any of that. Cindy said 20,000. 18,775 emails. So when people ask me, how are you guys doing? I always say busy, but I don't think a lot of people understand how busy we really are. A lot of the emails I'm copied in them, but there's a lot of other stuff that I get requests on or just inquiries, but I just wanted to share how busy we can get. So our next slide, which is our community engagements. So within those 7.5 months, we completed 11 events.
So our office first started, we did, meet and greet, so we went out to Winnipeg, Brandon, and Dauphin. In Winnipeg, we met with children and families, one of the events was at the zoo. So on that day, there was over 250 children and families that came out. When we went to Brandon, we had over 100 participants, and then when we were in Dauphin, we had 50. We've done other things like children's activities, the winter festivities. There's a Jets game, however, that was a donation, and Tracy was the one that was able to secure that for the children officer. I think it was 3 times. Yeah, so 3 Jets games that Tracy was there for. Okay. And then we did Indigenous creative arts, and we participated in anti-bullying. Our next slide. So this is our successes and challenges. There was 4,000 requests, but I only highlighted a few to share here, and some of them are written in the report if you had a chance to grab it. So some of the highlights or achievements we saw working in that fiscal year was we had a neurodiverse child who went through a huge change in his life, including the loss of his guardian, relocating to a new place and starting a new school. Our office assisted the family with getting the necessary items recommended by his therapist to ensure he had safety and security in his new home, while supporting the transition and continuum of care into adulthood. Our office assisted a terminally ill child, supported with a specialized wheelchair, which increased the mobility to reach more places. One of our case managers wrote about one of the success stories that has stuck with her since she started with our office was a family that tragically lost their home and belongings to a house fire. We supported this family with temporary housing, replaced belongings and furniture, as well as support with food until they were able to get back on their feet. We are also able to secure approval to attend a treatment center for a youth that was high risk for suicide and substance use. We reduced the wait time for multiple children that needed to be assessed or connected to a specialist, that was like education or medical supports. Our office supported multiple children and youth to connect with their culture through elders and land-based teachings. So we have many, many, many examples like that through our Jordan's principle. I really see the picture up there, but it's the 4 quadrants of what we'd like to focus on. So a child's wellness, their medical needs, their spiritual needs, their cultural and their physical movement. When we support the child, we support the family, we support the home, and we support the community. So that cycle continues, right, when we take care of the children. So next pictures is the team when we participated in the nation's contest. So we have our dabbers in Winnipeg for bingo. I can't remember the colorful ones, the crayon, or the emotions. The emotion ones, we did, these are all Halloween. And then we have the Christmas sweater, the ugly Christmas sweater. So it was my idea to create a big sweater that we'd all wear it, but the team changed it and decided to put their faces on the sweater. That wasn't my idea. I don't think any of them are homely, but it was fun. And the very last slide, I hope it works. If you can play it, this is one of our team members when they participated in the Halloween contest. Can you guess what those costumes are from? Yeah, it was Matilda, so it was half the team who participated in that. Aren't they creative? Our next and last slide. Oh, you saw that. So the last slide is just knowledge sharing. So I'm opening it up to everyone here to share your wisdom or how you would like to envision Jordan's principle and questions. Okay. I think they're just tired and want to go home. Everyone's ready to give up the mic.
Good job, Jordan's principal. Good job, everyone. Okay, next up we have Minikasibi Anishinaabe School. Lauren.
Can I have my custodian, bus drivers? Bus drivers? Nancy, come on now. Joe?
I am Susan Menard. I'm the secretary for 19 plus years.
Hi, my name is Jillian Madison. I'm the resource teacher and vice principal.
For me, I'm Marianne Simpson. I teach sewing at MAS for the afternoons, and also Philemon Sharpen's students come there, and that's way grade 7 and 8. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bridget Pronto, and I'm a Penn student. I am Carol McKay, and I'm one of the janitors.
My name is David Kopecki, and I'm a phys ed teacher. I'm behind the pole.
I'm Adrian Filler, the guidance counselor.
I am Harold Conqua, and I'm an EA at MAS.
Thank you, Menage staff. I wasn't going to do this alone because I don't work at that school alone. I work with all these wonderful staff. I have 43 staff at the Menage School. So I'm just going to go along with our slideshow. Staff, if you want to sit down, you can sit down. Thank you. Okay, next first slide your count. Our normal roll. Oh, you can't even see that. This is your normal roll. Nursery, we have 12. Kindergarten, 9. Grade 1, we have 21. Grade 2, we have 13. Grade 3, we have 18. Grade 4, we have 11. Grade 5 and 6, we have 32. Grade 7 and 8, we have 32. Can you imagine 32 kids in a classroom? That's what we've been doing right from September. Grade 9, we have 13. Grade 10, we have 21. Grade 11, we have 25. And grade 12, we have 13. Where possible enrollment is 221 students. Teaching staff, one full-time principal, that's myself. One half-time, that's Jill. We have 16 teachers, which include the shops, home ec, resource, land-based, and native language teacher. We have 9 EAs, 6 custodians, 5 bus drivers, 1 middle teacher, 1 librarian, 1 secretary, and 1 guidance counselor. Next slide. Okay, Frontier School Division has 3 focus areas, and as the focus areas we follow with our school plan. The first one is academics, way of life, and wellness. For academics, every child will obtain the literacy and numeracy skills necessary to achieve success in their education journey. So we have the I for nursery, we have Cascade for N to 12. The learning part is a new program we started this year called Confident Learners. We started that for grades 1 to 4. Benchmarking for math and ELA from grades 5 to 8. Correct? And then way of life, we have, it says, indigenous perspective, language, and way of life in our schools and in our curriculum will advance our path towards reconciliation. That's where our native language teacher takes a big role, and also our land-based teacher. And wellness. Every school will provide a caring, healthy, safe, and inclusive learning and working environment for students, staff, and community. This year we started the Elders program in January. And we're going to start the trauma training. My staff are willing to give up a weekend once a month in April, May, and June to get the trauma training that we need for our students. And also on April 21st for our PD day, we're going to a sweat for Up West. So that's how our teachers are going to, that's what my staff is going to do on April 21st for themselves, their own mental wellness. And then the next slide. Graduation. Not this June, next June, I'm going to have possible 25 graduates. That's going to be a big number. This year, graduates we're only going to have 4. And last year, we had 12. In 2022-23 school year, we had 10. 2021-22, we had 14. And 2020-21, we had 10. Okay, our initiative. This is what we're doing at our school. Karaoke we started last year or 2 years ago, I believe. Oh, our kids love it. At first, I asked Jordan's principal, can you help out with our karaoke singers? So they donated each $5 or $10 at the beginning because I didn't think we'd have singers. So now they're just all coming to the mic. They're lining up. So now we have to set a slotted time for nursery to 4 from 1 to 2, and then the 5 to 12 from 2 3:30. Oh, they love singing now. And also skating we started last year, so the students go skating every Friday. They enjoy that. And then last week, my elementary teacher, Karen McKay, went with them. Oh, she had a good time in our high school. They never put on skates. That's the first time they put on skates was last Friday. And also birthday celebrations we started, we do it every month. So we get tickets to make cupcakes for our students, and Adrian, the guidance counselor, goes to the classrooms every month and gives them their birthday cupcake for the month. And our elders focus group started in January and is still progressing. And also we started a newsletter this year to communicate better with the community. So I hope each and every one of you get that newsletter. I always email it to Chief Council and always post it on the Facebook page. And the lunch program. I'm glad Chief Council started the lunch program this month in January. They're donating $8,000 to the school every month for our lunch, and our attendance in January was 68%, and then last month, February, was 73%. So our attendance is going up. They said, feed them and they will come. And also we got the brochure in February. You see that big steel building that says Manakazini School behind our gym? That's our brochure. We're gonna start planting green vegetables in there come September, I believe. And also behind that brochure we have a chicken coop. So we're gonna be getting chickens in there. And then the next big thing is raised box gardens. So that's what we're gonna be doing at our school. And also, Ms. Shirley Thompson applied for a grant through NFMACC for $30,000. We got approved. So now we're going to purchase a sled and a series of blades, and also we're going to purchase some kind of saw cutting machine to cut brush, so we will have our own walking trail in the bush. So I'm very proud of that. And also, as you see the TP, that's where our culture camp is going to be from now on. We have 2 sheds Mr. Lynn McLeod, our former shop teacher, built. And we have our TP, and we're in the process of setting up a platform to put up our prospector tents. And we have our fire pit there. And oh my goodness, our children love going out there every day. They love it. Okay, achievements. Oh my, these young gentlemen and young ladies that you met here, those were the high school boys basketball team. They are first or second ranked in Manitoba, and they're going to play provincials tomorrow and Friday. And the girls, this is their 3rd time making it to provincials. They're like old ladies already, but they're good. So they'll be there March 21st. And also I took 5 students, me and Jermaine, no, not Jermaine, Norma, my EA, we took 5 students to Snow Lake last week. We left Wednesday, we got back Saturday. And we came back with 1 gold medal, 1 silver, and 1 bronze. So we're very proud of our elementary students. And also, I would like to thank Chief and Council for opening the door for Tent. Cindy, we've hired 2 of our own people from Pine Creek, Susie Gouette and Bridget Pronto. Their last day is Friday, and 6 of my staff are going to Dauphin tomorrow. There's myself, there's Jill, there's Shirley, there's Miss Ferlin, Lisa, Karen, I believe. Yeah, we're going tomorrow to assist suicide training prevention. They're probably going to give us some prevention training at Dauphin. So we want to have the same farewell to our pet students on Friday, but the rest of the staff will have a little potluck for dinner, something at the school. I'm very proud of our students with the school. I always bug Susie Gouette, when are you going to be a Penn student? Where is she? And now she's finally ready to take that on. Thank you. Okay, now one of our other big achievements is Jaden Thompson. He was invited to Toronto for the All Games Sport, and SCO is funding this going during spring break program. He was also recognized last month for Athlete of the Month. And also Tristan Mikish, he was Athlete of the Week from Dairies Farms of Manitoba in March. We have very good athletes. Just some updates on our school building renovations. We put snow guards on our building, and then the first snowfall, they flew to the ground again. So we're working on that. And our north door is in our hippo, and we're supposed to replace that because that's such an eyesore coming into the school. You see a board on our window that should not look like that. So that's in the process of being fixed. Okay, now our upcoming events. Area 2 Fiddle Jam is going to be held March 24, 25, and 26. We're sending 21 students to go and perform for Area 2 Fiddle Jam. That's from grades 5 to 8 in a couple high school. And then also we're going to have a big event here, April 9, 10, 11, 12. We're hosting high school frontier games. We're going to have 400 athletes plus probably 100 chaperones in our building. In our 3 communities, we're gonna access the other 2 schools. So we're gonna have 400 athletes, and you're welcome to come and watch the games if you want. There's gonna be badminton, basketball, snowshoeing, skiing, trap setting. And also, we are supposed to have our winter camp in Churi this week, but we postponed to sometime in April. We're gonna pick 20 students. 10, we already selected the students, 10 elementary and 10 high school. So that will be sometime in April. And also the 46th Annual School Committee Conference is held April 23rd, 24th, 25th in Winnipeg. And then the Big Fiddle Jam is going to be held in Norway House this year. It's going to be May 21st, 22nd, 23rd. And then our year-end field trip, our high school are going out this year. We picked elementary 1 year, middle years, and then high school. It's high school's year this year. So they're going to Toronto May 19 to 22. And then we're having a youth gathering in Grand Rapids. We selected 5 students. They're going June 2nd to 5th. And also our track and field is June 5th. And this year, kindergarten is going to be on June 25th. We're going to have kindergarten. And this year we're starting something new. Miss Flack with the grade 7-8 teacher come and ask me, how come I don't say farewell to grade 8s? I said, well, let's go for it. So I asked Robert Charter, my boss, their superintendent, to see if we could proceed with the graduation to grade 8s. He said, go for it. So we're going to have that this year. We'll have graduation every year. And this year's graduation will be June 20th. Mark your calendar, but we only have 4 graduates this year at 1 o'clock. And our last year school will be June 26th. And our future plans. I approached Robert last week, March 6th, 7th, or Flint One for a workshop. So I asked him, I said, Robert, how do we go about going to get kindergarten all day? He said, go through your school committee. So we had a school committee meeting last week. So I asked school committee, I told them the benefits of kindergarten. So he said, you can have it full days this year because already they're doing the budget for this coming up year. So we're going to have full-time kindergarten in 26-27 school year. It's going to be all day. And our land-based learning, oh my goodness. What can I say about it? It's just progressing, but there's a few stops and hiccups that we still gotta flatten out, but we're gonna keep pushing through with land-based. And also we have 220 plus kids, so I need a half-time guidance counselor, so I don't know if I mentioned it to the school committee just yet, but I'm gonna proceed for not this coming year, for next school year, 26-27. And also, I would like to extend the Chief and Council Hot Lunch Program is a success. So if they could continue for next school year, we really appreciate it at the school. Because the breakfast program, we serve at the school, I get $46,000 from September to June. So I spend at least $4,000 a month on breakfast for the kids. And oh my goodness, they have an amazing breakfast program. And also the last but not least is our frontier agreement is going to be up in June 2028. And that's my presentation from Managa City School. If you have any questions, I will try to answer them. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll pass it over to Chief. Okay, I guess, I wasn't at the, celebration of life ceremony when late Cynthia passed away, but, it was discussed at the time that the school name was gonna be, Minneguzi Anishinaabe Cynthia Nepenak Memorial School. So, I'm not too sure of the process or anything like that, and when the name will be officially changed, if it's okay to all of you. But this is the place to bring it up because it's the annual general meeting of members. So if you have any questions or who will cover the cost of the name change?
I was just asking who's gonna cover the cost because our school budget is so maximized. We asked you, I've written so many letters this year for our student programming, so who's gonna cover the cost of changing letterhead, emails, et cetera, for this change? That's just a question. Have you thought about the budget? Because it's gonna be a big thing to change the name.
Yeah, so this is where we make it a political statement. A lot of funds go to Frontier, so I think they should be budgeting that into their budget. Am I correct, Chief?
Also, community members, I forgot to mention to you, I just found out how much our budget is at our school. It's $4,099,000 that our school works with every year. We get $4 million from Frontier for running that school.
Okay, so yeah, it's up to us to budget accordingly with what our students need at the school and what we need, so.
Thank you, Florence, and thank you to all the staff of Minneguzi. Next up, we have Human Resources. Can we get Cynthia McKay up here? Can you run? You have a mic, you could have given your.
I was just looking around for my staff. Oh, it's only me, sorry. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, elders, members, staff, chief and council. My name is Cynthia Ferlin McKay, White Angel Woman. I'm the Human Resources Manager for Minneguzi Anishinaabe. When I got here earlier, my mom was reading my thing here that I wrote, and she was like, "Don't say that." And I was like, "Mom, I'm proud of where I come from." That's my mom over there, by the way. I'm gonna point her out. So my dad is Oliver Furland. Our family were one of the Duck Bay original band members, and my mom is Norma Lobley from Canterville. A little bit about my background is I'm a civil engineering technologist, and I'm retired after working with the city of Winnipeg engineering department for 30 years. So when the opportunity, well, it's been 5 years this year that I've been retired. I know I don't look that old, I know. So when the opportunity came up for me to work with my band, I wholeheartedly applied for the position, which was a new position to the band that was created in 2023. This role was on the Director of Operations plate, Paulette, among her numerous other tasks and roles. So I think she was happy that I came on and helped her with that a little bit. So my role in this department includes HR management, managing the recruitment and selection process, helping with overseeing employee relations, compensation, benefits, performance management, and learning and development programs. Some of the main points of our year was a proposal that I had submitted to Indigenous Services Canada and got it for $30,000, and it was for the health and wellness for our senior staff. We were able to do a retreat and a lateral violence workshop for all our staff. What was brought away from the senior staff retreat was a better working relationship and a better understanding of each other's departments. Our lateral violence workshop had a great turnout. We had a couple ladies from Metad Toske, and I know I said that wrong, company, that delivered an incredible workshop that was thoroughly enjoyed by staff. We strive to help our staff become more aware and compassionate to the difficulties that can present themselves, concerns from our membership. You know, you have every day where you have water, sewer, garbage concerns, and we as staff want to be able to help you bring that forward and get that solved for you. One of the achievements that was brought together was our hiring committee. We have 3 staff that sit on the hiring committee at each interview. We remove ourselves if there's a conflict. The hiring committee has recommended on who they are hiring based on the skills pertaining to that position. So no one person makes that decision. Future goals for our staff are incentives for years work with Negezi and Anishinaabe, and more training, of course, for our staff. These will ensure gratitude and a healthy working relationship between our staff and chief and council. I'm very excited for the future and the well-being of our staff and their working relationship, and I just want to thank you all for giving me this time to speak to you about human resources. Miigwech.
Good job, Cynthia. Okay, up next we have Alyssa, post-secondary.
Hi, good evening. My name is Alyssa Nickman Cody. I am the post-secondary student advisor for the This is my first year in the position, but I did go through and do the annual reports for going back to 2021. So this is the information that I've gathered from doing those reports. So since 2021, Post-Secondary Student Services has sponsored approximately 225 students in their post-secondary academic journey in both partial sponsorship and full sponsorship. Sponsorship is it all depends on the number of courses that a student takes. For the duration of this current academic year, I have met with all of my sponsored students to go over the policy handbook to see what we could change to better understand and assist the needs of the students. And here's some of the information that we've gathered. They requested that we help source tutor support and provide a tutor allowance, help source counselors for academic and mental health struggles, add into the policy the necessary steps needed on taking a deferral year. Also continue with laptop allowance for new students and students who have not received it in the past. So in 2021, 65 students were sponsored. And during this year, post-secondary offered students a top-up on their living allowance due to COVID-19. The top-up was for the months of February, March, and April. In total, each student received an additional $1,500. And as this was a time where most students were taking classes virtually, the laptop allowance was raised from $500 to $1,400 just for that year. In 2022, 2023, for the academic year, 61 students were sponsored. And this was also the year where post-secondary budget was raised from offering up to $3,000 annually for tuition to $5,000 annually for tuition. The monthly living allowance was also raised from our standard rate of $1,000 per month to the new standard rate of $1,250 per month. This was due to the continuing rise of the cost of living. In 2023, the total number of students sponsored were 55, and 9 of which went on to graduate. This was the last academic year. And for this year, we have had 50 students sponsored, and we have 46 of those students still active. We have 14 potential graduates, 2 of which have been confirmed. Since 2021, post-secondary has had 33 of our sponsored students graduate. And again, adding the 14 potential graduating students, that will be, by the end of this year, that will have 47 students graduated from their post-secondary programs. Post-secondary student services has students who study all over Canada. We have students in British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Halifax, and we even have a student attending in Arizona. Since I did go back 3 years and do the annual reports, I got to see which of the majors were most commonly selected by sponsored students, and those are education and childcare, health-related studies, and Indigenous services, or Indigenous studies. We do have students who major in almost every single major that there is. A lot of our students do choose to come back into the community to put their education to work.
Good job, Alyssa. She's worked really hard in the post-secondary department. Next up, we have.
Supplement, please. Yeah. Pardon me? No, I'm just going to add to the post-secondary conversation. One of the discussions that we had this morning was the income distribution from the settlement trust, and part of that conversation includes setting aside resources for specific areas that are important to the community and identified in the trust agreement. One of those is education. So what we've done through council is we agreed that we would set aside a small amount to support any students that started school in September of 2024 and are continuing to the end of this academic year who didn't get sponsored by the band. We have a small amount we could issue as a grant. It's not full sponsorship, it's not even partial sponsorship, but it is a small amount, up to $2,500, that we can offer to offset some of the costs for students that did go to school in a post-secondary or accredited institution towards obtaining a degree or certificate or diploma. If you know anybody that's in that scenario that didn't get sponsored but still had costs to go to school, send them to us. We can provide a grant of up to $2,500 for their education. Just wanted to add that. Thanks.
Thank you, Chief. Next up, we have employment and training. Marty.
Thank you, Paula. Are you hearing me okay? Good? No? How about now? Are we good? Okay. So hello, my name is Marty McKay. I am the Employment and Training Administrative Assistant. I was hired in 2023, and there have been many changes in the Employment and Training Department over these past years. So, okay. Yeah, so about our program, the goal of employment and training is to prepare band members for employment by providing support for short-term training or education. So this is stuff like, sponsorship, job startup, wage subsidy, things like that of that nature. So in 2021, we did the Home Builders Program in partnership with Manitoba Building Trades Institute and the Pre-Employment Support Program. Next slide. And the Home Builders actually built a house on the reserve. That is the finished product. So, and this is the Youth Employment Skills Strategy Program, which was in partnership with ACC. So the robotics program is something that we do pretty much every year, and this is with partnership with FPDI. They're offered to our MA students. We've offered this program in the past. Some of our students have actually gone to Winnipeg for their success in the robotics program. So it's a really good opportunity to give to the students. And in 2022, we also did firefighting training in partnership with Brandon Emergency Services College. And we also did the firefighting training in 2024. Also in 2024, we hosted the security guard training with BCN. And then here are some of our summer students that we had in 2024. So a lot of employment and training is working with surrounding colleges and other institutions to bring stuff into the community, but we're also sending our students, we're also sponsoring students to go to pursue education on their own. So since 2022, we have employed over 242 summer students and 17 skills link participants. The summer students are age range 15 to 18 years of age that are attending school full time. And our skills link mentor work is for members living on reserve from ages 18 to 30. So the summer students have assisted with treaty days in the past and also have provided landscaping services, such as cutting grass and using weed whackers in the community, while also working in various businesses on the reserve, such as the gas bar, in the band office, and administrative and financial departments, as well as the health office and the arena. And our skills link have also done similar work experiences in these businesses on the reserve. So our surveys, they're sort of running all year round. So just because they're posted on the page, that doesn't really mean that there's no deadline. You can do a survey any time of the year. The only thing is that if you've done a survey within the past 10 months, you need to wait until that time has passed. So you're only eligible for a survey every 10 months. And every time you do a survey, you get an incentive. So here is a bit more detail about our programs. So since 2020, these numbers are not very accurate because these numbers were gathered in January of 2025. But as of January 2025, we have done 237 job startup supports, and we have fully sponsored 52 members with certificate trainings, and we have also done 135 job creations in the community. And all these numbers represent a member of our community that has been a success. So with that in mind, I kind of wanted to go through this quickly because I know we've been here a while, but I also wanted to mention that all those numbers are not just numbers. As I said, they are members of our community and there are success stories. There was one posted on the Facebook page, I think it was last week, Rebecca Chartrand, and on that post she mentioned that she's working on becoming a registered cardiology technologist working in our healthcare. And I'm sure that everyone here has had a story where maybe they've gone to the doctor or the walk-in and they were dismissed because of one reason or another. But with members like Rebecca working in our healthcare field, we have our own representation in the health field. And cardiology technologists play a vital role in diagnosing heart conditions. So all of our members are pursuing great academic futures. So that is just one success story of many. And going back to the summer work program, as I mentioned, we do these programs every year. So three requirements for a student to be eligible for summer work: they need to be 15 years old, they have to have a SIN number, and they need to be going to school full time. So with that in mind, we are hosting an ID clinic on April 9th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. here in the multiplex. So if anyone has a child or grandchildren, cousins, nieces, or nephews that are in school and are turning 15 years old this year, but they need a SIN number, they can come to the multiplex on April 9th to get a SIN number. So I'm Marty McKay, I'm the admin assistant. Felicia Sutherland is the coordinator for my department, but unfortunately she couldn't be here today. So that's kind of what we do at Employment Training. Are there any questions? No? Good. No, I'm just kidding. But for real, sorry, it's really quick. I also wanted to say a special thank you to our educators here in the room, people who work in the school, and all other aspects where we are caring for our youth. I find that we all sort of work in the same area where youth is the focus, and that's sort of where our future lies. So I just wanted to say thank you to all the educators and everyone working in the school that are focusing on our youth. Yeah. For summer work? As long as they're registered with Pine Creek, I believe that shouldn't be a problem. The priority is for on-reserve members, but if you just provide a report card. If you provide the report card, oh my gosh, it's 6 o'clock. But yeah, if you provide the report card saying that they were in school full time and they're registered with Pine Creek, they should be accepted. Yeah, so,
Thank you very much, Marley. Good job. There's something to add.
Elbow!
The deadline for ENT and post-secondary is June 10th and June 1st. And I'm thinking of a different day on June 10th. Anyways, so June 1st is the application deadline, and if you want your child, your graduate to receive an incentive, they have to send in their diploma if they're not graduating from the community. Thank you. Okay, next up we have daycare. And I hope, my apologies, we're running into, what time do we have here? Oh my gosh, 6:41. Yeah, we have maybe another 30 minutes to go. If I knew we were going to run this long, I would have ordered all of you guys supper. I went to ask her, how long will it take to make 10 pizzas? And I kind of just got chuckled at.
Good afternoon, everyone. As many of you know, As many of you know, my name is Shauna McKish-Sargent, and I'm the daycare director. I've been the director for approximately 20 years, and I truly enjoy it and always look forward to reading the children and parents every morning. The center has been in operation since 1997, and we are happy to say that we finally have a brand new building. We moved into our building March 2023. It's a very beautiful center, and we have a beautiful playground. The center operates from Monday to Friday, and we are open from 8:15 to 4:30 every day. Sometimes we're there till 4:45. Parents that are attending school or training have the first priority for spaces, and then the working parents. And if there's any spaces left, then we usually accompany children in care. The daily parent fees for your children are as follows: $5 a day for school or training, $10 a day for working, $30 a day for children in care. We take infants from 3 months old to 2 years old, and our preschool consists of 2 years old to 6 years old, and if needed, we take school-age children. The children and staff celebrate special occasions like birthdays, Halloween, Christmas, Valentine's, Easter, and the children always enjoy the celebrations. We also have an open house at the end of August of every year where the public can come in, tour the center, meet the staff, and register their children. We also provide refreshments and snacks. We currently have 7 full-time staff and 2 regular casuals within our center.
Hi, my name is Akina.
Shawnee Gallagher, I work at the preschool. Here, Matthew Preschool.
My name is Kyra Matthew and I work with the infant side. Back to some of our staff, some are missing still. Our funding, the daycare receives funding from two organizations. The first one is First People Development, funds the daycare approximately $150,000 yearly, and that covers monthly spaces. Early Learning Childcare, which is ELCC, the funding varies every year, and for the year 23-24, we are funded $804,000, which is very exciting to be for daycare. And the very new future, we have plans to implement the language and cultural into our program, since this big money in ELCC has come towards daycare. If you would like a tour of the center, feel free to stop by during our regular business hours. We would be more than happy to take you on a tour of the center. Congratulations for taking your time to listen to my update. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna. Okay, next up we have our language program, Nancy.
Okay. What too much the devil keep pending in the class with them. Nancy Nipinak McKay pedagogic Shaganashi Rizwan pedagogic dapat tool ni Baba ni Shimalagi school they went residential school. They changed their names from pedagogic, which is our original name, to Nipinak. And I wanted to say that I thank Chief and Council for all the work that they do, and also for my colleagues, Paulette and Cynthia, and the rest of the ones that I work with at the band office. I work as a receptionist there, but when the funding is there, that's when I start my Anishinaabe teachings. Sean Brass, my nephew, he was the one that helped me do the proposal for Anishinaabe when the first phase of it. So we're on the third phase, and we're going to be having our graduation next Wednesday on March 26th at 11 o'clock. And I hope that you can come and celebrate the ones that hung in there to try and keep with the language. I could work about 5 minutes at the Mundan to Gagi Gituan. Of Judishman and then Anishinaabe one. Anishinaabe guys will pick one of a Nesuga Nitaigan. Of Jingichin and then here Anishinaabe. Anishna, Manisha Tagogasia, Menope Martisian, Chimeno Day, young Kakena. Egawia Chigagawan, it, Magisexia Yatagawan Chigawan. Abdini Bois, Oya, Vista Gete, Ayat, Kagagawan Chigat. Yet the one day, get the boy. Just some of the stuff I'm going to read out that I've been teaching, the ones that have hung in there. With the cold weather and that, they would drive. Some of them lived in Duck Bay, some in Camperville, and some here right on the res. They'd still come to class in the evenings.
because they want to learn their language. What I do is, what we've been doing were words and phrases and sentences, knowing the value of currency, shunya. So knowing the meanings of winter wear and winter work materials, pibon, the 5 W's, who, awanan, what, uwanan, where, and when, anapi, why, anishin. Personal meanings for emotional feelings, caring, love, shawenitek. Where are we going? Andejan, family. Near here. Mitishanak. Relatives, dinawemaganat. These are the words that we don't speak, but we should try and learn them. It's very important because our elders are passing on the ones with the original language. And I'm trying to share that with you, and I want to leave that as a legacy. As a matter of fact, I've been working on writing a book about my life, the life in Pine Creek, and how I was raised. Kashko grandmother, Koko, Kamako, grandfather, Chung, our parents, Nigi Guk, Shukina, Nigi Guk, dad ni Papa, mother ni Mama, uncle, Papa yes, auntie, Mama yes, brother ni Se, brothers ni Se, sister ni Se, sisters ni Se, twins ni Jodak, child of Benoji, children of Benoji, my child, me Janice, your child, me Janice, your children, me Janice, his, her children, me Janice, boy, peas, girl, equals, single man, youth, skinny, single woman, youth, skinny, younger siblings, both male and female, Nishima and stuff. Youngest sibling, Ishkweja, son, Gozis, sons, Gusak, daughter, Danis, daughters, Danisak, nephew, Dojim, nephews, Dojimak, niece, Dojimikwan, nieces, Dojimikwan, grandchild, both male and female, noses. Grandchildren, both male and female, noses suck. Great grandchild, both male and female, Danikubijiganak. Great grandchildren, both male and female, Danikubijiganak. In-laws, either side of the family, Didawa. In-law, if widow or widower, Didawa. Father-in-law, Jisha. Mother-in-law, Jigus. Brother-in-law and sister-in-law in family, Minimu. Brother-in-law to males in family, Nita. Sister-in-law, Dagwe. Sister-in-law to families, females in family, Dagwe. Godparents, Kijamanido Pavaikan, Tagumamaikan. Godchild male, Kijamanidungo Sikawen. Godchild female, Kijamanidudan Sikawen. Godchildren, Kijamanidu Gusikawen. Minyan kiki tuan anagacho nike miega kinomo gosta nishnabans ta bijawat abjisto get chimi gwach de nak ege bagi jiot kasajo da nikenda nawa ye wega isiki get wanga bujani shai sunga that when you know your language, it connects to your spirit. Our language has spirit. Our language is powerful. We need to connect back to the spirit. Miagay daman, anishnabe when spiritual name kaya alek, kikenda mok anijije, ikidwek, anishnag tinomi ye mini guisem. Ida shani shat go jishe kenda mek, tabida miya java jituek, tasting kishamani do anunaek, kikishat kema nagoshek. Anamet mo ek go abinuchi yakagungwe, iskianishna beksago. Chibuni tuat in yen, tabi chibuni guat. Uzame de dani buat. Ashagi dunyanan, iskianishna beksak. Tagumiye, kikago chibinin kino bizani go kanonek kini jansiyok, mesa kishina shaki gishom bidyado, anjego pisani go chiganunaye, niya shigago chibinago. Ay minoya, minogo sipi polas, sipi miyemnon dikino mo kani jisha vishna be mo chike duatye. Tago chicken the mata ninja Jewish big even on days of the week menon chicken the what kishiga doing. Tago meno changitas what. Tago meno anin waka igan chishi to what anin eshnika deka you waka igan. Tago meno sago kiwi menan anin ego eshnika dek. Istigon, istigon, kitogan, kitamekan, kitun, yishego. Tagunan tasto de baegan, anishnabe mong chishigi gatoya. Tagunan chunat tastat, adupuen, gashangayan, ugunana bajituan, minikot, ganan, unaganan, emikonat. Artista eran, Mokomanan. So get listed young when again the known desk that they were. The get to the pig out, me and get you in the more. Tabitak needy when auntie big pig out. Now me yet to tap in among. I even know me shy. How we win the monagot. I got Johnny came where I did it one. Anishna, we walk skia, but Joe, magic can that can again. Now what's in I want you to be among where on a swear when I see that law. You know, and the one in she picked one girl go up to me and his school, yes, and he tell you about the other scene. You know, and getting away in none. You see, I bet you one. Janata go where can we go? And I guess the last part I'll just read it out in English. It is important to learn about our special relationship between the land and language. Our culture comes from the land. Our language comes from the land. Our knowledge comes from the land. Our future is on our hands. Due to the fact all living life depends upon each other, on us. There is a lack of funding and resources which create significant barriers for our people, but we have to be strong and ensure that our language is always there. We need the software as our young people enjoy the technology, and that's how they learn fast. We need these oral conversation based and focused on everyday situation and context. learning the language through conversation and face-to-face interaction, learners will be able to apply knowledge to their own lived experiences outside of the classroom. We need language, themes, events, signage, which I'm very proud of that we have already here in the community. Anishinaabe hindi wala siya wan mami kanawan kaya magatin. But the other thing I would like is I would like to have to work with the elders, give them tobacco, pay them an honorarium. Like I stated before, these are our last ones that know the language. We have to hang on to that. Once they're gone, our history is going to be gone. We need to acknowledge our community members' shared history, language, kinship, and cultural norms, while recognizing the different ideas, abilities, and interests that will allow people to thrive in retaining the language. Our community is a powerful place upon the diversity that we live in nowadays, and we have to maintain that balance. And the other thing I would like to have is to data collection on our words in our languages, data analysis, and also knowledge and mobilization. So this way, wherever we are or wherever our children go, wherever they go and get educated, this way they'll always have their language with them. And it's from here that we speak truth, honesty, and love one another. We all have to work together in order for this to succeed. And this is what I ask of leadership, of the people. Speak to your children in the Anishinaabe. Don't forget that. Chimi, let's have this indoor yet. Oh.
Thank you, Nancy. Next up, we have income assistance.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for staying so long. My name is Sherry Sharkan. I am the Income Assistance Administrator here on the First Nation. For 16 years, my letter of offer was signed by Chief Napanak in September 2009. I have two staff with me today. This is Charlene Flatfoot. She's our pre-employment support case manager. She's running the program alone right now. And then I have Holly Young. She's my assistant, and I'm gonna train her to do my job. She's like, no. So the program really hasn't changed too much. Like the requirements are residency, financial need, and IDs. Like IDs are important, and employment and training is having a clinic on April 9th, and those going to be turning 18. I'm not going to go into the administrative duties or any of that. I just want to get straight to the updates. As Chief mentioned in his speech this morning, we did receive COVID funding, inflation funding. This funding went to clients, whether it was directly through checks, through gift cards, appliances, air conditioners, hampers, it all went to the clients, to the community. And in the last 2 years, we've been having rate increases. So our single clients used to get $220 a month. It started at $195 when I started, then it went to $220, and now they get $270. And then we also had in our social category, that's our 55 plus, our single moms. There was rate increases in there too, to go on par with the province. It's still not there, the province, theirs get more yet, but it's getting there. And then we had in our health category, this is giving me a headache. We used to have a one pager. It was just like one page your doctor filled out for health. Now it's 22 pages long. So there's a section the client has to fill out, and there's a section for your doctor. And this is new to me too, but I'm just going with it. And they're telling us we have to read it and approve the disability or not. And a lot of the IAs in the West region, like we chat, and we're not doctors to say you can't get disability under our health category. If a doctor signs it, you qualify. That's my opinion. And all of these increases, oh, I forgot to mention, all of these increases for the singles went back like 1 year, like we did them in March, and they went back to April of the previous year. Same with the social, the health, they all went retroactive to April 1st, 2024. So there was a lot of work we had to do to get all this stuff out and updated. Our reporting, it's quarterly. We do a report quarterly on the income assistance program, the assisted living program, which is the home care program that's run by health, but I do the reporting, and also the pre-employment support program. We do report it quarterly on. Charlene, did you?
I'm Charlene Blackwood. I started my role as the pre-employment support program case manager of April 2019. Kind of had a funny day that day. I came in for my interview, and the ladies that were interviewing me kept walking back and forth, and I'm wondering, what's going on? What's going on? And then I went for my interview, and at the end of the interview, they said, "You got the job. You're the only one applied." And here I was all nervous. The pre-employment support program is to assist and support the income assistant clients to transition from income assistant to employment, training, and education. It provides workshops and training as needed. The case also work with clients on one-to-one basis, gathering information to do personalized action plan, assessment, and will assist the client with goals, trying to figure out their barriers as to why they're not working or training. How you can get into the program, you must be a new or existing income assistant client, ages between 18 and 64, meet the definition of expected to work by a province, participate in the intake process, and be willing to participate in trainings and workshops. We offer supports to our clients as babysitting, daycare fees we could pay if you're enrolled in any PESP programming. We provide transportation to and from PESP training and workshops. We help with resumes and cover letters. We help newbies with their Class 5 driver's license written test. We assist with the criminal record check, child abuse, and adult abuse registry checks. When you're placed in training, we do personal protective equipment for work placement.
assist with obtaining identification. We give cash incentives for attending training and adult ed. We assist with printing and filling out claims. They would know. Trainings and workshops. We have adult ed. We have adult ed enrollment students that are income assistance clients. We do first aid and CPR, food handling. We have a program that comes in maybe once a year, Awaken the Spirit, very nice lady. Career launcher, firearm safety, chainsaw, brush cutting. I wanted to do a brush cutting training and to help the bus see the kids when they're on the road. I wanted to do a brush cutting around the driveway for that purpose and utilize that training that way. We did play training, job shadowing. We do job shadowing in the community, work experience, online safety courses, like if you need witness or dangerous of transportation goods, we could do that online. We started doing income tax clinics because we know how expensive it is to get a ride to town to do your income tax. We also did beautification project. If you see flowers and trees and everything, that's our program. We do the community gardening. This past year, we didn't have, Dawn had one. We do the wood harvesting, developing good work ethics, control burning with the safety officers. We do serving it safe online. We did the ACC trades in the box, the framing and carpentry, job readiness, administrative assistant workshop, Winnipeg, time management workshop, women in trades workshop, Red River Community College Intro to Trades, Aboriginal strategies, computer skills, Maple Leaf Training Administrative Assistant, Achieve Center for Leadership Communication, Indigenous Leadership Development Institute, Conflict Resolution, and Career Development. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Charlene, Sherry, and Holly. That's a busy program. Okay, next up we have Indian Registry, Sean.
My name is Sean Brass. I took up a term position for the Indian Registry. First off, I'd like to thank everyone. I know it's almost nap time. Thank you to council and all the staff for putting this together. Thank you for everyone for staying this late. So the Minnegosa Bay Indian Registry report. The services that I provide are advice and support clients by reviewing applications for registration on the Indian Register and the application for the SCIS card and
I do the tree cards at the office. I do assist with the applications for the secure certificate. It's also known as the white card. Reporting life events, treaty verification letters, that's in case you're off reserve and or if you need a letter that verifies your registration number. This one here, this blood quantum, it was a little bit new to me. Well, everything was actually new to me, but the blood quantum is for those citizens that are living, wanted to go into the United States. So we have to verify that, first of all, you have a registration number with Minnegosa Beat. And then I have to find out who your parents are and then link that, whether it will be 100% or 50%. So and that was actually, I had to get a little bit of assistance on that from ISC. And actually, I had to get assistance on quite a few things. Yeah, so the Secure Certificate of Indian Status, also known as the Secure Status Card, and your Certificate of Indian Status Card. We have a slide of that. Yeah, okay. The Secure Certificate of Indian Status, also known as the Secure Status Card, is a card issued centrally by the Government of Canada to Status First Nation citizens. It was introduced in 2009. The card has a number of security features, including laser engraved information, raised letters and numbers, patterns of extremely fine lines, ultraviolet imaging and printing, and a secondary photo image of the card holder. Now, it usually takes about 8 to 12 weeks to process a complete application, to complete the card. There is a machine readable zone to facilitate Canada and US border crossing. The cards are not made here, they are made in Gatineau, Quebec. Now for the secure card, the SCIS application for already registered persons. The parents or legal guardians need to provide a valid government-issued piece of ID. They can use, if the parents have, they can use their SCIS or CIS to support the child or dependent adult's application. The requirements for adults is a valid photo identification of the applicant, Manitoba driver's license, for example, Manitoba driver's license, Manitoba health card, or Manitoba identification card. Supporting identification that when combined meet all of the requirements, your name, your date of birth, photo and signature. You can use your status card and your Manitoba health card and myself as the guarantor for your SCIS card. Okay, if your SCIS card is lost, stolen, damaged, or destroyed, or your cat or your dog ate it, that's most unfortunate. You must report it by calling public inquiries at ISC at 1-800-567-9604
or by emailing at info@sacisc.gc.ca. Or you could let me know. That would be a very helpful thing too. The replacement process is the same as when you first applied for your SCIS. You fill out the same form and check off replacement, lost, stolen, damaged, and under reason for application. Does it need to be renewed? Yes. Yes, a secure status card needs to be renewed every 10 years for adults and dependent adults, and every 5 years for children. So yeah, okay, we got our cards at the end of January. So I do them there. I try my best as long as you can make an appointment. I can't help it if I'm sick. I rarely get sick. But I mean, I do prefer an appointment. As long as you can keep that appointment, and you come in and you bring your health card or your Manitoba provincial ID card, please, at least one or two of those, so we could verify it. These are just the rules that ISC has. So here, next slide. The status cards are valid for 5 years. If it's issued to an individual 18 years or older, they must be renewed 5 years after the date of issuance. They're valid for 3 years if you're 18 years or younger. Issued to an individual under the age of 18 must be renewed 3 years after the date of issuance. So, for an example, if you're 25 years old and were issued your CIS card on March 1st, the CIS card, the status card, will be due up for renewal in March 1st, 2030. Okay, registration on the Indian Register for child required documents. The original birth certificate listing the names of the parents. A photocopy is not acceptable. If the child or dependent adult was adopted, you must provide an original birth certificate listing the names of the adoptive parent or parents. Documents required for the applying parent or legal guardian. Supporting identity documents must contain the following 4 elements: full name, the date of birth, photo, and signature. Include with the application 1 or more identity documents that combined together contain all the elements listed above, or 1 identity document that contains some but not all the elements listed above, and a guarantor declaration form. The guarantor, you could ask me as the Indian Registry. Registration continued. So how long does it take? How do you register? It takes from 6 months to 2 years, depending on the complexity of your file and the genealogical research needed. Now, how do you register? You can apply by mail or in person at any Indigenous Services Canada or Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Office, or at the IRA right next door here. Okay, I also do part of the life events, also known as field events, or changes that can be made to the Indian Register by the regional office. These events include births, post 1985 marriages, divorces, Canada and US, confirmed death, ban transfers by council resolution or equivalent. Reporting life events or amendments. A life or field events can also include amendments that are made to an individual's register page. Names, surname, given name, alias. Province of residence and or residence code, on, reserve, off, reserve, etc. Spousal information, parental information, category change from 6.2 to 6.1F. And in conclusion, your identity and all of those documents are very important to you. They are very important to me. I just want to share something else, just one more minute. Now, I just want to share the registration part for a child, okay? Okay, the length of the registration process for a child or dependent adult will depend on the specific situation. If the child's parents are both registered, or they have one parent that is registered under category 6.1, then generally this will be considered straightforward, and barring any missing documents or something like that, can be completed fairly quickly at the office in Winnipeg. Now, if the situation is more complex or involves an adoption, legal or custom, then yes, we cannot process anything like that in our office, so that application will be forwarded to ISC headquarters for processing. That is when the wait time could be anywhere from 6 months to over 2 years. Yeah, and that, I had asked for clarification directly from ISC in Winnipeg, because honestly, I've been getting a lot of questions in regards to registration and category changes and everything. I did not have any of those answers, so I had to ask the trusted sources, which is ISC in Winnipeg. Yeah, so registration for your child, very important. If you have a newborn or whatever, and you are already registered, both parents, please try and get your baby, your child, registered as soon as possible. Okay? It is very, very important. Do not delay. Make sure you get that birth certificate. That is crucial. Without that birth certificate, you will have delays. You do not want to have delays when it comes to your treaty rights and registration number. Which?
Thank you, Sean. Where is Cynthia? I was able to get some 2 liters. Or Dylan or Bob. Dylan, can you go and grab 5 2 liters in the back?
there, please, and put them on the counter. I also ordered 20 fries and gravy. They'll be here soon. I know it's not enough for everyone, but we'll share. Okay.
There was a request as well for an adjustment to the honorarium today. At the outset, we said it was 60 plus, and we did pay out, I think, 50, 60 plus honorariums. We have a little bit of cash left over, so we decided to reduce it to 55 plus. So if you didn't receive an honorarium because you're 55 to 60, please go ahead and receive a $50 honorarium. Yes, while there's resources there, there's a little bit left. 55.
Okay, so we have 3 left. We have Treasury, and then we have, and Justin graciously gave up his spot. Are you fine with that? His report will be posted online, and it's available for pickup. And if you want to know anything, he said you could just phone him directly. So we have, I'm going to do the Treasury report, then we're going to do Public Works, then we're doing housing. 3 left. Then we're going to do the door prizes and the closing remarks. Hopefully the French fries get here by then, before then. So the Treasury report was originally going to be presented by BDO. We had hired BDO to do the reports for us, and we had a misunderstanding in dates, but that's okay because we're going to present it anyway. So the first slide is 22-23 revenues. So the Treasury is where our tobacco rebate goes, along with any other revenues of own source. And so right now, Nancy Chokin is doing the bookkeeping for Treasury, and she's been doing that position she's added it to her role for, I think, 2 months. So she's fairly new. Prior to Nancy doing Treasury, Kyle was overseeing it, and Kyle, I think he looked after it for 6 months. And then prior to Kyle, Bev looked after Treasury for 5+ years. So now I'm gonna go through the report. So I'm only gonna point out, I guess, the high revenues, like so 2022-23 we received $369,122.84 in tobacco rebate. We also received $100,000 from Louisiana Pacific. We received Manitoba Hydro revenue, $213,578. We got the stumpage fees from the province of Manitoba for $914,573.53. Province of Manitoba, $1,753.63. And then when we go to the next slide. Not that one, the next one. And again, our apologies. I don't know why these pie charts are not showing up correctly. But so the revenue breakdown, I mean the total expenditure breakdown for 22-23. So in 22-23, we paid out $451,187.73 in donations and community support. We paid out $39,333.34 in office expenditures. We did $120,771.18 in travel, and then other $80,826.86. But as I go through the slides, it's going to explain it a little bit more in detail. So 22-23, our income statement stated that we spent $599,811.93 on reserve, and we spent $92,007.18 off reserve. And something that I'll add is that we tried our best, going back to Bev, going to Kyle and Nancy, because we weren't entering, like when donations were given out, they were just processed. We weren't identifying whether we knew like internally if that member was on reserve or off reserve, but we weren't coding it that way. Now we are. So now like our 24-25 is gonna specifically, like if we wanna pull out like off reserve, how much did we spend? It's gonna be like at the tip of our fingers. This one we have to manually go back and look through everything. Bev had to read through every line, and yeah, that was an on reserve, that was an off reserve. So member donation expense category breakdown, so it goes into even more detail. So in 22-23, we spent $194,136.47 on powwow and treaty days. We spent $63,828.71 on cultural and social activities. Sports and rec, we spent $85,000. Member donations, we spent $41,000. Other $10,000, and funerals $51,000. All donations and community expenses, again, we broke it down because the emphasis was on and off. So $359,180 was spent on reserve, and $92,000 was spent on off. For membership donations, it was pretty much split down the middle. We spent $21,000 for off reserve and $19,000 for on. Sports and rec, we spent $59,000 on reserve, and we spent $26,000 off. Powwow, 100% powwow treaty days, $194,136 was spent on reserve. Cultural and social activities, on reserve $52,000, off reserve $11,000. Health and medical assistance, $3,900 on reserve, off reserve $613. Funerals, $32,000 for off reserve and $18,000 for on reserve. Other donations, $10,000, and that's it for 22-23. Okay, so next up we have 23-24. And again, I'll point out the higher revenues. So we have Other revenue, $512,447. And I believe that was no, that wasn't the one. So where is our tobacco? Mini homes, 1,750,000. Stumpage fees, 175,000. General account, 90,000. So I'm just gonna jump straight into our how we spent that money, how that money was spent. Okay, so 23-24, we spent 792,000 on donation and community support, 170,000 on travel, 93,000 on ventures and initiatives, equipment purchases, 306,000, capital purchases, 435,000, other 194,000. On reserve, off reserve, total expenses, on reserve, 1,700,000, off reserve, 298,000. Membership donations, expenses category breakdown. Show anything. So here we have, in 23-24, we spent 409,000 on the powwow and treaty days. We spent 118,000 on cultural and social activities. 47,000 on funerals. Membership donations, 70,000. Sports and recreation, 130,000. 3,000 on health, medical, 3,000 on education and training. All donation and community expenses, off reserve we spent 298,000, and on reserve we spent 493,000. Membership donations, again, were kind of split down the middle. Off reserve at 38,000 and on reserve at 31,000. Sports and rec, on reserve received 121,000 and off reserve received 10,000. Powwow and treaty days, off reserve received 189,000 and on reserve received 219,000. But then we also started doing the Winnipeg Treaty Days, so that's why that went up. Cultural and social activities, on reserve 99,000, off reserve 19,000. Health and medical, on reserve 2,000, off reserve 1,000. Funerals, off reserve 35,000, on reserve 12,000. Education and training support was 3,000 on reserve. Other donations and community support, we had off reserve 1,500 and on reserve a little over 6,000. So that was all the expenditures for the years 22, 23, and 23, 24. And 24, 25 is currently in progress, so we don't have a report for that yet. Is there any questions? No? Okay, we'll move on to our next agenda item. Thanks.
Just one more announcement here with respect to funerals. We have a policy in the community that when a member passes, we provide from the band a $950 contribution. And we ask next of kin to receive that on behalf of the family, and then for the family to decide how to use that $950. It's not much, and it doesn't go very far, especially in this day and age. So what we've done, once again, based on this year's income distribution from the trust, is we've set aside additional resources so that for a family funeral, it's now up to 3,000, which means that we will give 950 the way we always have, but we'll give an additional 2,050 directly to the funeral home on behalf of the family to help offset the cost of the funeral. So that's something that we can do with some of the revenue that's coming in this year.
Thank you, Chief. We have a question.
I just wanted to ask, I just wanted to be clear that that only covers status members and not the spouses if they're not status, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so we have two left, housing and public works. So we're gonna do public works first. So can we get, I believe, I don't know if it's Chad or Bert up here? And then I see, we got some French fries happening. We got pop back there. Oh, okay. Oh, that's good. I'm glad you guys are eating.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for coming out to our 9th annual general meeting. My name is Britt Richard. I'm your Public Works Manager here for Niagara Anishinaabe First Nation. Unfortunately, I went to the eye doctor today, and whatever he put in my eyes is still seems to be there. So I'm getting my coworker, Britt McKay, to read my report for me. Thank you, Bert. That's dope. But anyways, Bert asked Bert to read out Bert's report. Okay. So anyways, it goes something like this as on the report. It says, "Good morning, afternoon. Thank you all for coming out to our 9th annual general meeting. My name is Bert Richard. I just already told you that. But anyways, I'll go to the next sentence. It says, since starting my job, I got maintenance done to all 4 water trucks, 2 septic trucks, and also 2 garbage trucks. As a matter of fact, I currently have our water trucks going through maintenance once again for oil changes and a few minor repairs to ensure they remain safe for the roads. And so our drivers can complete their daily tasks. Maintaining our vehicles and equipment is vital to ensuring as few stoppages in service as possible. We will always do our best to keep our trucks on the road, providing these important services. We also got a lot of grass cutting done and also mulching and ditches, making our community look cleaner, but also making it safer for wildfire purposes and safer for all the kids so they can enjoy and take advantage of being outdoors. I'm now getting ready for the spring runoff. We will be clearing culverts all over the community to allow for better water flow and less road flooding. I'm excited for the upcoming warmer weather leading into summer so that we can continue all the good work we have all been doing. I take pride in what I do around the communities and will continue to keep the grass short and ditch mulching done and make our community look nice and clean. I now want to
take some time to acknowledge our team members, starting with our water treatment plant team. These guys work hard daily, providing the community with best portable drinking water possible. Glenn Senior, Glenn Junior, and Cody, known as the Thompson Boys. These guys put in long hours to make sure the water treatment plant is running the best it's possibly can to provide our community with drinking water. So that's the water treatment plant, guys. Thank you, Glenn. Next, he's got on here is the waste transfer station. I would like to say for the two workers there, Dave Kipling and Bert McKay, which is me, they have done some amazing work. The transfer station, also known as a garbage dump, is so clean and tidy, and these guys put in a lot of hours organizing it in the way it is today. Bert McKay successfully submitted a $312,000 proposal, which will provide the waste transfer station with 2 brand new machines and attachments for both the mini excavator and skid steer. This is one of the cleanest waste transfer stations I've ever seen. Let me say his note on the last page. It also says Bert McKay also submitted another proposal for O&M assets totaling roughly $306,000. If approved, the total amount of $618,000 will flow into the waste transfer station. Thank you, Bert. That being said, I'd like to acknowledge the Chief and Council for helping submit that proposal. Without them, that wouldn't have been possible. Give a hand to Chief and Council, please. So after that, we saved our drivers. I'd like to say this group of guys worked very hard to safely provide the community with day-to-day services. Water truck drivers, Tom Nikonak, Wayne Richard, Leon Nikonak, and Gord Richard. Our septic truck drivers, Freeman Gambler, Cody Mosdale, and Bruce Gamble, and our garbage truck driver, TJ Menard. All of these drivers do their best to provide the community with day-to-day services, no matter the elements and conditions that challenge them. So I'd like to thank myself personally, but it's such a whole drivers. They do an awesome job. And he also writes here, Chad Nikonak is our public works supervisor. Chad is a very hardworking young man that won't shy away from work. He will jump into any truck as needed to get the job done. I'd like to take a moment to say thank you to all the community for your patience when we do have truck issues. We understand the importance of urgency of the services we provide, and we'll always do our best to ensure that our community members receive the services as needed. And thank you all. And thank you to our whole team for your hard work and dedication to ensure our daily tasks run smoothly. Your work does not go up unnoticed. Teamwork. That's by Bert Richard.
Thank you all very much. Thanks, Bert, for reading that, and we will continue to work hard for the community.
Excellent job, Public Works. All right, we have down to our last one. Housing. Oh, sorry, we had a public works question.
Sorry guys, my question was, we're just gonna do Western High School Frontier Games. Right now, we're trying to run cross-country running, and we're having difficulty because the road to the lagoon is straight ice. So all we were gonna ask is if they could run the relay there. Yeah. If they could just simply run it right now. Nice. On behalf of the Frontier athletes, thank you.
Okay, here we go. Housing.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for waiting. We'll take an hour over your time. I don't know if you're all waiting for the housing report, but I'll just try. Yeah, so, okay, so, we'll just go over the it's running out of battery. Okay, so in the past 4 years for housing, we had 30 new homes built that included the 7 homeowners project, which was $2.2 million. Each tenant was selected by applications, and they had to get approved by a bank for a 25-year mortgage to qualify. Each applicant selected their own locations, and they had control of what they were going to build with their houses, electrical, windows, decks, any extra were added on to the units. So the bank contributed the driveways, the foundations, the water and sewer tank hookups, lot clearing, and up to 1 hydro pole. Yeah, it was 100 yards to a hydro pole, plus a driveway. These cabin homes were purchased from Naughty Pines out of Edmonton. Next slide. So we also added 14. Okay. Oh, okay. So we had 9 CMEC projects completed in these 4 years, based on unqualified opinion in the past 4 years audit. Minigo ZB National has been able to receive funding from the CMEC. We have a toolkit that needed to be filled out. So it was a proposal toolkit, a construction toolkit that came after we were approved. Each year toolkit is filled out. 63 other communities in Manitoba were also filling out these toolkits. So not everybody qualified. This funding covers new construction, renovations, and wraps through CMHC. We also have I don't even know how to say it, a housing internship for youth. The funding covers 1 youth from the community or work at housing department. The funds, the wages are paid for by CMHC. Next slide. We also had 14 Indigenous Service Canada houses built. Each year, Miniga Zibi Anishinaabe Housing receives funding from the ISK. This funding covers a variety of programs. A-based funding, recently purchased a maintenance vehicle. Wages for a housing manager. There was never any wages in the past for a housing manager, so now
They implemented that just a couple of years ago. Oh no. Okay. So, the new funding this year from FNCFS, funding is 1.7 million. We haven't received it yet, but this funding covers new construction for families with children and youth at risk. New construction rentals, and additions. So, I don't know what I want to. But I need the slide for this part. The rent collection part. Okay, so for the 4-year term for, next slide. For the rent collection for a 4-year term, for Venegas y Medicinales, we're leading all First Nations in Manitoba for rent collection. Other reserves have been coming up to me and the council, asking how we did it, how we implemented our rent collection. A lot of them are in debt, rent arrears. This was all done prior to the previous council, did all the legwork. So it's good that everybody's paying. We currently sit at 80% rent collected in the community. The numbers on the slide show for 2021, we collected 123,000. For 2022, we collected 154,000 in rent collections. 2023, we collected 135,630. 2024, we collected $182,789. So these rent collections, they go towards mortgages, but back to renovations, it's all based on funding, on what we get. On CMHC, it's different from the band-owned houses. Okay, so we'll get back to that. Monthly payments vary for seasons, Christmas, spring break, summer holidays, back to school. So the rent collection isn't consistent throughout the year. And for the rental agreement, with the new policy, we are currently working on a rental agreement with IST that will allow income assistance to be paid rent for clients and living in subsidy band-owned units. Currently, income assistance is only being paid by clients living in CMHC units. Okay, so next slide for renovations. Venegas ZB renovation projects started slow in the first 4-year term. This was due to limited funding. It could have been reports. This was all before I stepped into the housing manager role. So I was just the assistant. So in those 4 years, small repair renovations took off with windows and doors, siding, and moved up over the years to interior projects such as bathrooms, kitchen renovations, including flooring. This is our renovation breakdown. So in 2021, we started small with 45,000, and we took a big jump in 2022 for 439,000. In 2023, we invested 511,298 in renovations, and just this last year, we've put 722,134 in renovations. This amount of renovations increase each month, year from year to year.
from IST, that's slowly releasing funding for reports and residual funding from other programs that other communities didn't qualify for. More renovation should show less renovation needed in the future. So it'll improve on people taking care of their houses, less damage, more awareness of mold issues and what causes mold. Preventative maintenance is key. And then also the housing policy that I mentioned, we're currently running off the 2017 housing policy that was signed by a previous council. This new one right now, we've still in the development stage. We've finalized a few of the things and sent it back to IST for their recommendations. The new policy is still in review, currently being updated. And we're just waiting for recommendation changes from both CMBC and IST, pending funding releasing on their end. And going into future development and construction for 25 and beyond, we're just waiting for the audit. We missed the deadline for March 10th. For this year's funding, we'll get the second round as soon as the audit comes in for next slide. For 2025, so we have till May to submit our audit, and then we know what funding we get from both sides. So just a little bit of acquiring more funding for expansion and development for the future, developing new lots for expansion, construction of new roads and easements, developing new blueprints, layouts for both. Instead of having rectangle houses, we can develop our own. Basic home maintenance workshops and for existing tenants and new tenants. Next slide. So right now, we're currently looking for members for the housing authority. We'll need an elder and a youth, so you can contact me if you're interested. There's basic home maintenance courses that are coming up, so that date is to be determined. Move-in reports, move-out reports for the selected tenants that will be getting units. Housing policy update and community meeting will be determined once that gets back to us. And that's all I have, unless council wants to add something else to it.
Bonjour, housing is very difficult topic here in the community. We're at 80% rent. The other 20% is few members that do not want to pay rent and social clients on rent, on IA clients. That's what we're working on right now is the housing authority. Once that's passed, Indigenous Service Canada will pay they'll pay rent on these subsidy band units that our social clients live in. It'll be prorated too. So if you have a social client living with a working person, employed person, they'll prorate it. So that's how it'll work. The social client won't cover the full amount of rent on that unit. They'll prorate it. So, and there's other things like housing's been doing a lot of renovations in the community. Larry's our intern right now. We hired Annette Nietzsche's. She was our FSO there about how long ago? Half a year and a half. Yeah, she's gonna take the role of Anita, who's on sick leave. So she's gonna be working remotely from she has another job, but she'll be working closely with Larry and Joni. Joni Sharkins, our housing clerk. Priscilla, housing clerk. So, but I just like to mention that to the people. Like I don't know, you must have noticed all the renovations that have been going on in the community. All the houses pretty much one of the top communities in Manitoba for housing. We're right up there in, people are talking to us when we go places and that, like, what are we doing? You go to our communities, you see a lot of windows and houses boarded up, you know. I don't really see that here right now. We're doing a lot of work at renovations. Like, acknowledge our carpenters, our contractors that have been working for us here in the community the last 4 years. I'd like to thank them very much for getting jobs done. Sterling Nepanak is our housing, project manager, liaison, and the inspector. He's now inspecting our units as these renovations are getting done, so we're paying only on, so the new construction, we don't pay out full amounts right away, we pay them on progress payments. Same with, renovations that are being done by our contractors in the community, we don't get paid till the work is inspected now. And it's passed by, Sterling as the guy that gets that. But, if there's any questions or not, go ahead.
You need a mic? Yeah.
We need to accommodate our elders. Some of them spent years and years and years working for our community. Like, how come we can't get their rent paid? The elders 65 plus.
The rental fee for elders in the community is $50. We have, I'm not sure the percentage of elders that are paying that $50, and there is a percentage that aren't paying that $50. Well, 25 is a user fee. That's different department. That doesn't go to housing. So I don't know if you want. Look, we could look at it, we could discuss it, but $50 is pretty low enough already. I don't know.
Okay, my staff, I know, well, for myself, I need to pay my rent, but I've been renovating my house all along. And I forwarded my bills to Chief and Council in 2021, because I did renovations on my floor and it was denied. They said, send it to JP, and nothing came of JP. Like, what do you do with homeowners that are renovating their own units? Can we forward our bills to use minus the cost of rent? Because another staff member of mine just renovated their whole unit. Those are the questions we need to ask.
Like for that, what we've been doing here is, it has to get the okay from housing, and then it can be reimbursed before it's done. Yeah.
I've been waiting all day just to ask this question. How many years does a person have to put their names on there to get a house, a new house? Because none of my children have new houses, and yet there's people here that were never on the reserve that got houses before my children even got houses. And the ones that have houses here on the reserve, they're not new houses. their old houses. And how long does it take one of my children to get a house? And yet some people get it as soon as they come on the reserve, they enter the reserve, they get a house. And now I got a letter from housing saying that they were gonna evict me from my house just because I didn't pay $50 a month. And I'm an elder, and elders, you say you look after your people. How do you look after your people when I don't get repairs on my house for anything? I never signed no papers to anything. And I got this letter saying I'm gonna be evicted from my house April 30th. Where am I gonna go? Where am I gonna stay? I've been living in that house almost 40 years because my children grew up there. And now I don't even know if anybody here gets their houses repaired in the last 40 years. Some elders never got repairs done in their homes, and yet you still want $50 a month for that. How long do a person has to wait for a new house? And the ones that got new houses, I could say they're criminals and they're on the reserve here and you guys give them a house. And the drug dealers are still in their own houses and you're still giving them houses. And yet, my children don't even have a house on the reserve. I'd like to know why you want to evict me just because I don't pay that $50 to use. Why you want to make elders pay anything at all when you should be helping them with everything that you can, because you always say we do things for elders and the children. Where do you say you're helping when you have to pay that much? I know lots of people pay, elders pay, and yet they don't even get their doors or windows fixed, nothing. That's why I stayed here all day just to ask that question. Why don't you help the elders out instead of trying to throw them out of their house?
Okay, my question to Chief and Council is, I have students in my school that some of them, they have a 2-bedroom and yet there's 6 kids living in this unit. And I would like the reviews would go to every unit to check who's living and what you could make their house comfortable living. Because these kids, there's I think 5 in a 2-bedroom with 2 adults or 3 adults. That's my concern about the overcrowding in the units.
Okay, but how are we gonna know that if members don't want to come and fill out their tenancy agreements? It was due April, tenancy agreements were due, so we don't know who's wrong when people are living. Fill out their tenancy agreements. Those need to be signed yearly, so. There is, yeah, so. We've been working on that in the community here, switching people around, moving them around because they're overhoused. There's only 2 people living in a 4-bedroom unit, so we've been working on that. But to answer Mary's question, there was renovations done on your unit recently. So you shouldn't be saying that there was no renovations done. There was a brand new furnace, brand new doors, a deck, and well, deck is a landing and a ramp. We don't provide garbage boxes to for our units. It's up to the members that live in there.
Two people asked me, I don't know, who paid $50. I said, I'm not in residential school anymore, so we school. You have to do this, you have to do that. I stayed in residential school long enough to hear that every day of my life and death. Why should I do that now, when I'm older? But I don't have to ask this one, that one, and you need to do this thing. You're so just saying yes. You're an elder, you're forgiveness for elders, especially the ones that are not wheelchair. And I'm not going to my help for anyone because if I leave my house, then you're going to renovate it for somebody else. Why do it after? Do it now if you want to renovate my house.
The intention of the letter was so no one gets too far behind. Like I said, the one reserve is $1 million in rent arrears. We don't want that. We don't want you having to owe $20,000 to housing, and then you want repairs when you owe $20,000. So it kind of goes hand in hand with that. So we congratulate the ones who pay, and the ones who are making payments, and ones that want to get out of arrears. So that was the intention of the letter.
I'm not saying.
We're not trying to displace people. It's not in our nature to kick out anybody except for drug-related issues. But rent is a big issue. We don't generate revenue out of no rent collections. So how are we supposed to fix housing? So that's the tough thing. It goes hand in hand.
Anybody's boss is on the list, they move out of there first. It's my house, how many years ago? Still, I'm not going to pay any more rent. Because why should I have things in school already? And you guys should be able, not allow me to tell you to behave all the time. What? You've been living here all your life. Why can't you behave?
So, Chief and Council also had a discussion on releasing these units that members have been living in for 20 plus years, let's say, to the elders or other members, I don't know, whatever age you'd be. But can you upkeep that unit? When the furnace goes, it costs the band like $5,000 for the furnace with the labor for the electrician to install. So pumps are $1,000. We discussed that. We're going to bring that to the next meeting. So I don't know.
We have a question over here.
Hello. Larry, can you come down here, please? Larry, come down here, please. Hurry up, we don't have all night.
You can't swear in here.
Never mind. Okay. Way back then, before time, we tried this process here to get all these numbers to be revealed. And it's finally up here, up on the, well, it was there, you shut it off. Why you shut it off? Anyways, we tried this a long time ago. I was in the housing board, not the boring board, the housing board. So anyways, we tried this, and I worked hard to try and get all these numbers up there to show you people. But then we got thrown off. Every time we got thrown off. But now, I commend this boy, Larry Nipanag Jr., that he has that stamina to put it up on the board for us, for all band members to see. I'm very proud of it. I know he's got a lot of deficiencies to fix, but it's going to take time. You know, you got to care for the elders. The elders, chief and council, I'm telling you, take care of your elders. Once we're gone, that's it. You know, you got to respect our elders. I know it's very hard. It's very hard, our elders. Look at me. I'm an elder now. I drove bus here for 45 years. Look how I look now. You know, all that vibration of the bus. 7 o'clock in the morning. You know, it was a hard fight. Yeah, laugh about it. You're not the one that's... Every morning, 7 o'clock, I have to get up. And I sleep. Now I sleep until 1 o'clock. But I commend this boy here. He did a lot of good stuff there for us to see. We never had this before. You know, we say a lot of times, well, they're right up here. Your numbers are right there. You know, he's not like that. He was never brought up to be like that. Boy, everyone with them, and I praise him for that. All right.
The housing manager role is a difficult one. There's days where I didn't want to show up to work because of the phone calls, the swearing, the arguing.
Well, you never have to get called.
And that's you know, like some people don't want to go to work because of this, but it's a tough position. And I would like to thank council for having my back and giving me direction. Thank you, Georgina.
I go back to 2017 when we first started as council there. We got sworn in, and we had to do a recovery for 500,000 before we would get any funding from ISC or CMHC. Now, today, any dollar that comes to CMHC is spent on houses, and that's it.
Hi, I'm Councillor Harley Chartrand, and I share the housing portfolio here with Don. And sure, our housing is not at the top where everyone wants it to be. But if you drive around our community and you look at where it is now from where it was before, we've done a lot of work. We've made a lot of progress. And it's not gonna happen overnight. Good things don't happen overnight, it takes time. I know people are upset. And you have the right to be upset, that's your right. You have your opinion, but we're working hard. I'm proud when I drive into Pine Creek now and I see all these new builds, I see the houses being renovated. When I was a kid, I never saw that. Never, and like there was from time to time things coming up, but I'm proud of the work that's been done here in the last 4 years and before that. So I hope you're all proud of that too. Some may not be, but I am. I'm proud of the work our council done here to bring that here, for us to be able to do that work. to be able to go to these meetings and find funding to do that work, that's what we have to do. That's how this work comes. There's a lot of work that goes into our housing, and I agree, you have your right to your opinion, but I'm proud of our housing, of how far it has come, and it's only gonna get better. This is not the end. We're not even in the middle yet. We're gonna be way up here if we keep going the way we're going. So just let us keep going, and you'll be very proud in the end of what we do. Thank you. And no more blue siding for Larry.
First of all, you gotta come into the band office, come to our housing clerk there, and she'll put your name on, fill out an application. Oh, I don't know. That's how it goes anyway. 1 year, renewal every 1 year. No, it's 1 year.
Can I go next?
There's different situations we deal with in housing. It's not all the same. Like somebody just applying for a house. There's some like overcrowding, overhoused. You know, different situations. Not all applicants are the same.
Good. Again, my name is Lori Thompson. For those of you who don't know me, and for those of you who do, I'm still Lori Thompson. In terms of housing, I've been a spectator of it all my life when it comes to on-reserve housing, because my grandmother got kicked off of the reserve because my Dakota descendant grandfather didn't have a treaty number or an Indian status number. So we grew up on the outskirts, being called Indian hillbillies, muskrat people, stuff like that, all that lateral violence. And it was practiced here again today, and I just keep on praying that it stops. It needs to stop, because our children learned that today here again in 2025. So about the future, I hope that these gatherings are going to become safer and more respectful. And I'm going to talk in honor of my late mother, Tomas Thompson. Many of you knew who she was. Very humble woman. Never would she have talked the way that I'm talking today. And she died with never moving back home. That was her dream, was to come back home to this land where she belongs. And then Bill C-31 came in. More lateral violence, more discrimination. You're not a real Indian. Believe me, it's not any easier out there, because I've lived it. The resources aren't as accessible. Housing too. Housing is tough to get a hold of when you're off reserve. So in terms of me, I've been trying to return home, and because I worked for the band, I was offered a house, and in good conscience, I can't take it, because I'm not going to jump ahead of anybody else that's been on the list for many, many years. I won't do that. I want to respect that waiting list for all the years that I don't want to jump ahead. I do want to work for my community, and if I have to do it living out in a house that I have to pay a lot for, I'll do that instead until all of the waiting list has been filled for the ones that have been waiting for a long time. And hopefully, I'll get to see me opening a house that I get to live in my lifetime. Maybe not me then, maybe my daughter, maybe my grandkids, but hopefully we'll come home one day. And in terms of policy, I used to request to see what the policy looked like, and I never got it. It wasn't allowed to be shared. And now we're going to have a meeting where it is going to be shared. And I'm really happy about that. And I'm really happy that this conversation is happening. And sometimes
that hard truth needs to be brought into the light in order for good healing to happen. And in terms of our elders, how they do it out there in that white world, in that white law, they call it a life estate, especially if somebody's been living there for many, many years. Even though our elders are older, there's still a child inside of them, and we always take care of each other. And if somebody's going towards the end of their life, that's not the time to start pulling their foundation from underneath them. We have to think about what we're doing, why we're doing it. Is it in the best interest of that person, that family, that community? So that's what I walk with, that's what I think with, that's my opinion, but that's what I want for our community. I want that for all of us, each and every one of us. We all matter, no matter if we're sitting with addictions, no matter if we're experiencing domestic violence, no matter if we don't know how to take care of our homes yet. There's some of us who do, and it's our responsibility to help to be good.
I wasn't gonna speak, but I kind of feel like I need to say what I have to say. Because I myself, I'm a mother, I have 5 boys, and I've been living on the outskirts of Pine Creek for a good 5 years now, trying to come home. And when I was pretty much at my lowest about 3 years ago after losing my son, I was living in a trailer that was substandard, mold, everything, it was awful. And I got told by housing I was gonna have a house, and I knew I'm gonna go away. Time went and came, months went by, and all the houses were distributed. I didn't get one. I was told I was getting one. So I had to move back in with my in-laws and all my kids. Prior to that, had post-secondary, and the rent got too crazy. That's why we had to come back from Winnipeg. But after that, living with my in-laws, I was offered another house. This one, too, was not up to standard. It was not finished. It was actually more than what I was paying in Duck Bay, because I got a different house there. But now it's a 3-bedroom. So I'm staying in a 3-bedroom now. But then I was offered another house. Again, nothing finished, no deck, no nothing. I said no because it costed more. Now another house. Inspection wasn't even started. They just said, it's there, and we'll start looking at it. Still to this day, that was months ago, nothing has been inspected. That's board still on that door. Now next month, I get offered another house. But this house is my cousin's house. And now I have to choose between taking my cousin's house, is a big house while he's not here, or staying in a 3-bedroom with my 5 kids and not having a bedroom for myself. That's a position I've been put in multiple times. So, yeah, I have questions about the housing selection too. And when you notify families and get their hopes up and just pull it away from them, just another perspective. And still to this day, I get up and I put my clothes on and I go to do my job here in the community and I help families, but I can't even get help from my own family. May gosh.
All right. Oh, we got another question.
I have a question. It's in regards to some young people I know I hang out with, and they moved away, they went to school, they paid rent in the big city lights, and when they came back home, they were told they couldn't live with family members. Like, I want to know, is that true? Like, say I have my cousin, she's got nowhere to go, and I want to bring her into my house with her couple kids, and you guys don't want to help them, give them welfare. Like, is that the truth? Like, did that really happen? Like, you're refusing our people who are trying to live and get better and who have nowhere to go but to come back to their own community?
and yet they're being refused to live with anybody? Like, why is that happening? You're refusing like your own people to come back home, even though their family members want to help them and give them a room to live in for till they get back on their feet or till they find a place. Like, I don't think that's right if that really happened.
We do in certain situations. The housing manager here, interim housing manager here will look at the situation. If it's gonna cause overcrowding, then no, we won't add no more tenants to that unit, and that's the only way. I don't know, it might have been before Larry, but usually the housing manager will look into that. She'll make that decision.
Any more questions? I'm just kidding, no more questions.
That would be a unique situation, and it all depends on the applicant and the living conditions of the house. It could be a wide variety of determinations. I don't know the situation. It might have been before I came in here, so I can't really speak on it. But usually the people would come in to speak with the housing clerk, Priscilla, and then we would go from there. So it's hard to answer when I don't know the situation.
I just want to say, what Denise was just saying there, that, like, if a family, say if a sister or brother came to me with 5 kids, chief and council would have no right to tell me what to do because I'm bringing in my family into my house. Is that true or false? Like I got, like.
That's true and false. Well, like I said, it depends on the
You
situation.
gotta look into it, Don.
Hey?
No, but I'm just wondering if that keeps going through my mind. When someone, I know a couple of years ago, my 2 sons came here to Pine Creek and they had nowhere to go, and I told them to come and ask for help here because I wasn't in no position to help them either. And they told me that they had to go to Winnipeg and do whatever they can ask for over there. So when I came here, the story was all different. Like it seemed like, do you pick and choose your stereotype of people? I don't know.
No, what that was causing, and people were just getting added to units. It was causing, like, for housing here, the head of household would be coming to the band office pretty much on a daily basis. So I need these people out of my house now. They need a house. They need a house. They need a house. But we didn't have anything available for them, so that's why we kind of put that in place.
Well, I need a house for my daughter now.
She is on the
My
list.
daughter
Yeah.
needs a house because she has kids she has to look after, and I can't look after them. And everybody here knows my situation. I'm not gonna hide nothing. She needs a house, she needs to take care of her kids. So it's the process of picking and choosing who gets a house first.
Is that?
What's the process of who gets a house first?
we select? I guess, like, with the situations, we look at the applicant list, and then we'll go with, like, who's, emergency basis, I guess, if there's overcrowding, any mold or whatever in units. And, and availability too. We're minimal to that.
Ano na kitoy?
Is that it for the questions? Thank you, council.
I was an observer of the conversation over the last hour, and I just wanted to make a couple of comments on the state of housing in our community. And I'm, you know, we're at a point now within our local infrastructure where we can't even really accommodate building new houses, but we are anyway. Our sewage lagoon has been at maximum since 2019 or so, and we received a report that our sewage lagoon was at its maximum and that we needed a new one immediately. Now, why is that important? It's important because we can't build new houses if we don't have sewage capacity, because our drinking water is right there. So we have an issue there, but nonetheless, we continue to build as much as we can with what we have. And CMHC provides enough for what, five houses a year? 5 houses a year. And in order to keep up with our population growth in this community, we need to build almost 20 houses a year. So we're not meeting what we need to build every year to keep up with our population growth. And that was based on 2020 numbers, and it's 2025 today. You know, so we're way behind in building housing stock. So somebody said this morning, why are you subsidizing housing with our revenue when CMHC provides? Well, CMHC does not provide. They don't care whether we build houses or not at CMHC. We applied for 15 rapid houses or 20 rapid houses 2 years ago, and they said no. You don't qualify because you're not putting enough equity in. And that's the type of situation that we've been put in as a community. So we can't keep up with the demand. And we have people coming in and members coming in who want to move home. They want to move home because they were kicked out of their apartment in Winnipeg or Brandon or Dauphin or Swan River, and they got nowhere else to go. And they come to us, can I please have a place to live? We don't have any places to give away. So what we've been doing as a community is dealing with placements on an emergency basis. So sometimes families, and this is, people are entitled to confidentiality as well, you know, so it's important to recognize that sometimes CFS, for example, won't put children back with mom and dad or with mom or with dad unless they have a place. And we've done our best to accommodate a number of those situations over the last number of years. So if you see a family all of a sudden moving into a house, but meanwhile somebody else was on the list before them, it's because it's an emergency. Because we want families to come back and try and live together again. That's what we're trying to do. Sometimes we have families in situations where there's mold and kids are getting sick. And we have to put them at the top when we can, where we can. And it's not always going to result in the best outcome, but it is the best we can do. And it's difficult. It's difficult to make these decisions and to place people when we have no housing inventory to do it with. That's the challenge we have as a community. So we're all in this mess together. We're all in this situation, this housing mess together. The best we can do is try to work together to fix it. Now, if there's a request that every elder in every home in the community doesn't pay rent, we still have to raise revenue for rent. So that money has to come from somewhere. Where can it come from? We have, Social assistance doesn't work that way. Social assistance doesn't cover elders' costs. That's not the way the program works. So just take, for example, if we did take it from social assistance, the department would see that we were paying elders rent with social assistance and they'd claw it back against us. We'd have a recovery. Brenda, do you want to use VLT revenue to pay elders rent?
Not really, because there's more businesses that we want to start. We want to use that money right now for more economic development. Like right now, we're just making a little bit of money. We want to be able to create more businesses. More money.
We can look, we can check. We'll commit to that. We will look to see what the rent is at $50 a month per elder in their units and see what the total amount of that is each month. And we'll see if we can find revenue to make that payment. The other thing too that I wanted to bring up was that we've talked about, we invited people to take over the housing authority and to join the board and to start making housing decisions. Even when I started again in 2021, and nobody really wants the task, nobody wants the job. So it always falls back on us. And I guess that's part of being, chief and council is that you have to take the good with the bad and we do the best we can with what we have. So if you've been in your house for 20, 25 years, your mortgage has been paid already. The mortgage on your house is paid already, 20, 25 years. That's how these mortgages are designed. But the question is, and Dawn raised it, is that if we give you title to your home, who's then going to pay for your renovations if it's your home? That's a question that we need to answer.
I have a question then. You're saying 25 years you stay in your house? Who's going to do the renovations? What about the people that live in those houses for that time? If they did the renovations. Lawrence, council has to approve it. She's been in her house for 25 years. Same with me. And I've done my renovations. And there's subsidy houses. And it's a subsidy house.
Excuse me, Florence, housing did a full renovation on your unit, eh?
On my unit?
Florence, cupboards, cabinets, cupboards, it was a full renovation.
So lots of questions, not a lot of answers tonight. Obviously, we need more conversation about this. It's a conversation that we started to talk about people who have been living in their houses long term. And if their mortgage, if it was a CMHC house and their mortgage has been paid off and they've lived there the entirety of the time, then essentially there's no reason why title should not transfer to the homeowner. There's no reason for that. But the question is, what happens when that homeowner comes in and wants us to renovate their home, but it's their home? Who's going to pay that bill? There has to be give and take. It has to go both ways. So I'm open to all that. I think it's an important conversation. So can we find a way to end this on a high note? We're gonna do draws now.
First, okay, we're gonna do an honor closing song, then the draws. So can we get our drum group back up here, please?